I married the school goddess mother. Meng Lang unexpectedly reborn back to the summer of 2010. After being rejected by the school belle once again, he met the school belle's goddess of a mother. At that moment, his heart was stirred. Chapter 1: Who do you think you are? Late at night, in an executive suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a man and a woman were tangled together on the large hotel bed. On the bedside table, the water in the glass trembled rhythmically. The couple was fiercely playing cards. "I can't take it anymore, I've lost 5 rounds already, I really can't stand it." The woman reclined on the bed, looking to be in her 30s, exuding the mature charm unique to older women. Her face was flushed, her bare shoulders half exposed, and the thin blanket could hardly conceal her curvy figure. "I didn't expect your card skills to be so good. Come on, be honest with me, do you often invite little girls to hotels to play cards?" Reclining beside her, slightly panting, Meng Lang laughed self-mockingly and said, "When I was young, I didn't know how good older women could be. I mistakenly thought girls were treasures. If I'd known how wonderful women like you are, I would never have wasted time on those girls with barely any chest hair." Who could have guessed that the man, Meng Lang, who was once known as the #1 beautiful woman killer on the internet, had been a devoted simp for a full 10 years. "We've known each other for so long, and you're only now inviting me to play cards. You've made me suffer from my card addiction for years." The beautiful woman lay her head on Meng Lang's broad chest, drawing circles with her delicate fingers, speaking in a tone full of longing. "My first principle in life is to never touch a married woman. Otherwise, who would dare to do business with me in the future?" Meng Lang said seriously. The beautiful woman glanced up at him, unable to suppress a soft laugh. "So, my deadbeat husband just went to the crematorium this afternoon, and tonight, you've got me here playing cards in a hotel. That has to highlight how charming you are, don't you see? I'm just so eager." The woman lazily rubbed her face on Meng Lang's chest, teasing him, "You're good at picking your timing. So, what are your other principles?" "My second principle in life, I never pay for cards." The beautiful woman shot him a glare. "Isn't that just freeloading?" Meng Lang pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. "If it's something mutually agreed upon, how could it be freeloading? Besides, if I threw a wad of cash in front of you, wouldn't that be insulting? I've just lost my husband, what do I need your money for?" The beautiful woman let out a soft moan as she felt his touch, closing her eyes in comfort. "My third principle, never be a simp again." Meng Lang whispered softly, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead, as if lost in memory. The woman's breathing gradually steadied as she fell silent. Meng Lang, with a beautiful woman in his arms, and the exhaustion from losing millions at cards slowly enveloping him, sank into a deep sleep. "I really don't want to fall in love right now, Meng Lang, please don't force me." Meng Lang felt a sense of dizziness as he found himself on a familiar street, seemingly transported back to a place he had visited long ago. A tall, graceful figure stood before him, fair skin, delicate features, and wearing a pure white shirt. Her slender, fair legs were on full display, catching attention. She stood there as the neon lights from the street reflected on her face, illuminating her pale skin. Meng Lang's gaze gradually focused on her face. She was a pure-looking girl with a ponytail. Her name was Li Shuya, the white moonlight of countless people during high school. But as he stared at the face that had stolen the hearts of countless young boys, Meng Lang only felt disgusted. "Meng Lang, are you even listening to me? I don't want to fall in love right now." Fine, you don't want to talk, don't talk." Meng Lang responded impatiently. "Why am I dreaming about her? This is such bad luck." Meng Lang muttered, shaking his head, trying to wake up from this annoying dream. The reason Meng Lang despised Li Shuya so much was simple: she had made him a simp for 10 years. From high school all the way until her graduate school graduation, he had been hopelessly chasing after her. Meng Lang's college entrance exam results weren't great, so he went straight into society. To be closer to Li Shuya, he worked in the city where she attended university, spending all his money buying her gifts. But during her first and second years, she said she was too busy with school to think about love. In her third and fourth years, she said she was preparing for graduate school and told Meng Lang not to affect her future. By the time she was a graduate student, it was even worse. Her supervisor treated her like a servant, and she treated Meng Lang like a beast of burden. If she had just told Meng Lang that they would never be together, he, as a grown man, wouldn't have clung to her. But the problem was, she never rejected his good intentions. She accepted all his gifts, and whenever Meng Lang talked to other girls, she would get angry. She tormented him endlessly, while he endured the suffering and continued to harbor fantasies. It wasn't until her master's graduation ceremony that Meng Lang truly hit rock bottom. That day, at the master's graduation ceremony, she walked up to Meng Lang, hand in hand with a well-dressed, refined-looking guy. The smile on her face was one Meng Lang had never seen before. She introduced the guy as her senior, her boyfriend. At that moment, Meng Lang's heart turned cold. All 10 years of effort were completely ignored. From that point on, Meng Lang no longer believed in love, and he was no longer interested in young, beautiful girls. After his awakening, Meng Lang unexpectedly found comfort in older women, and he quickly became known as their #1 beautiful woman killer on the internet. But that's a story for another time. Hearing Meng Lang's response, Li Shuyer's face was filled with shock. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. After being rejected, Meng Lang was supposed to beg her, and then she would give in, telling him that if he performed well, she'd consider him the next time she wanted a relationship. That way, he'd always be at her beck and call, doing whatever she asked, trying to meet her expectations until the next confession. But what was his reaction now? What bad luck? Was he feeling unlucky because she rejected him? Why was he shaking his head like that? How dare he treat her like this? Meng Lang, what kind of attitude is this? You can't even handle this small test. I don't see any determination from you. How could I possibly agree to be with you? Meng Lang stood still, shaking his head. This dream just wouldn't end, it was truly bizarre. He turned around, looking at Li Shuyer, whose expression was aggressive, and remembered the 10 years he had spent as her simp. Anger flared up in his heart. I'm in a dream, and you still think you can bully me? There's only one thing in this world that can test me, and that's the party and the people. Who do you think you are, trying to test me? Chapter 2, In the Name of My Father. Li Shui stared at Meng Lang in shock, her eyes wide open. How dare you talk to me like that? I only rejected your confession this time, and if you perform well, I will consider being with you in the future. After speaking, her eyes reddened, and she started crying. Damn it. I've been your dog for 10 years and never cried, and you still have the nerve to cry in front of me. Before Meng Lang could finish his words, a roar came from behind him. Meng Lang, you bastard, you actually made Shui cry. As their voice fell, a short, chubby man ran over, glaring at Meng Lang. This man's name was Zhu Jihao. If Meng Lang was the #1 dog for Li Shui, then Zhu Jihao was definitely the second. The reason Zhu Jihao wasn't #1 wasn't that he wasn't good at licking. It was just because his looks were a bit too lacking, making it impossible for Li Shui to accept him as her primary suitor. Thinking back to when he had once been proud of winning the title of #1 dog, Meng Lang wanted to slap himself in the face. Accompanying Zhu Jihao was a thin young man wearing glasses. Meng Lang's gaze immediately locked on this thin guy. His name was Lu Fai. He was Meng Lang's childhood friend, but he tragically died in a car accident when he was 25. Lu Fai walked straight to Meng Lang and asked, "You confessed, right? How did you manage to make Li Shui cry?" But Meng Lang didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at him with surprise. "This is the first time I've dreamt of you, man. How is the afterlife? If you're running low on cash, just tell me. I'll burn some for you tomorrow." Lu Fai slapped Meng Lang on the back. "What the hell are you talking about?" Meng Lang sucked in a breath from the force of the slap. "Hey, why the hell did you hit me so hard? Wait. Isn't this a dream? How can it hurt?" Meng Lang suddenly turned around, looking at his surroundings. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. His memories started flooding back. This is the street near the south gate of our high school, isn't it? The Huaxia internet cafe across the street closed down years ago. Why is it still open now? He looked around again and saw that this area had become the Wonder Plaza, but all he saw were small houses instead. Everything felt eerily similar to the summer of 2010. This is the gathering after the college entrance exam. Did I just confess to Li Shui? Wait a minute, am I not dreaming? Did I just reincarnate? Before Meng Lang could even recover from the surprise of reincarnation, he heard Li Shui's voice once again. "Meng Lang, from today on, we're no longer friends. I'm never speaking to you again." Li Shui looked at Meng Lang with a stunned expression. She couldn't understand what had gotten into him today. Just moments ago, when he confessed to her, he had appeared so sincere. But after being rejected, it was like he had become a completely different person, as if he no longer cared about her. How could someone change so drastically in such a short time? He must be pretending. Yes, definitely pretending to not care. This must be a tactic to make me pursue him. As soon as she declared they were breaking up, Meng Lang would surely apologize, right? At least, that's what she thought would happen. But unfortunately, Meng Lang's reaction only disappointed her further. Fine. I couldn't care less. Just stay out of my life, and don't appear in front of me again. Let us just go our separate ways and never interfere with each other. You. Li Shui clenched her teeth, her pale face flushed with anger. Beside her, Zhu Jihao, seeing this, was overjoyed. If Meng Lang had made Li Shui this angry, then his chance had come. Today, he was going to take back the title of Li Shui's #1 suitor. Meng Lang, you've gone too far. How could you speak to Shui like that? You have no gentlemanly manners. Seeing Zhu Jiao's righteous expression, Meng Lang couldn't help but laugh, but there was no real amusement in it. Hadn't he, too, been a dog just like Zhu Jiao once? Zhu Jiao, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get too deep into this. You think you're a gentleman, but you'll realize in the end that you're just a fiery goblin, licking away like everyone else. Naturally, Zhu Jiao couldn't care less about the deeper meaning of Meng Lang's words. He shot a victorious glance at Meng Lang and then turned to Li Shui, saying, Shui, let us go. Meng Lang is completely unreasonable. Li Shui didn't really want to go with Zhu Jiao, but in order to piss Meng Lang off, she snorted at him and purposefully moved closer to Zhu Jiao, walking with him as she turned to leave. Just as they had only taken a few steps, Meng Lang suddenly called out to her as if he had something urgent to say. Seeing the expression on Meng Lang's face, a flash of smugness crossed Li Shui's face. Sure enough, it was just like a game of cat and mouse. As soon as she got close to someone else, Meng Lang couldn't take it. What is it now? I've already said I'm not talking to you again, so don't waste your time. Li Shui said arrogantly. Don't overthink it. I just want what's mine back. The unopened phone in your hand is the one I gave you earlier, right? You'd better return it to me. Li Shui froze in disbelief. Isn't that the gift you gave me before confessing? Li Shui turned around, her face full of shock. It seemed impossible for her to understand why Meng Lang would ask for a gift back after giving it to her. You didn't accept my confession, so isn't it normal for me to take my gift back? Meng Lang's tone was full of rationality. Who says receiving a gift means agreeing to a confession? Meng Lang sneered. Accepting a gift, I agree. I developed the non-equality formula over 10 years ago, ahead of the times. No wonder it's always been you. Li Shui didn't understand what Meng Lang's words meant, but she knew they couldn't be good. Meng Lang, you bastard, I don't want your stuff. She said, about to throw the phone box away. Hey! Don't break it, I need to return it. Meng Lang hurriedly stepped forward to catch it, but was stopped by Zhu Jiao. You're so petty. You gave a gift to a girl and now you want it back. Tell me, how much is it? I'll give you the money. Consider it as my gift to Shui. Hearing Zhu Jiao's words, Meng Lang wasn't angry at all. He just felt sorry for him. Forget it, this is the new Apple IV. I paid extra for it, and it was pretty expensive. You don't need to waste money on Li Shui like this. Zhu Jiao suddenly thought of a famous saying, the more the enemy resists, the more it proves that we are right. But he didn't apply this principle correctly, and mistakenly thought of Meng Lang as his enemy. The more Meng Lang tried to persuade him not to waste money, the more Zhu Jiao became determined to do the opposite. What do you mean wasting money? Buying a gift for Shui, no matter how much it costs, is worth it. I'm not like some people who are so calculating. Since Zhu Jiao was eager to be the fool, Meng Lang didn't see the need to stop him. Alright then, this phone cost 8,000 yuan. Do you want to pay by cash or bank transfer? 8,000. Are you robbing me? Zhu Jiao had originally thought that a phone would cost about 3 or 4,000 at most. If it could win Li Shui's heart, what was this little money worth? But he didn't expect the phone to cost 8,000 yuan. Yep, and I have the receipt. Meng Lang replied casually, pulling out the receipt from his pocket. If you're not buying it, I can return it to the store. Zhu Jiao's face turned red instantly. He had backed himself into a corner. Though his family was financially well off, as a freshly graduated high school student, he didn't have 8,000 yuan at his disposal. Looking at Zhu Jiao's embarrassed face, Meng Lang remembered how he had asked his dad for 4,000 yuan to get his driver's license, and with the leftover money from his red envelopes over the years, barely managed to save enough for the phone. Meng Lang recalled that his dad only earned about 4,000 yuan a month. He had spent 2 months of his dad's hard-earned salary just to please Li Shui. He really felt like a fool. "Forget it, your parents work hard for their money," Meng Lang said as he tried to take the phone from Li Shui's hands. Seeing Li Shui's tearful expression, Zhu Jiao gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Wait here, I'm making a call." Zhu Jiao pulled out an old Nokia N95 slider phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, Zhu Jiao withdrew 8,000 yuan from a nearby construction bank ATM and handed it to Meng Lang. "Shui, let us go. I'll take a taxi and send you home." Although he had just bled money, Zhu Jiao felt that winning Li Shui's favor and stepping on Meng Lang's pride was worth it. Maybe, on the way, he could even hold Li Shui's hand. But Li Shui's reply instantly crushed Zhu Jiao's excitement. "No need, my mom is coming to pick me up soon." Looking at Zhu Jiao's dumbfounded expression, Meng Lang almost burst out laughing. Sure enough, in the end, a dog licks and ends up with nothing. He spent 8,000 yuan and still didn't get the chance to send her home. Not long after, a white BMW 5 Series stopped in front of them. A beautiful woman, looking around 30 years old, stepped out of the car. She was tall and slender, with fair skin and looked extremely well maintained. At first glance, she resembled Li Xiuran, but with a gentler and softer expression. She wore a black short-sleeved dress, her pale skin glowing in the nightlight. The belt around her waist perfectly outlined her curvy figure. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her graceful walking posture exuded elegance and charm. In Meng Lang's eyes, she was a true beauty, making him almost lost in admiration. Li Shui's mom is so beautiful. Was I blind in my past life? Why did I ignore this stunning beauty right in front of me and instead chase after that annoying Li Shui? In his previous life, Meng Lang had spent so much time looking up to Li Shui that he had never noticed how beautiful her mother was. Li Shui's father had passed away when she was in middle school, and since then, her mother had never remarried. Now, this would definitely not go against Meng Lang's principle of doing what's right. Moreover, Meng Lang knew that this summer, Li Shui's family's business would face a major crisis. In his past life, he had spent the whole summer with Li Shui, so he had some understanding of the situation. Here was a single woman about to face a career crisis, and Meng Lang just happened to have the ability to help her solve it. This was a perfect match. Meng Lang couldn't help but look at Li Shui with a caring expression. "In my past life, I was a dog for you for 10 years. This time, I'll probably take care of you for the rest of my life even if it's in the name of a father." While feeling this way, Meng Lang smiled appropriately and walked over to the beautiful woman. Chapter 3, Auntie, do you believe in love at first sight? Shui, why have you never mentioned that you have such a beautiful sister? Meng Lang stood between the beautiful woman and Li Shui, extending his hand toward the woman. Li Shui, hearing Meng Lang's words, instantly became furious. She was so angry that she completely forgot about her refined image. "Meng Lang, are you crazy? This is my mom. And who allowed you to call me Shui? Use my full name." Meng Lang, upon hearing this, looked genuinely shocked. His eyes locked onto the beautiful woman in front of him as he exclaimed, "No way. How can your mom be so young and beautiful? You didn't inherit even half of her looks." Li Shui was on the verge of exploding. She had clearly mentioned that her mom would be coming to pick her up, but Meng Lang was pretending to be clueless. And then, he actually said that she's someone she prided herself on being beautiful didn't inherit even half of her mother's looks. How could this be? Her mom was beautiful, sure, but she was already 38. There was no way she could compare to Shui, who was still in the prime of her youth. Women's desire for beauty is endless, especially for those who are already beautiful. They simply can't admit that someone else might be more beautiful than them even if that someone is their mother. "Meng Lang, you bastard, you're doing this on purpose to annoy me. You're getting back at me for rejecting your confession. HMPH. I can't get angry. The more upset I get, the more smug he'll be." Meng Lang, however, didn't pay any attention to Li Shui's inner thoughts. What he said was completely sincere. From his current aesthetic standards, he thought Li Shui didn't even come close to her mom in terms of looks. He took a couple of steps toward the beautiful woman, still holding out his hand. Since you're Li Shui's mother, I'll call you auntie. Although, I think calling you sister would be more fitting. The beautiful woman, flattered by the compliment from a young, charming boy, smiled and extended her delicate, fair hand. They shook hands gently. Hello, Meng Lang. I'm really sorry. Shui has been spoiled by me. Please don't mind what she said earlier. My surname is Ga with Macron N, just call me Auntie Ga with Macron N. Feeling the soft, almost fragile hand and the gentle fragrance emanating from Auntie Ga with Macron N, Meng Lang's blood seemed to rush faster. Sometimes, your eyes might deceive you, but your body's reaction never lies. The way his body was reacting showed just how much Auntie Ga with Macron N hit the mark in terms of Meng Lang's taste. Not at all. Shui and I have always had a great relationship. I've taken good care of her all throughout high school, everyone can vouch for that. Meng Lang was telling the truth. Even Zhu Jihao, another dog like him, had to admit that Meng Lang had been incredibly considerate of Li Shui during their 3 years of high school. However, when others heard Meng Lang's words, it sounded strange. It was as if he wasn't speaking as a student talking to a parent, but as if an elder was discussing how to care for a child. Zhu Jihao and Lu Fei exchanged awkward glances. They couldn't understand what Meng Lang was doing. Li Shui, seeing how friendly her mom was talking with Meng Lang, was about to grind her silver teeth in frustration. Mom, let us go. I want to go home. Auntie Ga with Macron N also found something strange about the young boy in front of her. There was a maturity about him that didn't match his age. He didn't have the usual awkwardness of a student talking to a classmate's parent. Being a mother of a beautiful daughter, Auntie Ga with Macron N knew that Shui had many suitors at school. She initially thought Meng Lang was just one of them. But now, from his attitude toward her daughter and his tone of voice, she realized he didn't seem interested in Shui at all. He had never once looked at her daughter but kept his eyes on her instead. This made Auntie Ga with Macron N a bit more curious about this special boy. However, the recent troubles with her business left her so stressed that she didn't have time to focus on one of her daughter's classmates. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should head home. Don't make your parents worry, especially you, Zhu Jihao. Your mom keeps complaining that you're never home at night. After saying that, Auntie Ga with Macron N nodded at Meng Lang and Lu Fei, then turned and opened the passenger side door of the BMW, signaling for Li Shui to get in. Zhu Jihao quickly waved at Li Shui. Goodbye, Shui. Goodbye, Auntie Ga with Macron N. Although he didn't get the chance to send Li Shui home, his mood was clearly dampened. Meng Lang knew that Zhu Jiao's family had some business dealings with Li Shui's family, so he wasn't surprised by their familiarity. Li Shui sat in the BMW's passenger seat, holding the Apple phone box so tightly that it was nearly crumpled. She was about to leave, but this jerk, Meng Lang, hadn't even come over to apologize. She made a decision in her mind: she would ignore him for at least a month, even block him on QQ and not let him comment on her moments. That should drive him crazy. Just then, she pressed down the car window and flashed a sweet smile at Zhu Jihao. Jihao, thank you for the gift. I really like it. Remember to send me a message on QQ when you get home. Zhu Jihao, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been injected with excitement. His previously downcast mood lifted, and his face was filled with uncontrollable joy, resembling a goblin unable to resist temptation. Although Li Shui was speaking to Zhu Jihao, her eyes were still on Meng Lang, curious to see if he would get jealous or embarrassed by her close interaction with Zhu Jihao. Suddenly, Meng Lang, who had been standing by the flower bed, plucked a red rose and walked toward the BMW. Li Shui's breath caught, and her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but feel smug inside. Meng Lang was obviously about to make a move. What did red roses symbolize again? Oh, right, they symbolize passionate love, meaning I've already fallen deeply in love with you. Was Meng Lang confessing to her again? Or was he going to apologize for his previous actions? Should she forgive him? No, he had been too much earlier trying to take back the gift he had given her. She couldn't forgive him. At least for a week, she would ignore him so he could realize his mistake. Wait a second. Meng Lang's voice suddenly rang out, catching everyone's attention. Auntie Ga with Macron N, who was about to open the driver's door, turned to look at Meng Lang holding the rose. Her eyes seemed to flicker with understanding. She glanced at her daughter in the car, then smiled gently. She couldn't help but think back to her own youth, when she was just as popular as her daughter. She sighed inwardly, thinking, youth really is beautiful. Li Shui, sitting in the car, held her breath. She had already prepared herself to reject Meng Lang with the sharpest words, no matter whether he was confessing or apologizing. But she would leave a little room for him, just a tiny sliver of hope. What she didn't expect was that Meng Lang didn't come to the passenger side. Instead, he walked directly to the front of the car and extended the rose to her mother. Auntie Ga with Macron N, I know this is sudden, but please forgive my impulsiveness. Do you believe in love at first sight? Just now, I felt like I fell deeply in love with you. Would you be my girlfriend? Chapter 4 Young Stepfather. The headlights of the BMW hit Meng Lang's face, acting like a spotlight, giving him a solemn feeling, making his words seem like a solemn oath. Li Shuya was shocked, and the phone box in her hand fell under the seat without a firm grip, and all the words she had prepared to reject Meng Lang were stuck in her throat. Zhu Jiahao and Lu Fei were even more shocked, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Although Gan Yuru had rich life experience, she couldn't help but pause for a beat when faced with the passionate love confession of a boy 20 years younger than her, and in front of her daughter. At this moment, the calmness and elegance on her face were completely gone, replaced by astonishment and shame. What are you talking about? This joke is not funny at all. I'm serious, I can swear to God, if I lie, I will live alone for the rest of my life. Looking at Meng Lang's serious eyes and resolute expression, Gan Yuru's heart suddenly trembled. The boy in front of her seemed serious. Meng Lang is 182 centimeters tall, with a strong figure, a high nose and deep eyes, and a tough facial line. He doesn't quite conform to the current popular aesthetic of handsome, but is closer to the aesthetic style of 20 or 30 years ago. Looking at Meng Lang's resolute face, Gan Yuru couldn't help thinking that if he was in her youth, Meng Lang would definitely be very popular. But Gan Yuru quickly dispelled this ridiculous idea. The boy in front of her is her daughter's classmate. What is she thinking? Don't say that. Auntie is already 38 years old this year, 20 years younger than you, this is totally impossible. Age is not a problem, there are many couples with a big age gap, life is 100 years, we are only 20 years apart, what does it matter? I know you can't accept such a sudden confession, maybe in addition to age, you must have other requirements for your partner, such as wealth, connections, social status, etc. I will try my best to show you my sincerity. If I meet your requirements for your partner in other aspects, I hope you can seriously consider me and don't be swayed by worldly prejudices. Hearing this, Li Shuya, who was sitting in the car, finally couldn't stand it. The classmate who was just confessing to her now confessed to her mother affectionately, which was simply out of the ordinary. Meng Lang. What are you talking about? If you say it again, I will really be angry. Seeing Li Shuya coming out to make trouble, Meng Lang also knew that his confession could not continue. But it doesn't matter anyway, Gan Yuru can't accept his confession on the first meeting, and feelings also need to be cultivated. He just planted a seed of hope today. In the next period of time, as long as he keeps watering and fertilizing, it will eventually bloom and bear fruit. Meng Lang looked into Gan Yuru's eyes, his eyes still firm. That's all I want to say today. Just take it as my declaration of pursuing you. My words today may be a little Meng Lang, but I hope you can believe that what I said is sincere. At Li Shuya's urging, Gan Yuru finally drove away. In the car, Gan Yuru's brows gradually relaxed after thinking for a while, and her depressed mood because of business seemed to be much brighter. For a woman, being confessed by a boy 20 years younger than herself is a happy thing after all. Li Shuya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked furious. Mom, don't believe his sweet words. He has been pursuing me since the first year of high school. He confessed to me today, but I didn't agree to him. He must have deliberately angered me and confessed to you. Gan Yuru didn't comment. Since her husband passed away, she has been running the family business. She has also improved her eyesight. She can still tell whether a person's words in front of him are sincere. Meng Lang was so serious just now, obviously from the heart. So you are very familiar with him? Then tell me everything about him. Li Shuya was panicked when she heard it. Mom wouldn't really be tempted. She couldn't help thinking of Meng Lang becoming her stepfather, and she felt a chill in her spine. No. Meng Lang, you are not really going to pursue Li Shuyer's mother. Lu Fei looked at Meng Lang with a look like a monster. How is it possible? This guy must be angry and embarrassed after his confession was rejected, so he deliberately pissed off Shuyer. Zhu Jiahao's face was full of pride, as if he had seen through everything. But you did succeed. Look how angry Shuyer is. Maybe Shuyer will never talk to you again. Har har har. When he thought that his biggest competitor had offended the goddess so badly, Zhu Jiahao couldn't help laughing. Meng Lang looked at Zhu Jiahao with amusement and said, now you are Li Shuyer's pursuer, and I am Li Shuyer's mother's pursuer. In this way, you have to call me daddy. Good son, come over and kowtow, call me daddy, and I'll give you a big red envelope to change your name. While talking, Meng Lang took out the 8,000 yuan he had just received from Zhu Jiahao from his pocket and swung it in the air. Zhu Jiahao's laughter was choked in his throat. Looking at the 8,000 yuan in Meng Lang's hand, his heart was bleeding. HMPH. I don't want to bother with you. You will regret it sooner or later. I'm going to the internet cafe to book a night. Xu Huaye must be waiting for me to chat with her on QQ. After saying that, Zhu Jiahao ran towards the internet cafe across the street with his short legs. Jiangsu City in 2010 was far from being as prosperous as it would be more than 10 years later. After dark, the streets would soon become deserted. Meng Lang walked on the lonely street, and his emotions gradually withdrew from the confession incident. God gave him a chance to start over, and he must cherish it. Because he was not ambitious in his previous life, he spent the most precious 10 years as a licker for others, and his family was messed up by him. Dad Meng Haihua was also forced to leave the system because of the trouble he caused, and started a business in his 40s. But he was too honest, not a good businessman. He was deceived, lost all his savings, and owed a lot of foreign debts. After his enlightenment, Meng Lang started a clothing business with his uncle. After earning a few years of hard-earned money, he finally encountered a good opportunity and plunged into the sex toys industry. He opened an online store and gained a lot of fans by sharing his dog-licking stories. He made a lot of quick money in 2 years and paid off his family's debts. But until he was reborn, he didn't get a decent car, let alone buy a house. The most important thing in living a new life is of course to make money. Meng Lang still remembers a sentence he saw on the internet in his previous life, you get what you eat. So you can't become a superior person by suffering, only by eating people can you become a superior person. In this life, Meng Lang doesn't want to suffer anymore. He wants to eat people. He wants to be a superior person. Chapter 5 South Africa World Cup. Seeing Meng Lang walking in silence, Lu Fei directly put his arm around Meng Lang's shoulders. Still thinking about Li Shuyer? What's so annoying? It's not the first time you've been rejected. Let's go. Brother will treat you to barbecue. Meng Lang turned his head and looked at Lu Fei's familiar face, remembering the last time he saw Lu Fei in his previous life. At that time, he was still licking Li Shuyer. In order to buy her a birthday gift, he spent all his money. He couldn't even afford to eat, and ate steamed buns and instant noodles every day. Fortunately, Lu Fei went to see him at that time. Seeing that he was living so miserably, Lu Fei also said, let's go. Brother will treat you to barbecue. Meng Lang ate that meal very deliciously, and perhaps he will never forget it for the rest of his life. Before leaving, Lu Fei also gave him 5,000 yuan. Not long after that day, Meng Lang learned that Lu Fei had died in a car accident. Seeing Lu Fei still alive and kicking with his arm around his shoulder, Meng Lang's mood suddenly improved. There is a long way to go, and he has plenty of time to make up for the regrets in the future, so why frown? Let go of me, look at your skeleton, it's really painful. If you don't eat more, you'll be like a stick, and you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Meng Lang scolded with a smile. The two of them walked towards the bus station, talking and laughing all their way. When passing by the door of a bar, a familiar sound of music came into Meng Lang's ears. Samana Miner AA. Walker Walker AA. Samana Miner Zangalewar. Anawa AA. Driven by this dynamic melody, Meng Lang couldn't help but sing along with the melody, this time for Africa tilde tilde. After hearing Meng Lang's tone-deaf singing, Lu Fei covered his ears directly. Brother Lang, we are one family, don't speak. Meng Lang was so angry that he hit Lu Fei's head directly. Go away, you dare to laugh at me, how good is your singing? What song is this? It's pretty good. Lu Fei asked with a smile. Isn't this the theme song of the World Cup? That's your lucky sign it. Meng Lang answered casually. I didn't expect you to have the leisure to watch the World Cup. No wonder you didn't even get into a junior college. Speaking of his college entrance examination score, Meng Lang couldn't help blushing, but he didn't care about it, but captured an important information. World Cup. Yes, this year is 2010, South Africa World Cup, Spain vs Netherlands in the final. In the 116th minute of overtime, Iniesta received an assist from Fabregas and scored the winning goal in the penalty area, helping the Spanish team win the World Cup. Meng Lang was also a pseudo-fan in his previous life, and often watched some sliced videos of football games on the internet. Among them, he had seen a video. In the 2010 World Cup, Spain defeated its opponents with a score of 1-0 in 4 consecutive games starting from the 1-8 finals and finally won the championship. Because this event was quite dramatic, Meng Lang remembered it quite clearly. Thinking of this, Meng Lang's face gradually showed ecstasy. Knowing the relationship between the wins and losses of the game, and even knowing the winning score, if you go to buy sports lottery, wouldn't it be making money lying down? Which game of the World Cup is it? Meng Lang grabbed Lu Fei and asked. I don't know either, but my dad told me that the quarterfinals will start at 10 o'clock tonight. He is going to watch the game with his friends, and my mom scolded him. Hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took out his Nicole slider phone and checked the time. 8:30. The lottery ticket sales will stop 1 hour before the game starts. There is still an hour and a half left, so it should be in time to buy lottery tickets now. Thinking about the 8,000 yuan in his pocket, if nothing unexpected happens, by the end of the World Cup, his first pot of gold will be in hand. 8,000 yuan is still a little less. For such a 100% profitable thing, the principal is not too much. Lu Fei, do you have any money on you? Lu Fei looked at Meng Lang with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, didn't we say before that we would sign up for a driving school together? I asked my mother for 4,000 yuan, and I saved 1,000 yuan myself, all in the card. Go and take it out and lend it to me, I need it urgently. Meng Lang urged. Although Lu Fei was full of doubts, he still took out 5,000 yuan from the ATM and gave it to Meng Lang because of their friendship since childhood. You go back first. I'll come to you in a few days and I promise to give you a surprise. Meng Lang took the money, waved to Lu Fei, and ran towards the sports lottery center with lights on in the distance. Looking at Meng Lang's leaving figure, Lu Fei scratched the back of his head, thinking that this friend who had played with him since childhood was really a little strange today. Boss, which 2 teams are playing in the World Cup today? The middle-aged boss of the lottery shop looked up at Meng Lang, pointed to the bulletin board on the wall filled with dense numbers, and said, Brazil plays the Netherlands. There are 10 minutes before the sale is banned. Hurry up if you want to buy. Meng Lang glanced at the bulletin board and felt dizzy. He simply asked directly, what are the odds of the Netherlands winning? Although Brazil has always been a strong team in the world, Meng Lang knows that the Netherlands is the runner-up of this World Cup, and the winner of this game is destined to be the Netherlands. It's just that Meng Lang doesn't know the score of this game, so he can only bet on the win or loss, and the odds are definitely not as high as betting on the score. The odds of the Netherlands winning are 4.6. The middle-aged boss snorted in his heart. He is another person who doesn't understand football. Brazil is the favorite to win this year. How could it lose to the Netherlands? It's 4.6. Meng Lang didn't expect the odds of the Netherlands winning to be so high. It seems that everyone is more optimistic about the Brazilian team. Isn't this just a bargain for him? I want to bet on the Netherlands to win. How much? The middle-aged boss operated the ticket purchase interface and prepared to place an order. Meng Lang took out all the money on him and put it on the table, even the dozens of yuan in change on him. 13,068. The middle-aged boss looked at Meng Lang again and said, if you lose, I won't refund you. Young man, you have to think it through. Don't worry, winning or losing is my own business. The boss just kindly reminded the young man not to get too excited. Seeing Meng Lang's decisive answer, he didn't say anything else and operated the computer to issue him a ticket. 5 minutes later, Meng Lang walked out of the sports lottery center with the lottery ticket as he wished. Looking at the numbers on the lottery ticket, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The odds of 4.6, which means that after this game, his more than 13,000 yuan will become more than 60,000. Even after deducting taxes, there will still be 48,000 left. Meng Lang also asked about tomorrow's games. There are two games, one is Uruguay versus Ghana, and the second is Germany versus Argentina. Meng Lang didn't know which team won the first game, but he remembered that Spain's opponent in the semi-finals was Germany, so it would be right to bet on Germany to win tomorrow. And the odds of Germany winning tomorrow are not low, 3.4. This means that the money Meng Lang will get tomorrow can double again. Meng Lang has begun to look forward to how much money he will have in his hands when the World Cup is over. Millions? Or tens of millions? Chapter 6: Football and Beauty. Meng Lang walked to the bus stop and was about to take the bus home. He was dumbfounded when he touched his pocket. He took out all the money on him to buy lottery tickets. There was not a penny left, and there was no money to take the bus. Helplessly, he could only walk slowly along the street towards home. It just so happened that he also needed some time to sort out his plans for the future. In the next 10 years, for him, there was basically gold everywhere, but how to put this gold into his pocket still required careful thinking. Meng Lang walked and thought like this, and he didn't know how long he had walked. When he passed a tavern, he heard a huge cheer from inside. Looking inside through the window of the tavern, he saw a group of Brazilian fans wearing yellow jerseys with green stripes on them, hugging each other and shouting excitedly. It should be that the game tonight has started. Seeing how excited they are, could it be that the Brazilian team scored a goal? Meng Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. Could it be that I was deceived by a marketing account? Didn't the Dutch team win this game? Will my 13,000 yuan be wasted? Thinking of this, Meng Lang walked directly into the tavern and rushed into a group of Brazilian fans, focusing his eyes on the TV on the wall of the hotel. At this time, the game had been going on for 10 minutes, and the Brazilian team temporarily led with a score of 1-0. And from the scene, the Dutch team has been suppressed by the Brazilian team and rarely launched dangerous attacks. Meng Lang stood in the tavern, frowning, and seemed out of tune with the cheerful atmosphere of the Brazilian fans present. What's wrong, little brother, you look sad, are you a fan of the Dutch team? Someone found Meng Lang, who was like an alien in the crowd. Hearing this, a group of Brazilian fans stopped watching the game and cast their eyes on Meng Lang. The most enjoyable thing about watching a competitive game is naturally to watch the team you support win. But if there is anything more enjoyable than this, it is to see the fans on the other side get angry. Take the annual game of League of Legends as an example. After the LPL team wins, the popularity of the video that reposts the comments on the Korean website will skyrocket. The more the LCK fans on the other side scold, the happier the LPL audience watching the video will be. This is just in the form of text. At this time, Meng Lang is standing next to these Brazilian fans. As the saying goes, a smile will not disappear, it will only transfer. At this time, Meng Lang's smile was transferred to the faces of these Brazilian fans. If Meng Lang cursed the Dutch team at this time, these Brazilian fans would probably be happier. However, Meng Lang did not have the idea of satisfying other people's bad taste, but just watched the game helplessly. Until the end of the first half, the score was still Brazil leading 1-0. Meng Lang did not really like watching football games. His legs were a little numb after standing for a long time. He took advantage of their halftime break to find a place to sit. Looking around, he saw a woman in the booth by the window of the tavern, looking at the night view outside the window and drinking alone. The woman was wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her snow-white shoulders and neck. She was graceful and leaned lazily on the sofa in the booth, as if she had something on her mind. Meng Lang couldn't help but move closer. The woman's profile became clearer. She was well maintained, and Meng Lang couldn't tell her age for a moment, but judging from her demeanor and temperament, she should be over 35 years old. Her profile was soft and elegant, her eyebrows were long and curved, revealing a graceful temperament, her bright eyes were slightly tipsy, blinking slowly, her nose was high, her lips were full, and the pearl earrings on her ears added a bit of nobility to her. Meng Lang walked in front of the woman and finally saw her full appearance, but he had no intention of looking at anything else at this time. Because there was a sinful abyss that had been attracting his attention, leaving him no time to care about anything else. The woman found that there was another person in front of her, so she retracted her gaze from the window and looked at Meng Lang. Meng Lang also quickly focused his attention on the woman's face and looked into her beautiful eyes. "What's the matter?" The woman exhaled like orchids, and a sweet breath fell on Meng Lang's face as the woman spoke. Meng Lang smiled warmly and said, "Sister, can you buy me a drink?" The woman looked surprised when she heard this. In the past, when a man approached her, he would ask if he could buy her a drink. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of her did not follow the usual rules and asked her to buy him a drink. This immediately made her a little interested. She carefully looked at the young man's face. He looked about 20 years old, with a resolute face and a sunny smile. He was the type she would look at more if she met him on the street. In the past, she would not have too much contact with a strange man in the bar, but she was in a terrible mood today, and it was great to have a young wolf dog to accompany her to relieve her boredom. "Sure, what do you want to drink?" The woman supported her cheek with the back of her hand, tilted her head and said lazily. The simple action of the woman made Meng Lang stare straight. Because the demeanor of the woman in front of her was somewhat similar to that of the king of the kingdom of women who wanted Tang Monk but couldn't get him. This sad and beautiful look is simply amazing. Why are you in a daze? Haven't you decided what kind of wine to order? Seeing the handsome boy in front of her staring at her face, the woman's mouth corners slightly raised, and her face was also a little more smiling. How can these vulgar wines be more intoxicating than beauties? Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. You are so young, where did you learn such sweet talk? The woman scolded lightly, but the smile on her face bloomed. This is not sweet talk. Among the women I met today, your beauty is enough to rank in the top 2. Top 2? Just a day. Is there anyone who praises people like you? The woman was obviously not very satisfied with Meng Lang's answer. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she can't accept someone prettier than herself. Even if this time is extended to my entire life, sister, you are still the top 2. Meng Lang's words eased the woman's expression a little, but she still asked, why can't I be the first? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Of course not. If I praise sister as the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, wouldn't it make me look superficial? How can I talk so much to sister? Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, you are really good at talking. I don't know how many ignorant girls have fallen into your mouth. You guessed wrong. I am still single and have never had a relationship beyond friendship with others. The woman didn't say anything after hearing this, but looked at Meng Lang with a slightly contemptuous look, obviously not believing what Meng Lang said. Meng Lang was also very helpless about this. Although he had never had a relationship with anyone in his life, nor had he been in love, the temperament of a veteran in the flowers brought from his previous life had deeply betrayed him. We've been chatting for so long, but you still don't know what your sister's name is? My name is Meng Lang, you can just call me a Lang. The woman glanced at Meng Lang and said softly, my last name is Sang. I just saw you sitting here drinking alone. Is there something you're unhappy about? If it's convenient, you might as well tell me. Maybe I can help you solve your problems. It's just some family matters, no big deal. Meng Lang's words obviously reminded the woman of something unhappy. She drank a large glass of wine, looked out the window, and lost interest in continuing the conversation. At this moment, the crowd watching the game suddenly erupted in a collective shouting and cursing attracted Meng Lang's attention. Then I won't bother my sister anymore. Meng Lang was chatting with the woman to kill time. Seeing that there seemed to be an accident in the game, he quickly stood up and walked towards the crowd watching the game. Looking closely, the score had been rewritten to 1-1, and the Dutch team successfully scored a point. At this time, the TV was playing a replay of the goal just scored. The Dutch team's number 10 made a cross, and the Brazilian team's number 5 jumped high, trying to head the ball away, but collided with the goalkeeper who rushed out of the goal, and accidentally headed the ball into his own goal. This is an own goal. After watching the replay, the Brazilian fans were immediately furious. Melo, I'm a scumbag. Investigate. Number 5 must have taken the money. Gani, I bet Brazil 1 o'clock. All gone. Several buddies instantly blushed and smashed their wine glasses in their hands. It seems that they must have lost a lot of money. The tavern owner seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. He just said calmly, those who smashed their cups, 20 yuan each, remember to pay the bill later. The smile that had previously moved to the faces of the Brazilian fans instantly returned to Meng Lang's face, but he didn't dare to smile too wildly, fearing that he would be attacked by these gamblers who had lost their money. This own goal severely hit the morale of the Brazilian team, and the Dutch team took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Only 15 minutes later, number 10 of the Dutch team made another effort and scored a header, leading the Dutch team to overtake the score 2-1. There was a sudden wailing in the pub, and a group of Brazilian fans were madly cursing number 5 Melo, who scored an own goal. Meng Lang finally put his mind at ease. It seemed that the Dutch team was destined to win this game. Seeing that it was getting late, Meng Lang didn't want to continue watching. When he turned around and planned to leave the pub, he saw that the woman who had just chatted with him had already walked out of the door of the pub. From her stumbling steps, it seemed that she was obviously drunk. Just then, a man in a casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses suddenly stood up and followed. Meng Lang had noticed this middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses before. Wearing a suit in the middle of summer was suspicious. And he had been sitting by the door, neither drinking nor watching the game, with a bitter face, and his eyes kept scanning the people in the pub, as if he was looking for prey. Gold-rimmed glasses. 8 out of 10 are beasts. 2 are worse than beasts. The more Meng Lang thought about it, the more he felt that this man was a perverted rapist and murderer. Although he was not a gentleman, he could not pretend not to see such a thing, so he hurriedly chased out of the tavern. Chapter 7: Misunderstanding. Just as he ran out of the door, Meng Lang saw a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses helping a woman turn into the alley next to the pub. When Meng Lang chased to the entrance of the alley, the middle-aged man had already helped the woman into a black SUV. Then the man stood next to the car door and started to take off his clothes. Fuck. Dead pervert. Meng Lang couldn't help but curse, and rushed over and kicked the middle-aged man. Wei Xiong is a designated driver. To be precise, Wei Xiong's daytime job is a programmer, and he works part-time as a designated driver after get-off work. When he was young, he saw Ekin Cheng in A Moment of Romance on TV, and felt that how could a man be so handsome, so he also learned to wear gold-rimmed glasses. Not to mention, the young Wei Xiong really has a bit of a gentlemanly scumbag flavor. It's just that when he reached middle age, the pressure of life made him greasy and tired, and he seemed to have a bitter face all day long. My wife once asked him to change his flashy gold-rimmed glasses, but they were a proof of his youth, just like Kong Ija's long gown, which could not be taken off at will. Today, Wei Xiong waited in the bar for more than an hour, and finally saw a drunk customer. He immediately followed him out and took over the business. He had just helped the customer into the back seat and was about to take off his coat to reveal his designated driver uniform when he saw a man running over and kicking him in the waist. The sudden pain reminded Wei Xiong of the robbery and murder case that had been circulating in the designated driver group for a long time. At this moment, Wei Xiong remembered his seriously ill mother, his virtuous wife, and his lovely daughter. He is the pillar of this family, and he can't die. If you encounter a robbery, cover your eyes first. As long as you don't see the robber's face clearly, the robber will not kill. This is the experience taught by the predecessors of the designated driver group. Wei Xiong thought of this and covered his eyes with his hands, regardless of the pain, and didn't care that his gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. He shouted, "Please spare my life. I have parents and children to take care of, and I have to work as a designated driver after work. Life is really not easy. Please show mercy and don't hurt my life. You can take the money. I didn't see your face clearly, and I will never call the police afterwards." After saying that, he took out a wallet from the pocket of his half-removed suit and threw it in front of Meng Lang. Meng Lang was confused by his tongue twister. It took him a long time to react and asked, "What did you say you did just now?" I am a designated driver," the middle-aged man said with a slight stutter. Meng Lang's raised foot froze there immediately. "Why do you sit at the door of the pub in secret when you are a designated driver? You are wearing a coat in the middle of summer." "I was wearing the designated driver's uniform, but the owner of the pub wouldn't let me in. It's so hot, and it's hot to wear a coat. I have to sit at the door to get some fresh air." Meng Lang moved aside and let the light of the street lamp behind him shine on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was sweating all over, and it was unclear whether he was scared or in pain. The gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, making him look a little funny. Under the half-taken suit jacket, there was a dark blue t-shirt with a few words on the upper left corner of his chest. Meng Lang moved forward, and the words, "designated driver in the same city," suddenly caught his eye. Even though Meng Lang was thick-skinned, he couldn't hold it anymore. His toes instantly dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in his canvas shoes. "Brother, this is a misunderstanding." As he spoke, Meng Lang bent down flatteringly, picked up the gold-rimmed glasses on the ground, and put them on the slightly sweaty nose of the driver. "So you are a driver? I thought you were a hooligan." So you are a hero, I thought you were robbing people. The middle-aged brother also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Lang held the driver's arm and wanted to help him up. Don't move. My waist hurts. I can do it slowly. After hesitating for a long time, the driver finally got up from the ground. Meng Lang hurriedly stepped forward and patted the dust off his body, saying, I'm really sorry, I stepped a little heavy just now, how about taking you to the hospital for a checkup? Why bother? I can just put on a plaster when I go home, and I have to take the customer home first. As the driver said, he opened the driver's door of the black SUV and sat in with his waist supported. Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard this. The people are still simple and honest now. If this happened to someone more than 10 years later, he would probably be lying on the ground and opening the car up to choose a car. I'm really sorry. Why don't you leave me your phone number? If you have any problems with your waist in the future, please contact me. It's not your fault. You just want to do good things. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Don't talk about compensation. Just take care of my business when you have the chance in the future. As he said this, the driver took out a business card from his pocket with his name and phone number on it. Meng Lang walked out of the alley and looked at the time. It was already 11:30 in the evening. He didn't have a dime in his pocket. It would probably take him until late at night to walk home. At this time, the black SUV just turned around and came out of the alley. Meng Lang then noticed that the car was an Audi Q5. It seemed that the beautiful woman surnamed San was also a wealthy woman with a lot of family wealth. At this moment, the Audi Q5 suddenly stopped in front of Meng Lang. The rear window slowly lowered, and a drunken beauty appeared in front of Meng Lang. Alang, right? Where do you live? Do you want me to give you a ride? Sang Wanyan drank a lot tonight, and fell asleep when she got in the car. She had no idea what was happening outside the car. The designated driver just told her about Meng Lang's heroic act. I thought Meng Lang was just a scoundrel who hung out in bars and nightclubs, but I didn't expect him to have such a manly side, which made Sang Wanyan like Meng Lang a little more. Seeing that Meng Lang seemed to be waiting for a car, Sang Wanyan planned to give him a ride. Meng Lang was worried about how to get home, so how could he refuse such a good fortune, not to mention that he was riding in the same car with a beautiful woman. I live in Taipingli, is it convenient? After Meng Lang got in the car, Sang Wanyan, who seemed to be quite sober just now, seemed to be drunk again, and fell into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, and began to talk nonsense one after another. If you dare to have sex with other women behind my back, I will bring a wild man home to show you. I have been with you since I was 18, and you, a beast, actually have a mistress outside. And you are also unfilial. You didn't even come home on my birthday, and you only knew how to ask for money to please the little girl outside. You are the same kind of person as your father. Speaking of the latter, Meng Lang didn't know whether this woman regarded him as her husband or son. She scratched and scratched him, making him miserable. But facing a drunk woman, he could only grab the woman's hands to ask her not to scratch herself. But this woman was relentless and rushed directly towards Meng Lang. Meng Lang had nowhere to hide and almost drowned in a deep ditch full of sin. Chapter 8 Mother and Daughter Night Talk. Meng Lang finally pushed the woman away. Meng Lang almost couldn't control himself when he saw the blush on the woman's beautiful face, her plump lips slightly opening and closing to exhale fragrance, her delicate collarbone and her constantly rising and falling breathing under the sling slipping from her shoulders. After taking 2 deep breaths, Meng Lang barely calmed down his restless emotions. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his previous life. It was a pity that from the woman's drunken words, he learned that she had a husband. Meng Lang was a principled person and would never touch a married woman. The woman's home was not far from the pub, and Meng Lang didn't suffer for too long. The car quickly drove into a villa area and stopped in front of a 3-story villa. After Wei Xiong parked the car in the parking space, he raised his eyebrows at Meng Lang and said, "My service is over. The task of sending the beauty home is left to you." After that, he patted his butt and left. Only Meng Lang was left in the car looking at the woman who was already drunk and unconscious. What's going on here? If I send her home, won't I be beaten by her husband? Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But looking at the drunk woman in the back seat, he couldn't just leave her in the car. So, he could only get out of the car first, walk to the door of the villa, and ring the doorbell. But no one came to open the door for a long time, and it seemed that no one was at home. Meng Lang could only go back to the car, pat the woman's face, and wake her up. Wake up! It's your home, can you go back by yourself? The woman mumbled twice, opened her eyes reluctantly, and sat up. Then she took out a bunch of keys from her bag and handed them to Meng Lang. What else could Meng Lang say? He could only help the woman get out of the car, open the door with the key, and send her to the bedroom on the second floor under the woman's guidance. Just when Meng Lang thought he had accomplished his mission and was about to turn around and leave, the woman suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, looked at him with a pair of seductive eyes and said, "Am I not beautiful? Don't you want to touch me? Are you still a man?" Meng Lang was stunned by these three questions in a row. Of course he knew that according to the social principles of adults, a woman took the initiative to give him the key to their house and let him help her into the bedroom, which already meant that she allowed something to happen next. If it were some weak-willed guys standing here now, they would definitely not be able to control themselves at this time. But Meng Lang is a man with principles. If he said he would not touch a married man, he would never touch him. It's not that he is so noble, it's really too troublesome to touch a married woman. Boscow's deeds of killing 3 sages with one shot have been passed down through the ages, and Meng Lang is a physique that easily attracts mature women. If he can't stick to his principles, he will get into big trouble sooner or later. Sister, it's not that I don't want to, but you have a husband. I can't destroy your family. After returning home, Sang Wanyan's consciousness has gradually recovered. She is not a promiscuous woman, but she is really emotional today. It is inevitable that she is a little moved when she meets a man like Meng Lang who is pleasing to the eye, speaks humorously, and can do what is right. And she also has the idea of revenge on her cheating husband in her heart. Why can he have fun every night outside, but she can't be crazy? What she didn't expect was that Meng Lang was even more upright than she thought. He could refuse such temptation. He was completely different from her greedy and lustful husband. This made Sang Wanyan's favor for him rise. It's rare to meet such a reliable man. Maybe she just wanted to have a one-night stand before, but now it seems that it is not impossible to develop a long-term relationship. What's wrong with having a husband? He can have a life of debauchery outside, but I can't bring a man home. Sang Wanyan pulled the sling on her shoulder to the side, and her 2 slender legs overlapped, reflecting a delicate luster under the soft light. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Meng Lang's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt that every cell in his body was instigating him to commit a crime. Which man can resist such temptation? What principles or not, they are all shackles that imprison a happy sex life. Just this time. Just this time. I will never touch a married woman again. Meng Lang's heart was caught in a battle between heaven and man, and his desires were gushing out crazily. He couldn't help but find excuses in his heart to excuse himself. Sang Wanyan looked at Meng Lang's tangled look and laughed out loud, which was really bright and moving. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Look how anxious you are. Open the bedside table and see what's inside. Meng Lang heard this and walked to the bedside and pulled out the drawer. He saw a small red book lying quietly inside. Through the dim light of the bedside lamp, Meng Lang saw the 3 big words on the book: divorce certificate. Meng Lang's hot blood rushed to his head. Facing a divorced woman, he had no more worries. He jumped and started playing poker with her. Both players were at the peak of their poker skills. When they met today, they were evenly matched and the battle was tense for several times. The poker game lasted until late at night, and ended with Meng Lang losing hundreds of millions of happy beans. Just when Meng Lang lost all his happy beans, 2 beautiful women were discussing him. So, he pursued you for 3 years? Gan Yuru asked, lying on the bed, turning her head to look at her daughter sleeping beside her. Since her husband passed away, she has been busy with the family business, and such mother-daughter night talk has not happened for a long time. That's right, he confessed to you today just to get revenge that I always rejected him. Mom, you must believe me, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Li Shuyer couldn't wait to put on eye drops for Meng Lang in front of her mother, fearing that Meng Lang might become her stepfather. Gan Yuru is an adult, and has her own logical judgment on things, and did not listen to her daughter's one-sided words. From the brief contact with Meng Lang today, he doesn't seem like a person who will entangle unreasonably. How did you reject him? I told him that I don't want to fall in love for the time being, and I will consider him when I want to. Gan Yuru frowned when she heard this, feeling that her daughter's behavior seemed a bit inappropriate, but her daughter was still young, and perhaps she didn't have a very clear understanding of her feelings. So, you have a crush on Meng Lang? That's why you keep giving him hope and want to wait until the right time to date him. It's not like I have a crush on him. He's not handsome, his grades aren't good, and he doesn't have any advantages except that he's nice to me. Listening to her daughter complaining about Meng Lang's shortcomings, Gan Yuru frowned more and more. In her opinion, Meng Lang wasn't as bad as her daughter said. At least the Meng Lang she met today was calm and well-spoken. He may not be handsome, but is resolute and sunny, and looks like a more reliable person. Since you don't like him so much, why don't you reject him decisively? Why keep giving him hope? If he keeps chasing you, you keep dragging him like this. Li Shuyer said nonchalantly, "It's his business that he likes me, what does it have to do with me?" Girls should take the initiative in relationships, and can't be moved by men's little efforts. You must test him repeatedly until you are sure that you are really attracted to him, then you can give him a chance. There are so many people chasing me, how can I know which one is sincere if I don't test it more? Gan Yuru listened to her daughter's words and suddenly felt that she had paid too little attention to her daughter over the years, and she actually let her develop such a mindset. The more I listen, the more outrageous it is. Where did you learn this from? Am I Meng? One of my favorite writers, she is simply my spiritual mentor. It's simply misleading. You are not allowed to read her books in the future. Also, find an opportunity to make things clear with Meng Lang recently, don't delay them. Gan Yuru said sternly. Li Shuyer had forgotten how long it had been since she had been scolded so harshly. Today, her mother actually said this to her because of Meng Lang, which made her feel extremely wronged. Mom! Why do you always speak for Meng Lang? He even wanted to take back the phone he gave me today. If Zhu Jiahao hadn't spent money to buy it, I would have lost face. Chapter 9 He lives here too. Gan Yuru looked at her daughter's delicate little face full of grievances, and suddenly thought of a sentence, gold and jade on the outside, but rotten inside. You don't plan to accept him, why do you still accept his gift? It's just a mobile phone. It's only 8,000 yuan, why do you care? Li Shuyer's tone was already slightly crying, she didn't understand why her mother had to make a big deal about such a small matter. Is this a matter of money? This is a matter of being a human being. Dad and mom have created a very good family condition for you, you cannot care about 8,000 yuan, but for others, this may be the income of the whole family's hard work for a month. So what? He took the initiative to give it to me, and I didn't ask him for it. After that, Li Shuyer ran out of the room with tears in her eyes. Gan Yuru looked at her daughter's figure slamming the door and could only sigh silently. The company's affairs have already made her anxious, and now her daughter's education has exposed such a big problem. At this moment, she just feels exhausted. She suddenly feels that it is really difficult to support this family alone. If only her husband was still here. Looking at the family portrait on the bedside, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The next day, Meng Lang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Sang Wanyan, who was naked, woke up with him. She was not a promiscuous person. Yesterday was her first time having sex with a second man. Thinking of the crazy night she had with a boy 18 years younger than her last night, Sang Wanyan felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously covered her body with a quilt. Meng Lang acted very calmly. He had experienced too many such scenes in his previous life. He said nothing and hugged Sang Wanyan into his arms. Feeling the soft body in his arms, Meng Lang felt his body gradually getting hot. The body of an 18-year-old has a strong ability to recover. In his previous life, he actually wasted his peak career by being a bootlicker. Now he thinks that he really wasted his good talent. Feeling the boy's increasingly small movements, Sang Wanyan finally dared not to continue to play the ostrich, and hurriedly said, "No. My son may be back soon." Seeing that Sang Wanyan had no intention of continuing to do anything, Meng Lang did not force it. This kind of thing is interesting only when both parties are in love. Let me take a shower in the bathroom, I'll leave after the shower. Meng Lang said, and got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Sang Wanyan then got out of the quilt, picked up the clothes that fell on the bedside and prepared to put them on, only to find that the suspender skirt had been torn in the battle last night. Seeing the clothes that were torn beyond recognition, Sang Wanyan's face couldn't help but blush slightly. The feeling of breaking through the shackles last night was something she had never felt before, and now she couldn't help but recall it. She wanted to get up and get clothes from the closet, but she was afraid that Meng Lang would suddenly come out of the bathroom, so she simply lay on the bed and planned to wait for Meng Lang to leave before getting up to find clothes. Just then, the phone in her bag rang again. She reached out from under the quilt, took out her phone from her bag, and saw two unread text messages. One was a bank payment message, showing that 8,000 yuan had been received this morning. The other was a text message from her husband's business partner, who was also the mother of her son's classmate. She said that her son spent 8,000 yuan to give his daughter a mobile phone, and the other party expressed gratitude and returned the money. Sure enough, he is the same as his father, who only knows how to spend money to please other women. Just as Sang Wanyan replied to the text message, Meng Lang had already finished his shower. Then I'll leave first, Meng Lang said after putting on his clothes. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. He didn't even ask for a phone call. It seemed that he couldn't develop a long-term friendship. Just when Meng Lang was about to walk out of the room, Sang Wanyan suddenly called him. Wait. Meng Lang turned his head expectantly, thinking that Sang Wanyan was calling him to leave her phone number. Who would have thought that Sang Wanyan actually took out her wallet and pulled out a stack of money and put it beside the bed? Meng Lang was stunned. What does this mean? Who do you think I am? Am I someone who is short of this little money? Sang Wanyan seemed to see the problem in Meng Lang's mind from his stunned expression, and hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything else. She couldn't tell what the money meant for a while. Maybe she was very satisfied with last night, or maybe she thought that young men of this age should be short of money. Suddenly, she felt that doing so seemed to hurt Meng Lang's self-esteem, and hurriedly wanted to take the money back. Even if you don't want it. Before she finished speaking, her hand was held down by Meng Lang. Who said I don't want it? After saying that, Meng Lang put the money in his pocket and turned to walk out the door. Seeing Meng Lang's figure leaving in a chic manner, Sang Wanyan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Men are really bastards, they run away after eating. She slowly got up, found a pajamas to put on, and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom had just been used by Meng Lang, it was wet, and it seemed that his smell was still lingering. Turning on the shower head, the warm tap water poured on her exquisite body, making her unable to help but recall the aftertaste of last night. Just when she came out of the shower, she suddenly heard the doorbell downstairs. She thought her son forgot to bring the key, so she put on her pajamas and went downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw Meng Lang holding flowers in his left hand and holding small cakes in his right hand. Happy birthday! When Sang Wanyan heard this happy birthday, tears suddenly burst out. Meng Lang, who was thought to have left, actually came back and brought her flowers and cakes. She had forgotten how long it had been since someone said happy birthday to her. Her husband was out all day, and her son was not at home all day, so no one cared about her at all. And the boy in front of her, although he had only known her for one day, gave her the first birthday blessing in many years. She had to admit that she was completely moved at this moment. Sang Wanyan threw herself into Meng Lang's arms, hugged him tightly, and kissed him more crazily than last night. At this moment, she didn't care about anything anymore, she just wanted to be intimate with the boy in front of her. This was exactly what Meng Lang wanted. The moment he took the stack of banknotes from the woman's hand, he decided to completely conquer the woman's heart. This was the price she had to pay for looking down on him. From the living room on the first floor to the balcony on the second floor, and then to the bathroom in the bedroom. During this process, Meng Lang saw a family portrait of a family of 3 in the living room, which made him feel a strange pleasure. It's just that Sang Wanyan covered the heads of her ex-husband and son in the photo with Zhu Barji avatar stickers, so we can't see what they look like. From this, we can see that she is full of resentment towards these two people. 2 hours later, Meng Lang finally walked out of the villa with satisfaction. Looking back, he could still see Sang Wanyan standing on the balcony on the second floor looking at him. He remembered that place. They had just checked in there. Turning back and waving, Meng Lang strode out of the community. Just as he reached the gate of the community, Meng Lang suddenly saw a familiar person. Isn't he this Zhu Jiahao? He lives here too. Chapter 10. Have I really become his father? Zhu Jiahao played all night in the internet cafe last night. Li Shuyer chatted with him on QQ until late at night. After Li Shuyer went offline, he had nowhere to vent his excitement, so he simply poured it all into the game. Krypton Gold. Krypton Gold hard. He actually got a golden Alaska, which made him so excited that he played until he ran out of money before he reluctantly got off the plane. What to do if he ran out of money? Of course, he went home to ask his mother for money. Just as he was about to enter the community, a car came out and the automatic barrier was raised. Seeing this, he was too lazy to go around and use the small door for people to pass through, so he walked directly through the driveway and saw Meng Lang coming out. Meng Lang, why are you here? When he paused, the barrier had already fallen and was about to hit him on the head. Meng Lang hurriedly reminded, watch out for your head. Zhu Jiahao also realized the danger, subconsciously shrank his head, and rushed forward with his short legs. But his short legs ran too slowly and were hit by the barrier. Fortunately, the barrier automatically rose after sensing the obstacle, leaving Zhu Jiahao squatting on the ground holding his head and rubbing it. Meng Lang couldn't help laughing out loud. After a long time, Zhu Jiahao stood up again. Seeing Meng Lang laughing so hard, his face turned red with anger. Just laugh. See how long you can laugh. Do you know how long Xu Huaye and I chatted on QQ last night? We chatted from early morning to late night, and Xu Huaye even said good night to me. And there's more. Xu Huaye told me that she will never forgive you again, and asked me to tell you not to look for her again in the future. Zhu Jiahao thought Meng Lang would be angry after hearing these words, but he didn't expect Meng Lang to keep looking at him with a smile, without any anger, and there seemed to be some kindness in his smile. This gave Zhu Jiahao an illusion that Meng Lang's expression was a bit like the way his father looked at him. Very good, you keep working hard and strive to become my stepson-in-law as soon as possible, so that you can call me Dad, and then Dad will give you a Lamborghini. Listening to Meng Lang's joking words, Zhu Jiahao clenched his fists, wishing he could rush up and punch Meng Lang in the face. But he knew he couldn't beat him, so he shouted to the security booth behind him. Security. This man is not from our community, maybe he is here to steal things, quickly arrest him and send him to the police station. The security of this high-end community is still very powerful, and soon 2 tall security guards rushed out of the security booth. Meng Lang thought to himself, I am indeed here to steal, but I am not stealing things, I am stealing people. The 2 security guards walked in front of Meng Lang and looked at him vigilantly, as if he couldn't give a suitable reason, they would really arrest him. Sir, we seem to have never seen you before. Which owner are you a guest of? Meng Lang glanced at Zhu Jiahao's smug face and said, it was the owner of A18 who invited me to his home to play poker. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jiahao immediately yelled, bullshit. My home is A18. When did I invite you to my home to play poker? He was also confused by his words. Zhu Jiahao's family also lives in A18? Then what is his relationship with Sang Wanyan? Meng Lang suddenly remembered the family photo he saw in the living room. Although the head was covered, the short and fat figure. Damn it. Isn't this? This is too exciting. Thinking of this, Meng Lang looked at Zhu Jiahao with a more loving look. Originally, asking him to call Dad was just a joke, but he didn't expect that this could really become true. He just said that he would give Zhu Jiahao a Lamborghini when he changed his name to call him Dad. Now he has to work hard to make money. If he can't afford it by then, it will be very embarrassing. Meng Lang is very firm in his words. If he says he will give a Lamborghini, he will definitely give it. But he really can't figure out how Zhu Jiahao has grown up to be such a bear with such a beautiful mother. Seeing Meng Lang smiling at him, Zhu Jiahao thought he was guilty and shouted, huh? You have nothing to say now. Uncle Security. He just lied, catch him quickly. Hearing this, the 2 security guards immediately approached Meng Lang. Wait. Why don't you make a phone call to confirm first? I can't run away standing here. Seeing Meng Lang so calm, the 2 security guards were afraid of making a mistake and offending someone. After looking at each other, one of them returned to the security booth to make a phone call. Zhu Jiahao was so happy about his misfortune that he even took out his cell phone and prepared to take a photo of Meng Lang being caught by the security guard and send it to Li Shuya. But what he never expected was that not long after, the security guard who went to make the call came back and apologized to Meng Lang. Sorry. We made a mistake. We have confirmed that you are indeed a guest of A18. It's okay. You are also doing your job. It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone for making trouble here. Meng Lang said as he looked at Zhu Jiahao. The 2 security guards looked at Zhu Jiahao with a little more blame in their eyes, but Zhu Jiahao was the owner, and they couldn't do anything to him. How is it possible? Did you call the wrong number? Zhu Jiahao looked unbelievable. I called the landline of the owner of A18, it's definitely not wrong, the security guard replied. Impossible. Only my mother is at home in A18, how could she ask someone to go home and play poker? Zhu Jiahao said excitedly. The two security guards seemed to have thought of something when they heard it, and their expressions became very interesting. There was a bit of inexplicable meaning in their eyes when they looked at Meng Lang. They ignored Zhu Jiahao, who was shouting. The owners living in this high-end community were either rich or noble. The two little security guards would not get involved in the grudges and family affairs of the rich. Meng Lang also ignored Zhu Jiahao, who was chattering, and strode out of the community gate. Only Zhu Jiahao was left with his short legs, running towards home. He wanted to find out what was going on. Meng Lang took a taxi on the side of the road and wanted to go home directly, but when he was looking for a mobile phone, he accidentally took out the lottery ticket in his pocket. Meng Lang then remembered to check the final result of the World Cup match between the Netherlands and Brazil last night. 3G network is not as fast as the future 5G. Meng Lang finally found the result after the browser on his phone ran for a long time. Netherlands 2:1 Brazil. Meng Lang couldn't help but squeeze his fist excitedly. Open the calculator on his phone. 13,068 times 4.6 equals 60,112.8. After deducting 20% tax, there is still 48,090 yuan left. Although the amount received is less than 50,000 yuan, because the total prize money exceeds 50,000 yuan, it can only be redeemed at the Municipal Sports Lottery Center. Meng Lang directly asked the driver to turn around and drive towards the Municipal Sports Lottery Center. Chapter 11 Lottery Ticket Redemption. After arriving at Jiangju Sports Lottery Center, Meng Lang followed the sign to the lottery redemption counter. At this time, the counter was empty, with no one else there except Meng Lang. This is normal. Even if most people gamble on sports, they will not bet too much. The prize money is unlikely to exceed 50,000 yuan, and most people redeem it at a sports lottery store. Meng Lang handed over his ID card and lottery ticket, waiting for the staff to check. Just then, a skinny middle-aged man wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses, a washed-out short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of leather slippers stood behind Meng Lang. He looked a bit like the landlord in Kung Fu. "Little brother, you also bet on the Dutch team to win," said the middle-aged man excitedly with his thin face. Meng Lang didn't know this person either, so he just nodded slightly without any further response. "How much was pressed?" the middle-aged man asked. Meng Lang did not answer, but instead became wary. There are all kinds of people these days, and who knows if someone would take a risk for a few tens of thousands of dollars. It is better not to reveal any information about yourself casually. "Little brother, if you don't mind, I'm just too excited and want to find someone to talk to. You don't know that when I saw the Brazilian team score a goal and take the lead in 10 minutes yesterday, I almost jumped off the building. The money I use to buy lottery tickets is all private money that I have hidden from my wife for more than 10 years. I would be so heartbroken if I lost it. Fortunately, Melo's own goal really saved my life." Listening to the chatter around him, Meng Lang gradually let down his guard. Just a pathetic middle-aged man. Not long after, the staff member had completed the verification work and looked at Meng Lang and asked, "Sir, do you want to transfer money or check? Do you sell lottery tickets here? I plan to continue betting, but it's too troublesome to transfer the money back and forth. Can I just buy a ticket for the next football game?" Meng Lang looked at the staff and asked. "Sure, please wait a moment." This was obviously not the first time the staff had encountered such a thing. They took Meng Lang to another counter and asked, "Sir, which show do you want to buy?" "Tonight's World Cup, Germany versus Argentina, place all your bets on Germany to win." "Oh, I still have 2,000 yuan here, buy them all for me." As he spoke, Meng Lang took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. This was what Sang Wanyan had given him this morning. Excluding the money he had used to buy flowers and cakes in the morning, and the money he had used to take a taxi just now, he still had more than 2,300 yuan. Meng Lang kept more than 300 yuan for himself and placed the rest on the counter. "Let me confirm with you again. The odds of Germany winning this time are 3.6. The total is 50,090 yuan. I'm going to bet on Germany winning, right?" "That's right." Meng Lang nodded in confirmation. After a while, Meng Lang took the newly won lottery ticket and was about to go out when the middle-aged man appeared in front of him and approached him with a mysterious look on his face. Little brother, do you have any inside information? All this money is used to buy Germany. Argentina is the favorite to win the championship. Messi is so strong this year, and every player on the Argentine team is a star. Meng Lang looked at the humble demeanor and tone of the middle-aged man and almost laughed at his question. What inside information can there be about the World Cup? Do you think it's the Chinese Super League? Then why are you so sure that the German team can win? The middle-aged man asked. It's just my intuition. I won the money anyway, so I might as well give it a try and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Meng Lang replied perfunctorily and continued walking towards the door. Let's take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, the middle-aged man muttered, looking at Meng Lang's back as he left. He gritted his teeth and returned to the prize redemption counter. As soon as he walked out of the sports lottery center, the cell phone in Meng Lang's pocket rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the name on the caller ID was Meng Haihua, his father. Because it was a graduation party yesterday, Meng Lang told him in advance that he might not go home that night, so he didn't call him last night. It's already noon today, so he should call to ask Meng Lang if he's coming home for lunch. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Meng Lang heard his father's voice on the other end of the phone. Will you go home for lunch? Yes, I'm going to take the bus. It will take about half an hour to get home. Meng Lang replied. Okay, I'll get an extra meal from the cafeteria. After a brief conversation, the call was hung up. There were many people trying to get taxis at noon, and Meng Lang waited for several minutes but still couldn't get a taxi. At this time, the skinny middle-aged man who had just spoken to Meng Lang also walked out of the sports lottery center. Seeing Meng Lang waiting for a bus on the side of the road, he immediately walked over, as if he wanted to continue exchanging experiences with Meng Lang. But when he was halfway there, a plump, curly-haired lady grabbed his ear. Great! Yuan Hua, you've become more capable. You lied to me that you were going to buy groceries, but you ended up buying lottery tickets, right? Tell me. How much private money have you hidden from me? It hurts, let go quickly. Wife. I didn't lose money, I won this time. If you don't believe me, look. The skinny middle-aged man immediately took out a check from his pocket. The fat lady snatched the check, took a look at it, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, more than 50,000. Yes, wife. I won so much this time, can you leave some for me, said the skinny middle-aged man with a pitiful look on his face. Hearing this, the fat lady sneered, I think you are still dreaming. The middle-aged man suddenly had a bitter face. He won the prize with great difficulty, but he was not happy for a few minutes before his wife took away the money. Even the cost of buying the lottery ticket was lost. Meng Lang could only sigh again at the miserable middle-aged man, stopped a taxi, and drove towards home. Meng Lang's home is in a community called Taipingli, which is the residential area for employees of the Jiangsu Municipal Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Meng Haihua has been working at the Jiangsu Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce since he started working. Although he is over 40 and is still only a deputy section chief, the unit's welfare benefits are still very good. We live in the family housing allocated by the unit, eat in the unit's canteen, and various daily necessities are distributed during festivals. It is not so particular for a father and his son to live together, they can still live a good life by just getting by. It's just that Meng Lang in his previous life ruined all of this, offended people he shouldn't have offended, and caused his father to be ostracized at work. Finally, Meng Haihua could no longer bear the oppression, so he gritted his teeth and took out all the family savings to start a business, but ended up losing everything. Even this house was used to pay off the debt. Meng Haihua, who was less than 50 years old, suffered a stroke due to anger and was admitted to a nursing home. Recalling his past life in his mind, Meng Lang went all the way to the 5th floor and arrived at the familiar door of his home. After knocking twice, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat like Meng Lang opened the door. I'm back. Come and eat quickly, or it'll get cold. Meng Haihua picked up a pair of slippers from the shoe rack and threw them in front of Meng Lang, then invited him into their house. The meals were brought back from the company cafeteria. Meng Haihua is very busy at work and has no time to cook for Meng Lang, so the two of them have been making do over the years. We eat outside in the morning, go to the cafeteria to get 2 portions of food at noon, and cook some noodles or something with the leftovers in the evening. Today's meal is pretty good, with fried pork with dried tofu, fried ham with cauliflower, and steamed spare ribs with rice flour. In his previous life, ever since his father left the unit, Meng Lang had never eaten in the unit cafeteria again. The cafeteria food that I used to get tired of now tastes so delicious. Halfway through the meal, Meng Hai was suddenly asked, "How is your driving school registration going?" The chopsticks that Meng Lang was using to pick up food suddenly stopped in mid-air. Of course he didn't sign up for a driving school, and all the money he had spent on it has been turned into lottery tickets. But it's not an easy thing to tell my dad about this directly. He's a rather old-fashioned man. I don't know how angry he would be if he knew that he spent so much money on lottery tickets. Not yet. Don't worry, I've made an appointment with Lu Fei to go to the driving school together in a few days. After saying that, Meng Lang quickly changed the subject and said, "Dad, how are you getting along with Aunt Zhao?" You know. Meng Hai's honest face showed a bit of guilt. He had mentioned this matter to Meng Lang in a roundabout way before, but Meng Lang's attitude had always been against it, so much so that when he found someone he liked, he didn't know how to tell his son. Of course Meng Lang knew it. In his previous life, it was because he ruined his father's marriage that he offended people and caused his father to be unable to survive in the system. I heard from others that Aunt Zhao is the daughter of the head of your unit, right? Chapter 12, Dinner with a Big Thigh. You don't object? Meng Haiwo was a little surprised to see Meng Lang's attitude. Why should I object? If you can marry the director's daughter, I would be more than happy. By this calculation, I can barely be considered a third-generation official. Maybe if you work harder, I can become a real second-generation official. Meng Lang said in a joking tone. Don't listen to other people's gossip. Your Aunt Zhao and I are truly together. It has nothing to do with whether her father is the director. Although I don't know why my son's personality suddenly changed so much, I don't object to him remarrying. At least it relieves a big worry for him. Actually, your Aunt Zhao wants to invite you to have dinner this afternoon. It's also the first time for the two families to meet. Are you free this afternoon? Meng Haihua looked at Meng Lang and asked. Go, of course I have to go. The sooner you get married, the sooner I can become a high-ranking official. Meng Haihua tapped Meng Lang on the head with chopsticks and said, You are so old, but you are still not serious. Meng Lang had finished his meal by now. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked towards his room. He planned to take a nap and get enough rest to attend the dinner tonight. Before entering the room, Meng Lang turned his head and looked at Zhao Haiwo and said seriously, Dad, I was ignorant before, but now I have grown up and you don't have to worry about me anymore. You should live your life well in the future. It would be best if you could give me a brother or sister or something. After saying that, he closed the door of the room. Meng Haihua felt a little sad when listening to what his son said. Time passed so quickly. The son who used to cry and make a fuss to be held by him has now grown up. He took 2 big bites of rice and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Meng Lang returned to his room and lay on the bed in the most comfortable position. I recalled the dinner I had this afternoon in my previous life. In order to oppose his father's remarriage, he deliberately made a big scene at the dinner party, which not only disappointed his father, but also offended his father's immediate superior at the workplace. This incident spread like wildfire and made the top leader lose face. From then on, my father became extremely embarrassed at work, even though nothing was done directly against him. But there are always some people who like to curry favor and deliberately make things difficult for Meng Haihua. Especially after the leader was promoted at the end of this year, more people took action against Meng Haihua in order to curry favor with him. This forced Meng Haihua to leave the system. Thinking of this, Meng Lang really wanted to slap himself in the face. If he hadn't caused trouble in his previous life, his father might have had a powerful father-in-law, and his future would not have been smooth sailing, but it would have definitely been a smooth journey. As he was thinking, Meng Lang fell into a deep sleep. He had been fighting for half the night before and had done 2 hours of intensive labor this morning. Even though he was a strong 18-year-old boy, he couldn't help feeling tired. I slept from noon to 5 p.m. After washing up, Meng Lang went out and came to a private kitchen restaurant not far from his home. This private chef restaurant has an elegant environment. Although it is not large in scale, every detail is exquisite. Of course, the prices of the dishes are not cheap. Meng Haihua was already waiting for him at the restaurant entrance, and the two of them entered a private room called Happy Marriage together. Meng Lang waited in the box for about 20 minutes. Meng Haihua pushed open the door from the outside and invited a man who looked to be in his 50s into the box. The man was slightly plump, with neatly trimmed short hair, giving him a very capable look. His temples were already a little gray, and his face had deep nasolabial lines, making him look a little serious when he had no expression on his face. Meng Lang knew that the old man was named Zhao Qiushan, his father's immediate superior, and that he would be promoted by the end of the year. He was the absolute protagonist of this dinner. Without his consent, no matter how true the feelings between my father and Aunt Zhao were, they were destined not to be together. There was also a woman in her early 30s following Meng Haihua. She was naturally Aunt Zhao, and her full name was Zhao Yarji. She was not pretty, but she was the type who looked comfortable. She was wearing a light green dress, which gave her a clear and elegant feeling. Seeing the two people come in, Meng Lang quickly stood up and greeted them. Zhao Yarji looked at Meng Lang with a warm smile on her face. "Is this Xiao Lang? You are as tall and handsome as your father. This is the first time we meet, and I don't know what gift to give you, so I asked my friend abroad to buy a tablet computer to see if you like it." As she spoke, she handed Meng Lang a white box with the Apple logo printed on it. Apple's first-generation iPad is a new product released by Apple in early 2010. It is only sold in the United States, has not entered the international market, and is not available in China at all. She gave Meng Haihua such an expensive gift when they met for the first time. It also shows that Zhao Yarji is sincere to Meng Haihua and wants to gain Meng Lang's approval. Meng Lang did not let her down and accepted it generously. "I said very solemnly, 'Thank you, Aunt Zhao.'" Seeing Meng Lang accept the gift, Zhao Yarji also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Haihua had talked to her about Meng Lang's attitude before. She originally thought that she still had a long way to go if she wanted to join this family, but now it seems that Meng Lang is not very disgusted with her. Compared to Zhao Yarji's enthusiasm, Zhao Qiushan was much colder. He just nodded at Meng Lang without saying much. He was actually not very satisfied with Meng Haihua. As a subordinate, Meng Haihua is down to earth and hard-working. He is the backbone of the unit. He is sincere and does not fight or compete, which is naturally excellent. But if we look at Meng Haihua from the perspective of a son-in-law, then he is too mediocre. Not competing or fighting is modesty and down to earth, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, it means that he has no ambition. What's more, Meng Haihua is a second-time married woman with a child. However, Zhao Yarji just fell in love with Meng Haihua, and he, as a father, had no good solution. He came here this time because he couldn't resist his daughter's pleading. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to show his attitude to Meng Haihua, hoping that Meng Haihua could be more sensible and take the initiative to leave his daughter. Seeing Zhao Qiushan's cold expression, the atmosphere in the box became a little silent, and Zhao Yarji and Meng Haihua both looked unhappy. Meng Lang took the initiative to get close to him. Zhao Qiushan was a golden thigh for him now, and he had to help his father hold him tightly. "Grandpa Zhao, are you going to be promoted soon?" Meng Lang's question immediately shocked everyone present. Meng Haihua and Zhao Yarji both looked at Meng Lang with incredible eyes, wondering why he suddenly asked such a question. But the most shocked person was Zhao Qiushan. Not long ago, his old boss mentioned to him that his rank might be raised. But he had never told anyone about this, not even to Zhao Yarji. How could Meng Lang, who had just graduated from high school, know about it? He must clarify this issue. To be able to sit in his current position, he naturally has made many enemies. If others find out, his promotion this year may encounter unexpected setbacks. "Lang, don't talk nonsense." Just when Meng Haihua was about to interrupt Meng Lang's nonsense, he was stopped by Zhao Qiushan. "Let him talk. I'm curious, why did Lang say I'm getting promoted?" Chapter 13: Zhao Qiushan's change of perspective. Why did Zhao Qiushan get promoted? Of course Meng Lang didn't know the answer to this question, and he didn't need to know. But his experience in his previous life told him that Zhao Qiushan would be promoted to deputy mayor of Jiangsu City by the end of this year. That's enough. Meng Lang did this just to attract Zhao Qiushan's attention. Zhao Qiushan has looked serious since he entered the box, without even a polite smile. It is simply impossible for him to reach the position of director without acting according to circumstances. It is obvious that he does not think highly of Meng Haihua, so he deliberately puts on such an attitude, hoping that Meng Haihua will give up. He even looked down on Meng Haihua, so he looked down even more on Meng Lang, a high school graduate who couldn't even get into college. If he didn't come up with a surprise move, Meng Lang might not even have the chance to have a serious word with him. Then the dinner ended in this silent and awkward environment. Thinking of this, Meng Lang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He always thought that the reason his father couldn't be with Aunt Zhao in his previous life was because he made a big scene at the dinner party and offended Zhao Qiushan. But judging from Zhao Qiushan's attitude today, even if he didn't make a fuss, the chances of Dad and Aunt Zhao finally getting together would be slim. Is it possible that in my previous life, the quarrel I caused at the dinner party was the result of Zhao Qiushan's deliberate act? After all, he was just an impulsive and brainless high school student at the time, and he was easily angered. For a veteran official like Zhao Qiushan, a few ambiguous words could easily stir up his emotions and make him make mistakes impulsively. Meng Lang could also guess the motive behind Zhao Qiushan's behavior. He didn't want to hurt the father-daughter relationship between him and Zhao Yarji because of Meng Haihua's matter. As long as Meng Lang made both parties embarrassed at the dinner, Meng Haihua and Zhao Yarji naturally had no way to continue to be together. In this way, Zhao Qiushan could separate the two without bloodshed. The memories of his previous life kept replaying in Meng Lang's mind, and some details that had been overlooked at the time were gradually sorted out by him. Finally, Meng Lang came to a conclusion. That's right, in his previous life, it was Zhao Qiushan who deliberately angered him, which led to what happened later. Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an old fox who could reach a high position. His means of controlling people's hearts were truly amazing. It's a pity that Meng Lang won't give him the opportunity to use his tricks this time. A large part of the misery that Meng Haihua experienced in the second half of his life in his previous life was caused by Zhao Qiushan. In this life, Meng Lang wanted Zhao Qiushan to be the stepping stone for the father and son of the Meng family to move towards success. My thoughts went around in a circle in just a moment. Facing Zhao Qiushan's question, Meng Lang rolled his eyes and gave an answer. My father told me all that. Oh? Really? Zhao Qiushan turned his gaze to Meng Haihua. But Meng Haihua looked stunned, as if he had no idea what was going on. Seeing his father's stunned look, Meng Lang quickly answered, my father is too low-key and doesn't like to show off in front of others. He told me at home that day that there are too many and too complicated departments involved in market supervision, and many departments pass the buck to each other, resulting in too low efficiency. Before long, the relevant units will be merged or eliminated. For example, our Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Food and Drug Administration, and Quality Supervision Bureau can be merged. This will ensure clear responsibilities and powers and streamline the administrative team. If the merger really happens, a capable and experienced leader like you, Grandpa Zhao, will definitely be the first person in charge of the new unit. I thought that since this new unit is a merger of several units, its responsibilities and powers must have been expanded, so isn't this a disguised promotion for you? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Food and Drug Administration, and Quality Supervision Bureau will be merged into the Market Supervision Administration. This is something that will happen in the future. In his previous life, Meng Lang paid special attention to it because his father was from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Although the pilot program did not begin until 2014, it was not fully rolled out across the country until around 2018. However, such an important administrative change could not have been carried out without any discussion and verification in advance. Given Zhao Qiushan's level and position, he would definitely have received the signal in advance. Meng Lang said this at this time just to enhance his father's image in Zhao Qiushan's heart. After hearing Meng Lang say yes, Zhao Qiushan felt a little relieved. It seemed that Meng Lang's statement that he was about to be promoted was just a guess, and the news was not leaked. However, the way he looked at Meng Haihua had indeed changed. Sitting in this position, he has access to more information than the average person. During this period, there was indeed discussion on the feasibility of merging market regulatory departments. However, there is no formal document. Logically speaking, with Meng Haihua's level, it is impossible for him to know this high-level information. Could it be that he really doesn't like to show off, but has a keen sense of policy changes from above? Sensitivity to policy trends is an extremely important talent. If this is true, then Meng Haihua is truly a rare talent. If Meng Lang knew what Zhao Qiushan was thinking now, he would definitely laugh out loud. He was reborn, so he knows exactly what policy changes will occur in the future. Although Meng Haihua didn't know why his son made up such a story, he could clearly notice that the way Zhao Qiushan looked at him was completely different from before, and naturally he wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his son's lie. Haihua, from what aspects did you come to the conclusion that the three bureaus might be merged? Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Haihua and asked. The main reason is that I have heard people who come to work in our company complain that the responsibilities and powers of various departments are not clearly divided in some matters. People who don't know the business can't find the corresponding department at all, and they may have to run around between different departments for several days to handle a small matter. Although Meng Haihua is rather honest, he has been in the system for more than 10 years and already knows the answer. He has no problem talking about his ideas. Zhao Qiushan nodded slightly and said, "It seems that you do your work very hard. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deduce the direction of policy adjustments from the upper echelons from some minor details." This was the first time he showed a positive attitude towards Meng Haihua since entering the box. Zhao Yaji looked at the two men who had found a topic to talk about, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were full of gratitude as she looked at Meng Lang. If Meng Lang hadn't started the topic, with Meng Haihua's taciturn personality, even if she had strategies in mind, she would have no chance to show them in front of her father. "Xiao Lang, I heard that your college entrance exam this year was not going well. Do you want to repeat the year? The head teacher of the key class in the number 1 middle school is my best friend since childhood. How about I tell her and let you study in her class for a year?" Zhao Yarji wanted to help Meng Lang with his studies to repay his help today. But Meng Lang didn't want to repeat his studies now. He was not good at studying. Even if he repeated a year, he could only get into a second-tier university at best. It would be better for him to make money as soon as possible. Forget it. You don't have to go to college to contribute to society, and I've already made plans to start my own business, so I won't bother you, Auntie. Are you going to start a business at such a young age? Do you have any specific plans? What industry are you planning to go into? Zhao Qiushan became interested in Meng Lang's entrepreneurial ideas and asked casually. When it comes to popular entrepreneurial tracks, Meng Lang naturally knows a lot. Since 2010, internet industries such as group buying, food delivery, and taxi hailing have all been popular. But Meng Lang neither understands technology nor has any connections. If he rushes into these unfamiliar fields rashly, he will definitely be eaten up by the internet giants without leaving anything behind. Therefore, Meng Lang plans to start from his old business in his previous life, and he has already found a suitable entry point. As long as the funds are in place, he will be able to set up the business quickly. But it was difficult for him to talk about this project in front of these elders. "I have just graduated from school and am not familiar with the various industries in society. I want to take some time to observe and then make a decision. But I am ready and determined to fight, and I will not let my father down." Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang's confident look and couldn't help but nodded. It's not that I think Meng Lang is so outstanding, but for a kid who just graduated from high school, he can talk to him calmly and confidently, recognize his own shortcomings, and have clear steps in doing things. Putting aside academic performance, such performance is already outstanding among peers. Very good. I'm free tomorrow morning at 11:30. Please come to my office. Recently, the higher authorities have issued a lot of guiding documents to encourage entrepreneurship. I'll show them to you. Maybe they will be of some help to you. Chapter 14 Plumber. Both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal very much. After a detailed discussion with Meng Haihua, Zhao Qiushan no longer objected to Zhao Yarji's relationship with him. However, he still needs to continue observing whether the two can get married. Both parties left the hotel and went home. On their way, Zhao Yarji looked at her father and said, "Let me tell you. After you have a detailed chat with Haihua, you will definitely change your opinion of him." Zhao Qiushan just smiled and nodded slightly. He really didn't expect that Meng Haihua, who has always been taciturn, would have such a high level of political insight. But it was impossible for him to accept Meng Haihua as his son-in-law so easily. He has only one daughter, and his political legacy will definitely be passed on to his son-in-law, so he must choose someone with outstanding abilities and good character. It now seems that Meng Haihua's character may be acceptable, but his abilities still need further examination. On the other side, Meng Haihua was chatting with Meng Lang about tonight's meal. "Where did you learn those words you just said to the director? I don't remember telling you these things." Meng Lang rolled his eyes and said, "I read it on a Chinese forum online. There are many experts on the internet." Meng Haihua heard this and did not ask any further questions. Zhao Qiushan's attitude towards him changed. ultimately thanks to what Meng Lang said today. But in the end, he, who is cautious and conservative by nature, still reminded her, say less such irrelevant words in the future. Meng Lang could only shrug his shoulders to express his helplessness. Given Meng Haihua's personality, he still has a long way to go if he wants to gain Zhao Chushan's complete approval. After returning home, Meng Haihua washed up and went to bed early. He had to go to work the next day and couldn't stay up late. Meng Lang slept for several hours in the afternoon and now he was not sleepy at all. He tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep. He simply got up, went to the living room, turned on the TV, and watched the World Cup matches broadcast on CCTV5. But the game was almost coming to an end at this time. Meng Lang looked at the score. Good job. Germany 4 o'clock Argentina. Isn't it said that Argentina is the favorite to win? Isn't it said that every person is a football star? Isn't there Leo Yossi to keep the place in check? That's it? We were beaten 4 o'clock. If only Meng Lang had known the score of the game earlier, a score of 4 o'clock, the odds would have been very high. It's a pity that he didn't see the sliced video of this game when he was watching short videos in his previous life. If he had seen it, Meng Lang would definitely have some impression of such a huge score difference. Fortunately, Spain's game is tomorrow. Meng Lang knows that Spain will win 1 o'clock no matter who they play against starting from the 1/8 finals this year. Bet on Spain 1 o'clock tomorrow, a sure win. However, although the score was 1 o'clock against the Netherlands in the final, that goal was scored in overtime. According to the rules of football lottery, the score only counts the results of the 90-minute match. Therefore, in the 2010 World Cup final, you can only get the bonus if you bet on 0:0. Readers who are lucky enough to be reborn should pay attention. The odds of betting on the score are much higher than those of betting on the outcome. After watching the game, Meng Lang finally felt sleepy. He lay back on the bed and was about to go to sleep when his cell phone rang, with the unique beeping sound of QQ messages. Meng Lang has already forgotten how many years it has been since he last heard the QQ message ringtone. In the future, who will use QQ anymore? I picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Li Shuya. You didn't even come to apologize to me for a day, I will never talk to you again. Meng Lang scratched his head as he read the message. A question mark, was slowly typed in the dialog box. Didn't we agree yesterday not to contact each other anymore? Why is she so crazy now? After sending this question mark, Meng Lang directly blocked Li Shuya's QQ to avoid being disturbed by her noise. Seeing the question mark Meng Lang sent back, Li Shuya gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't know what medicine her mother had taken wrong, but she insisted that she talk to Meng Lang clearly and apologize to him, otherwise she would cut off her pocket money. If not for this, she would not have taken the initiative to send a message to Meng Lang. She didn't expect that even though she took the initiative to contact Meng Lang, he would have this attitude. What does a question mark mean? She quickly edited another message, questioning Meng Lang's attitude. This time, the response she got was not a question mark, but a red exclamation mark. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. He actually blocked me. Meng Lang, you bastard. From childhood to adulthood, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing Li Shuya, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to add her on QQ. This was the first time that someone blocked her, and she was the one who took the initiative to send a message to Meng Lang, and then was blocked. This made her feel extremely humiliated and she was so angry that tears were about to come out. She really wished Meng Lang would disappear from this world forever, so that no one would know about her shame. But thinking of her mother blackmailing her with her pocket money, she had to go to Meng Lang again. After sulking in the room for a long time, Li Shuya finally calmed down and sent a message to her number 1 bootlicker. Zhu Jiahao, do you know what Meng Lang is doing recently? Although it was already late at night, Zhu Jiahao, as the number 1 bootlicker, still replied to the message immediately. I know. I ran into him this morning, and he lied to me that he was playing poker at my house, but he was actually called by my mom to clean the sore. He must be afraid that I would know that he is a plumber and look down on him. How vain. You didn't see how surprised my mom was when she found out he was my classmate. Thinking that Meng Lang had now become a dirty and smelly plumber and was no longer qualified to compete with him for Li Shuya, Zhu Jiahao couldn't help but squeal like a pig with excitement. Li Shuya looked at the QQ message Zhu Jiahao sent back and fell into deep thought. Plumber? Is it because Meng Lang feels inferior because he is a plumber and feels unworthy of me that he blocked me on QQ? It must be like this. It's impossible for someone who has been pursuing you for 3 years to just stop pursuing you, right? Please ask Auntie Sang which housekeeping company Meng Lang works for as a plumber. I have something I want to talk to him about in person. Although he didn't know what Li Shuyer wanted to do with Meng Lang, Zhu Jiahao, as a bootlicker, still faithfully fulfilled his mission. No problem, but my mom seems very tired today and fell asleep very early. I will tell you tomorrow morning after I find out. Li Shuyer gritted her teeth in hatred when she thought about how Meng Lang had blocked her on QQ and how she had to go to great lengths to find him. This time she must speak clearly to him and let him know that he will never have the chance to be with me again. When the time comes, I will make him regret what he did to me in the past 2 days. Chapter 15 Gan Yuru's Big Trouble. The next morning, Sang Wanyan was still immersed in her dream. In her dream, she was making love with the boy from yesterday in the room. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door, and she was so scared that she woke up instantly. After waking up, she discovered that the door of her room was really being knocked loudly. Sang Wanyan reluctantly put on her pajamas, got up and opened the door. Then she saw her son Zhu Jiahao standing at the door. Mom! Which housekeeping company does Meng Lang work for? He's the same Meng Lang who came to our house to unclog the sewer yesterday. Hearing her son asking about Meng Lang, Sang Wanyan seemed a little flustered. Yesterday, when she learned that Meng Lang, who had had intimate relationships with her family many times, was actually her son's high school classmate, she could not control the shock on her face. Although she is divorced now, she is free to have a relationship with anyone. But it is somewhat embarrassing when the other person is your son's classmate. She could only lie to Zhu Jiahao and say that Meng Lang came to their house to repair the sewer. Fortunately, Zhu Jiahao did not suspect anything at the time. She thought that the matter had just passed. At most, she would just have to be more cautious when contacting Meng Lang in the future so as not to be discovered by her son. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, Zhu Jiahao knocked on her door in a hurry and asked about Meng Lang. This made her not know how to answer for a moment. After being stunned for a long time, she pretended to be angry and looked at Zhu Jiahao and said, "You disturbed my sleep just for such a trivial matter. If you have nothing to do, go find your dad. Don't stay here with me. It's annoying just to see you." After saying that, Sang Wanyan closed the door. After being scolded, Zhu Jiahao immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. But judging from the conflicted look on his face, it wasn't because he was upset at being scolded by Sang Wanyan. Instead, he felt disappointed because he failed to complete what Li Shuyer had asked him to do and lost the opportunity to show himself in front of the goddess. At the same time, Meng Lang had already brought the lottery ticket and came to the City Sports Lottery Center again. Based on the odds of 3.6, the 50,090 yuan that Meng Lang bet yesterday has now become 144,259.2 yuan. That's more than 140,000. Meng Lang thought about the first time he made so much money in his previous life, which was after he entered the sex toy industry. That day, when he was buying sexy lingerie in the live broadcast room, he shared his story of being a dog licker. I don't know which words touched the heart of a local tycoon. The rich man was so excited that he sent him a large string of rockets in one breath, which instantly made his live broadcast room popular. That month, he received nearly 140,000 yuan in share of gifts and income from sales. From then on, Meng Lang's life became better. Even so, that money was not as easy to come by as it is now. It's a pity that making money by buying football lottery is only temporary. When the World Cup is over, Meng Lang will no longer have the advantage of foresight. You still have to rely on your own efforts to truly achieve financial freedom. Meng Lang sighed and walked into the sports lottery center. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw the middle-aged man named Yuan Huer who was caught buying lottery tickets by his wife yesterday running towards him. "Little brother. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Meng Lang immediately became alert. "What are you waiting for me for?" "Thank you. My wife took away all the money I won from the lottery yesterday. But I listened to you, took a chance, and bought 5,000 yuan of German winnings, and I actually won. Fortunately, I have you, my little brother. Otherwise, all the private money I have saved for so many years would be gone." Meng Lang heard this and then he understood what was going on. "It's your own business if you win the money, so you don't have to thank me specially." "That won't do. My dear brother, you helped me win over 10,000 yuan. I have to treat you to a meal." Meng Lang has to go back to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to find Zhao Chushan later. They made an appointment yesterday and he can't break it, so how can he have time to have dinner? Really, there's no need. Meng Lang said as he broke free from Yuan Huer's entanglement and walked towards the prize redemption counter. Little brother. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Can you tell me which team you plan to bet on today? After hearing this, Meng Lang finally understood what he was planning. Want to take a ride on your own money-making opportunity? This guy has good vision. But why should Meng Lang let him make this money for free? He ignored her and walked to the prize redemption counter and completed the redemption. Just like yesterday, Meng Lang did not take the money and leave, but planned to continue betting. But just when he was about to say which team he wanted to bet on, Yuan Huer had sneaked up to him again at some point and started listening with his ears perked up. Seeing this, Meng Lang immediately shut his mouth and turned around to glare at Yuan Huer. Please don't get so close. After saying that, Meng Lang motioned the staff to come closer, and he whispered the target of today's bet directly into the staff's ear. Seeing that Meng Lang had completed his bet, Yuan Huer looked helpless, but he still pestered Meng Lang, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Hey! More friends mean more paths. You won't lose anything even if you tell me. Consider it my debt to you. Meng Lang almost laughed at his words. Are your favors valuable? Yuan Huer was not annoyed when he heard this. Instead, he said complacently, although I am only the deputy director of the news department of the city TV station, I can basically have a say in all the prominent figures in Jiangsu City. Hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man who looked like a landlord. I didn't expect that this man who was dominated by his wife was actually a section-level cadre. Now, Meng Lang can really consider whether to do him a favor. Although television stations have been on a downward trend since the advent of the internet era. However, at this point in time in 2010, the TV station still had considerable influence among the middle-aged and elderly population. If it can be used properly, it may have unexpected effects. But before that, Meng Lang still had to verify his identity to avoid being deceived. What can you prove that you are from the TV station? Meng Lang's question stumped Yuan Huer. He goes out to buy a lottery ticket, so it's impossible for him to carry his work ID with him at all times. Just then, he saw a convenience store not far away was discharging electricity, so he quickly pulled Meng Lang towards the store. I borrowed the remote control from the store owner and turned to Jiangsu TV station, which was broadcasting the morning news. Then he pointed to a name in the column information of a news item and said, "Look at this name." Then he took out his ID card, pointed at the name on it and said, "This is me." However, Meng Lang's attention was no longer on him at this time, but was attracted by the next piece of news broadcast on TV. Arctic Fox Clothing Company, Limited, a famous national brand of thermal clothing and a star enterprise in this city, has recently received many complaints. Reporters visited many clothing stores and found that the clothing produced by Arctic Fox had serious quality problems. Isn't this Li Shuyer's company? It turns out that it has been in trouble so long ago. Meng Lang couldn't help but imagine Gan Yuru's elegant and intellectual figure. She must be feeling very awkward now. Chapter 16 Meeting Gan Yuru again. Seeing that Meng Lang ignored him and kept staring at the news on TV, Yuan Huer asked, "Why, are you still interested in Arctic Fox Company?" Meng Lang really wanted to know more about the Arctic Fox, so he looked at Yuan Huer and said, "Since you are the deputy director of the news section, you should know a lot of information." Of course, this news was dug up by my men. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes widened and he looked at Yuan Huer. Wow, it turns out you were the one who brought down the Arctic Fox. It seems that there is a problem with the raw materials of Arctic Fox. The clothes they make are of extremely poor quality and will fall apart if you pull them with a little force. The industrial and commercial department should have intervened in the investigation now. If it is not handled properly, they may be ordered to stop production. Yuan Huer continued. It breaks just by pulling it. Is there such a good thing? Meng Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. If this fabric is used to make normal clothing, there will definitely be complaints, but if it is used to make sexy lingerie, that would be a terrible thing. Meng Lang originally planned to wait until Arctic Fox was about to go bankrupt, then use the money he won from the lottery to purchase the production line of underwear at a low price, and use this as a basis to enter the sexy underwear manufacturing industry. Unexpectedly, Arctic Fox had already helped him solve the raw material problem in advance. This is such a pleasant surprise. How about it? Little brother, now you can tell me which team you bet on to win. Seeing that Meng Lang was interested in the information he provided, Yuan Huo immediately started talking about football lottery. How can you be sure that you will win if you follow my lead? Meng Lang asked curiously. Winning once might just be luck, but you've won 2 games in a row, you must have some skills, little brother. And I see that you have a full forehead, a rosy face, and bright eyes. I can tell at a glance that you are in great luck recently. It would be a mistake to follow you and buy. I didn't expect that you, a deputy director of a TV station, would actually be involved in feudal superstition. We journalists have to deal with people from all walks of life, so it's normal to know some weird things. Now that things have come to this, it's not impossible for Meng Lang to do him a favor. Let me be frank with you. Lottery is inherently risky. If you follow me and lose, I won't be responsible. Seeing that Meng Lang finally gave in, Yuan Huo's face was filled with smiles. Don't I understand this principle? Don't worry, if you encounter any problems in the future that require my help, I will do my best as long as it is within my ability. Yuan Huo promised, patting his chest. Meng Lang knew that this kind of guarantee was meaningless, and the only thing that could truly maintain personal relationships was interest. There are still several World Cup games this year, so it's okay to let him have a taste of success first. After he wins the money in this game, he will rely more on Meng Lang in the next games. No matter what conditions Meng Lang puts forward at that time, Yuan Huo will definitely find it difficult to refuse. Okay, then I'll tell you, I just bet on Spain 1 o'clock Paraguay, the odds are 6.0. When Yuan Huo heard this, his eyes widened. You're betting on the score. Are you betting all the over 100,000 you won yesterday? Meng Lang nodded, that's right, more than 140,000, all bets are on. The difference in strength between the two teams today is too obvious. The odds of betting on Spain to win are only 1.5, so there is no point in winning. Meng Lang's words immediately made Yuan Huo feel conflicted. The winning odds of 1.5 are indeed a bit low, and there is almost no profit after deducting taxes. But the risk of suppressing the score is too great. If the score ends up being 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, then all the money will be wasted. I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Meng Lang was about to leave after he finished speaking. It was getting late and he had to go meet Zhao Qiushan. After Yuan Huo stopped him and exchanged phone numbers with him, he walked towards the sports lottery center with a troubled look on his face. When Meng Lang rushed to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. It was the height of summer, and the sun shone fiercely on the concrete ground, making the entire Jiangsu city seem like it was trapped in a furnace. Meng Lang broke out in a sweat as soon as he got out of the taxi. Uncle Qin, the security guard at the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, knew Meng Lang. Seeing Meng Lang approaching, he greeted him and asked, Meng Lang, are you here to see Section Chief Meng? Meng Lang quickly responded, Hello, Uncle Qin, I'm here to see Director Zhao today. Is he at work now? Uncle Qin glanced at the parking lot and said, Yes, the car hasn't been driven out yet. I'll call Section Chief He to see if the director is available now. According to the 8 regulations, Zhao Qiushan's level does not qualify him as a full-time secretary. However, every policy has its countermeasures. If there cannot be a full-time secretary, then a relatively idle position can be arranged to take on the task of helping the leader handle work. Section Chief He plays such a role in the bureau. Although he held the position of Deputy Section Chief, his actual job was to assist the director in handling trivial matters at work. Shortly after the phone call was hung up, a fair-skinned young man who looked to be about 30 years old walked out of the office building. He walked all the way to Meng Lang under the scorching sun. You must be Section Chief Meng's son, Meng Lang. The director has told me that when you come, let me take you to find him. After saying that, he personally led the way and took Meng Lang towards the office building. Please remember my phone number. If you need help from the director in the future, you can call me directly. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang quickly took out his cell phone and wrote down Chief his phone number. When he starts his own business in the future, he will definitely need to go through various industrial and commercial procedures. At that time, he can directly ask Chief He for help. Seeing everyone he met along their way smiling friendly, Meng Lang guessed that everyone in the unit probably already knew that his father and Aunt Zhao were dating. When he came to see Meng Haihuo in the past, not so many people would greet him. When he reached the door of the director's office, Meng Lang heard the sound of people talking in the office. Section chief he first glanced into the office, then said to Meng Lang, "The director has something else to do, let's wait a while before going in." Before Meng Lang nodded, Zhao Qiushan in the office seemed to hear the sound at the door. "It's Xiao Lang here. Xiao He, let him in." When Meng Lang walked into the office, he saw Zhao Qiushan talking to a woman with her back to the door. "Boss Gan, I'm really sorry. The quality problem of Arctic Fox is indeed very serious this time. We, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, must also act in accordance with the law. There is really no room for negotiation on the suspension of production and rectification. I have other things to do here, so I won't entertain you." After saying this, Zhao Qiushan picked up the teacup on the coffee table to show that he was seeing the guest off. Gan Yuru looked extremely disappointed when she heard this. Just as she stood up and was about to leave, she saw Meng Lang walking in from the door. "Student Meng Lang. Why are you here?" Gan Yuru asked with a little surprise. Gan Yuru's heart seemed to skip a beat when she suddenly met the boy who confessed his love to her 2 days ago. "I came to see Grandpa Zhao for something," Meng Lang replied. "Do you know each other?" Zhao Qiushan asked the two of them. "Meng Lang is my daughter's classmate. I met him at their graduation party 2 days ago," Gan Yuru replied. At this time, Gan Yuru was also guessing the relationship between Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan. Just now, Meng Lang addressed Zhao Qiushan as Grandpa Zhao. It seems that the relationship should be very close. Can we start with Meng Lang and ask Zhao Qiushan to help solve the problem of Arctic Fox being ordered to suspend production and rectify? Gan Yuru is not a person who likes to seek personal gain. Unless it is absolutely necessary, she would not think of relying on the relationship with her daughter's classmates to achieve any goals. But now Arctic Fox has really reached a critical juncture of survival. If it cannot lift the administrative order and resume production, it will not last long and will go bankrupt. She had to do everything she could to keep the company going. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly spoke up, "Aunt Gan, I have some ideas about the problems encountered by Arctic Fox. Can you wait for me for a moment? Let's have lunch together, maybe I can give you some ideas to solve the problem." Chapter 17 Aunt Gan, do you still remember what I said the day before yesterday? Gan Yuru's eyes moved between Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan, and finally nodded and said to Meng Lang, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After Gan Yuru left the office, Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang curiously and asked, "Do you know how big a problem Arctic Fox is facing now? How dare you say there is a way to solve it? I saw it on the news this morning. It was nothing more than a problem with the raw materials used in production, which resulted in substandard products and a crisis of trust in the brand. Perhaps some banks have stopped lending, breaking the capital chain. In addition, there must be serious problems within the Arctic Fox company, at least in the procurement, production and quality inspection departments, otherwise it would be impossible for products with such serious quality problems to enter the market." After hearing Meng Lang's words, Zhao Qiushan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Meng Lang could infer so much information just from the news he saw on TV. These questions were certainly not something Meng Lang could discover from just a few bits of news, but were the result of his combining the information he learned in his previous life with reasonable speculation. He said so much, in fact, he was also showing his ability in front of Zhao Qiushan, so as to improve his father's image in Zhao Qiushan's heart. "How do you, a high school student, know so much? Did your dad tell you again?" Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang and asked jokingly. "That's not the case, but I was able to infer so much information thanks to my father's teachings and actions," Meng Lang replied. "Tell me your solution." This time Zhao Qiushan was really curious about the solution Meng Lang proposed. "I dare not say that it can be solved. These are just some of my personal ideas." Meng Lang knew very well that he should not say too much before doing anything, so he gave a precaution in advance. This made Zhao Qiushan take him even more seriously. If Meng Lang promised that he could solve the problem, he would think that the young man was unreliable. "Grandpa Zhao, what do you think is the most valuable thing about the Arctic Fox company?" Meng Lang asked. Zhao Qiushan thought for a moment and said, "It should be the Arctic Fox brand. After all, it is an old brand for more than 10 years. Although Gan Yuru adopted a conservative management strategy after taking over Arctic Fox, causing Arctic Fox to gradually fall out of the ranks of first-tier brands, it still has a certain degree of popularity nationwide." Meng Lang nodded, "Yes, it is the brand value. I think the most important thing for Arctic Fox now is to maintain its brand image. We can even provide consumers with high compensation and turn this accident into a marketing opportunity for our brand image. Zhao Qiushan heard this and shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. Arctic Fox's funds are almost gone now, and banks are unlikely to lend to them. If they use all the remaining funds to compensate consumers, how can they resume production? Why does Arctic Fox have to resume production? Meng Lang asked back. Zhao Qiushan was immediately stumped by Meng Lang's questions. Arctic Fox is a clothing company. What do they sell if they don't make anything? They can sell tags. Meng Lang answered as a matter of course. Buy a tag. Zhao Qiushan became even more confused. In fact, Meng Lang borrowed the development ideas from another large thermal clothing manufacturer called Nanjiren in his previous life. In its previous life, this company also cut off all production lines after encountering a crisis and authorized the brand to other unknown small manufacturers or distributors. These manufacturers purchased the brand usage rights from Nanjiren, obtain the Nanjiren Heintag, and then affix it to the products they produce and sell. The final number of authorized dealers reached more than 1,700. Antarctic collects more than 1 billion yuan in tag tax every year. This business strategy allowed Antarctic's market value to reach over 60 billion. Although it quickly fell back to a few billion after encountering a crisis, it still shows how crazy the entire business model is. As long as Arctic Fox can rebuild its brand image, the tags will have no problem selling. After Meng Lang explained this business strategy to Zhao Qiushan fell into deep thought. Isn't it too radical to abandon production completely? And how can we guarantee the quality of the products of the authorized manufacturers? Meng Lang shrugged and replied indifferently, I am just giving suggestions. It is their business whether they follow my suggestions or not and how to solve problems when they encounter them. That's true. I originally asked you to come and take a look at the entrepreneurial guidance documents issued by the higher-ups, but now it seems that I underestimated you. You don't need any guidance at all. Zhao Qiushan couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect that Meng Haihua, that taciturn man, could raise his son so well. It seemed that he really paid too little attention to Meng Haihua. By this time, it was already 12 noon, and it was also Zhao Qiushan's break time. Meng Lang did not disturb him any further and left the office after saying goodbye. As soon as he closed the door of the director's office, Meng Lang couldn't wait to look for Gan Yuru. Gan Yuru, who was standing at the end of the corridor waiting, saw Meng Lang coming out of the director's office and hurriedly walked towards him. She was wearing a white shirt with a collar today. Her long black hair fell naturally, sliding down from her shoulders like a waterfall. She had a pearl necklace around her neck. The pearls were white and round, dazzling the eyes. The lower body is a pair of black high-waisted wide leg pants, which perfectly outlines the beautiful curve between the slender waist and the plump buttocks. Meng Lang had just spent more than half an hour in the director's office. It was hot outside and Gan Yuru sweated a lot while waiting in the corridor. Sweat soaked her shirt, and the lace and suspenders under the shirt were faintly visible, making Meng Lang unable to help but look inside. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let me treat you to lunch. You are helping Auntie now, and you should do the same later. Auntie should pay for the meal. As they talked, they came to a restaurant not far away. After ordering the dishes, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and asked, Xiao Lang, I heard you call Director Zhao Grandpa. What is your relationship with Director Zhao? In fact, she did not think that Meng Lang had the ability to resolve the Arctic Fox crisis, and had been waiting for Meng Lang, still wanting to see if she could persuade Zhao Qiushan to lift the suspension and rectification of Arctic Fox production through Meng Lang. There is no special relationship for now, but my dad is dating Aunt Zhao now, so he is more concerned about me. Meng Lang sat opposite Gan Yuru, his eyes fixed on her face, admiring her beautiful and gentle appearance. Gan Yuru was slightly surprised when she heard this. Your father is dating the director's daughter, so your mother. Having said this, Gan Yuru seemed to realize something and stopped talking in time. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Nothing, my mother passed away when I was very young, and I basically have no memory of her. Hearing this, Gan Yuru's eyes softened as she looked at Meng Lang. Her husband also died unexpectedly, and she could empathize with the pain of losing a loved one. However, if Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan only have such a relationship, it is estimated that there is no way to persuade Zhao Qiushan. Gan Yuru couldn't help but sigh. Meng Lang felt that Gan Yuru seemed to have a magical attraction to him, which made him want to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. Looking at the beauty in front of him with her eyes lowered and her brows frowned, Meng Lang couldn't help but feel distressed. Aunt Gan, do you remember what I told you the day before yesterday? Chapter 18 Meng Lang's Ambition. Meng Lang's words seemed to suddenly activate Gan Yuru's memory from 2 days ago, causing the expression on her face to become a little unnatural. Xiao Lang, we are talking about serious matters now, please don't make such jokes. Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head slightly. It seems that Aunt Gan, you still don't take my confession the night before last seriously. Seeing Meng Lang's slightly disappointed expression, Gan Yuru felt a little sorry, but still said, I'm sorry. With the current situation of the company, I really don't have the energy to think about emotional issues. She wanted to use the company's business problems as an excuse to evade Meng Lang's confession, but she didn't expect that Meng Lang's eyes would light up after hearing what she said. If I can bring your company back to life, will you agree to be my girlfriend? This is not a threat, but I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. Looking at Meng Lang's serious eyes, Gan Yuru finally did not refuse. In her opinion, Meng Lang was just a high school graduate with nothing special about his family background, so how could he possibly solve such a big problem? Then please let Aunt Gan introduce the current situation of Arctic Fox. Although Meng Lang had a general understanding of the crisis encountered by the Arctic Fox, there were many specific details that were best known to Gan Yuru, the person involved. Do you really have a way to solve the problem of Arctic foxes? Gan Yuru still had doubts in her heart. Why don't you tell me first? Since you are already sitting here, you can just review the company's situation. Hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded slightly and slowly said, since the financial crisis in 2008, the price of raw materials has been rising. Recently our purchasing manager said that we have found a new source of raw materials. The price is 30% lower than before, and the quality of the samples sent is also good. In order to save production costs, we placed an order to purchase a large amount of raw materials. But after the products were put on the market, serious quality problems were discovered. What are the main products in this batch? How many have been sold? Meng Lang asked. They are mainly hot-selling underwear and socks in summer. The total value of the products put on the market is about 10 million. About 1/3 of the products have been sold, and the rest have been urgently recalled. Gan Yuru said as she lifted the hair that was blown in front of her eyes by the wind. Meng Lang propped his chin with his hand and said, in other words, substandard products worth more than 3 million yuan were sold to consumers, and now they want to compensate for this 3 million yuan. This is just one aspect. In addition, we need to refund the dealers for the recalled products. Now the factory has stopped production and many orders cannot be delivered in time. We need to pay liquidated damages. All these add up to at least 15 million. Hearing this amount, Meng Lang took a breath of cold air. In this way, at least 20 million funds are needed to get through this crisis. So, the biggest problem facing Arctic Fox right now is actually funding. Meng Lang said, touching his chin. That's right. The company's current liquidity is less than 5 million. There is no way to pay the dealer's penalty. Only by resuming production as soon as possible and delivering orders on time can Arctic Fox have a hope of survival. The more Gan Yuru spoke, the more depressed she became. The enormous pressure was almost suffocating her. Even if we can resume production, it will cost a lot of money to buy raw materials again, right? Meng Lang said. That's right, I plan to mortgage my property and car. As long as the Arctic Fox can survive this crisis, everything will be fine. Gan Yuru's delicate face was full of determination at this moment. The Arctic Fox was the life's work of her late husband. She would never allow the Arctic Fox to fall in her hands, and she was even ready to give everything to save the Arctic Fox. But everything you said is based on the premise that production can be resumed. If public opinion cannot be properly resolved, the suspension and rectification order of the Industrial and Commercial Department will not be lifted, and you will not be able to resume production. Gan Yuru immediately became deflated when she thought of the production suspension and rectification order from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Yes. That's why I came to see Director Zhao just for this matter. After saying this, Gan Yuru fell into silence for a long time. After hearing this, Meng Lang had a clear understanding of the current situation of the Arctic Fox. He began to plan in his mind. Meng Lang was indeed attracted to Gan Yuru, but that was not the only reason why he helped Gan Yuru save the Arctic Fox. What he values more is Arctic Fox's clothing production line and a large number of experienced workers. In his previous life, although he made money from the sex toy business, compared to those manufacturers of sex toys, his earnings were just a drop in the bucket. The sex toy market in 2010 has not yet developed. As long as he can seize the opportunity, he will have a chance to get the biggest piece of the sex toy market. This time, he not only wants to be a sex toy distributor, he wants to open up the entire industry chain and become the king of sex toys. Taking over Arctic Fox's clothing production line was the first step of his plan. Therefore, he must help Ganyourou, let the Arctic Fox survive, and guide the Arctic Fox to give up production and follow the development path of the Antarctic man selling tags in his previous life. In this way, Meng Lang could easily acquire Arctic Fox's production line and take a solid step forward in his sex toy business. Of course, he also thought about not caring about the life or death of Arctic Fox, and then finding a way to acquire the production line after Arctic Fox went bankrupt. But on the other hand, looking at Ganyourou's expression, she will never accept bankruptcy unless she spends her last dollar. With the Arctic Fox's background, I don't know how long it can last. Moreover, even if it goes bankrupt, Arctic Fox's production line is still a high-quality asset, and there are definitely many people who want to take over. Even if Meng Lang has money, he may not be able to compete. Therefore, helping Arctic Fox overcome difficulties is the best choice, which can not only win Ganyourou's favor, but also smoothly take over Arctic Fox's production line. What Meng Lang has to do now is to convince Ganyourou to adopt his advice and let Arctic Fox rush on the road of selling tags. After thinking for a moment, Meng Lang said, "If this is the case, I should have a way to help Arctic Fox get through this difficult time and even develop better." Really? Ganyourou's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that. But looking at Meng Lang's young face, the hope that had just ignited in her heart gradually dimmed. "I think the most valuable thing about Arctic Fox is actually the brand, Arctic Fox. Do you agree with me?" Upon hearing this, Ganyourou nodded in agreement. Seeing Ganyourou nod, Meng Lang immediately said, "So, the first step we have to take is not to resume production, but to immediately conduct crisis public relations and do our best to restore the reputation of Arctic Fox in the hearts of consumers before its brand image is seriously damaged." Ganyourou felt that what Meng Lang said made sense, but still shook her head. "This requires a lot of money." "Who said it costs money?" Chapter 19 Long Lost Support. Ganyourou was confused and didn't know why Meng Lang said that public relations didn't cost any money. In her opinion, advertising and marketing cost a lot of money, not to mention crisis public relations. What are you going to do with the substandard products that are recycled? Meng Lang's eyes stayed on Ganroui's soft and pretty face, admiring the beauty of this mature woman. At this moment, Ganyourou had no intention of caring about Meng Lang's unscrupulous gaze. She just wanted to know if Meng Lang had any way to bring the Arctic Fox back to life. She didn't know why Meng Lang suddenly asked about the scrapped products, but she still explained, "They are still in the warehouse. I plan to wait until everything is over before scrapping them all. This is such a waste." Meng Lang shook his head and said, "These substandard products are completely worthless. Especially some thin underwear and stockings, which will be deformed after wearing them once and can be easily torn." When Meng Lang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow, it tears as soon as I put it on. Isn't this a natural erotic garment? He must find a way to get these. Even if the styles are old and difficult to sell directly, they can still be used as gifts in the future. Do you know about higher smashing the refrigerator?" "Of course, what do you mean?" "That's right. Let's learn from Haya's experience. Tomorrow, call the TV reporters to destroy these substandard products in public. It would be best if they were the same reporters who reported on the Arctic Fox product problems this morning. This way, the publicity will be more effective." Ganyourou thought Meng Lang's idea was very good. These products had to be destroyed anyway. There was no loss by reusing the waste and doing some crisis public relations. It might even help restore the company's reputation among consumers. But when she heard Meng Lang say that he would invite reporters tomorrow morning, she was immediately in trouble. After all, the TV station was a state-owned unit and it was not possible to invite people so quickly. "Tomorrow? I may not be able to get in touch with you in such a short time. The golden time for crisis public relations is only 48 hours. Leave this matter to me. I will let the deputy director of the news column contact you before dinner tonight," Meng Lang said confidently. "Really?" Seeing Meng Lang's confident look, Ganyourou was really surprised. How could Meng Lang, a high school graduate who had just graduated, have such a wide network of contacts? And he said that he would ask the deputy director of the news section to contact him, instead of asking himself to contact him. This shows that Meng Lang is in a strong position in his dealings with this deputy director. This gradually gave Gan Yuru hope, perhaps Meng Lang could really help her out of the predicament. Also, after the destruction is completed tomorrow, you must announce to the TV camera that any consumer who purchased the substandard product this time will be compensated 10 times the amount in half a month. Gan Yuru was surprised when she heard this and said, 10 times? Doesn't that mean we have to pay at least 30 million? Is it necessary to pay so much? Of course it is necessary. The more compensation you pay, the more sensational the effect will be, and the Arctic Fox brand will be more stable. And doing so will also help you appeal to the industrial and commercial department to cancel the suspension of production and rectification. But it's impossible for the company to come up with so much money right now. Gan Yuru's face was full of disapproval. So, I said it would be in half a month. In this half month, as long as you do as I say, I will make Arctic Fox earn for more than 30 million. What are you going to do? Gan Yuru asked impatiently. This is the second step of the plan. Please allow me to keep you in suspense. You just need to give me a brand authorization and give me a few days, and I will show you how to do it. Meng Lang did not intend to reveal his entire plan immediately. After all, Gan Yuru would not be able to fully trust him before seeing the results. It would be better to get the Arctic Fox brand authorization first, produce results yourself, prove that selling tags is indeed profitable, and then go to Gan Yuru to explain the benefits of abandoning production altogether and switching to a business model of selling tags. But what Meng Lang didn't expect was that when Gan Yuru heard that he wanted brand authorization, she had already guessed his plan. Is it the brand authorization of Hengyuangxiang? Do you want Arctic Fox to sell tags? Meng Lang then realized that the business model of selling tags in his previous life was not first started by Nanjiren, but by Hengyuangxiang. Nanjiren was also inspired by Hengyuangxiang, but Nanjiren did it more thoroughly. It directly cut off all production lines and fully embraced the business model of selling tags. No wonder on later e-commerce platforms, all the companies selling underwear and socks are from Nanjiren and Hengyuangxiang. But since Gan Yuru had guessed it, it saved Meng Lang from having to waste more time. That's right, the second step of my plan is to let Arctic Fox sell the tags. This way, even if we don't produce, we can still make a lot of profit. In fact, we had thought about learning from Hengyuangxiang and selling handtags before, but considering that dealers might put some counterfeit products under the Arctic Fox brand, we gave up and have always maintained a production and sales integration business model. Now that it's like this, why not give it a try? It can't get any worse anyway. Gan Yuru was still a little hesitant after hearing this. Changing the business model of a company that had been operating for more than 10 years was not something that could be decided in one go. How about this, you give me an authorization first, and I'll try it for 2 days to see the effect. If it doesn't work, I'll help you think of other ways. Meng Lang persuaded. In the end, Gan Yuru nodded. After all, she had almost reached the end of her rope and could only try Meng Lang's method. At this time, the restaurant waiter finally brought the dishes. By the way, when you destroy the unqualified products tomorrow, remember to leave the stockings and some women's underwear with more avant-garde designs for me. Meng Lang said as he put a piece of food into Gan Yuru's bowl with chopsticks. Although she didn't know what Meng Lang wanted these things for, Gan Yuru didn't refuse. They were all going to be destroyed anyway, and the most she would spend would be some storage costs. Because she was worried about the safety of the company, Gan Yuru's appetite was not very good and she couldn't eat after a few bites. Seeing that Gan Yuru still looked heavy-hearted, Meng Lang said, "Don't worry, I will do my best to make you my girlfriend." Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang in front of her and saw seriousness and determination on his face. After this meal, her opinion of Meng Lang changed drastically. Maybe I just thought of him as a precocious and calm child. But during this meal, Meng Lang behaved as if he was her age. Be it the tone and attitude of his speech or his views on business, you can't tell that he is just an 18-year-old boy. If the future of the Arctic Fox can really develop as Meng Lang said, it seems that it can really get out of this predicament. It even gave her the illusion that she had someone to rely on, a feeling she had not felt for a long time since her husband passed away. Chapter 20, Hang up the tag and double the price. After finishing their meal, the two separated in the restaurant. Gan Yuru promised Meng Lang that she would send him a brand authorization letter this afternoon. Meng Lang also promised to help contact the TV station's news program to prepare for Arctic Fox's public destruction of substandard products tomorrow. After leaving the restaurant, Meng Lang took a taxi directly to the Jiangdong clothing market next to the train station. In 2010, when e-commerce had not yet emerged, Jiangdong clothing market was the first choice for Jiangsu people to buy clothes. Meng Lang still remembers that when he was a child, before the Chinese New Year, his father would always take him to the Jiangdong clothing market to buy new clothes. The Jiangdong clothing market at that time was packed with people. Every store was crowded with people, pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of bargaining was endless. Meng Lang's uncle's family runs a clothing business in the Jiangdong clothing market, mainly selling underwear. In his previous life, after Meng Lang had a great enlightenment, he followed his uncle to learn how to do business, and only then was he able to make a living. It's just that Meng Lang entered the industry too late in his previous life. E-commerce had already been very developed, and the entire physical clothing business was no longer as good as before. Seeing that there was really no future, Meng Lang switched to the sex toy business. So Meng Lang can be said to be very familiar with the Jiangdong clothing market. My uncle's shop is located at an entrance on the first floor of the clothing market, which is a very good location. It was afternoon, the summer weather was hot, and there were few people in the clothing market. As soon as Meng Lang walked into the market, he was discovered by his uncle Liu Lei. "Xiao Lang, why are you here?" Liu Lei stood up from the recliner and waved to Meng Lang. Although his mother passed away very early, Meng Lang never broke off contact with his mother's family. They basically visited each other during the holidays. On the contrary, the relationship with his father's family was not so harmonious. This time, Meng Lang came to see his uncle, naturally to make use of the Arctic Fox brand authorization letter promised by Gen Yuru. In the past, so many people rushed to spend money to buy Antarctic's authorization because they could make money. As long as the news of Arctic Fox publicly destroying unqualified products appears on TV tomorrow, its reputation will definitely rebound. It is absolutely certain that Meng Lang's first Arctic Fox brand authorized store will make money. It's too late to open a clothing store again. So the first thing he thought of was his uncle. If he could open an authorized store of Arctic Fox here, he would definitely make a lot of money. Not only can he repay his uncle's kindness in his previous life, but he can also rely on the foundation of his uncle's old store to achieve good results, which can be used to convince Gen Yuru to let Arctic Fox switch completely to the business of selling tags. This is a best of both worlds solution. "Uncle, why are you alone here today? Where's my aunt?" Meng Lang looked at Liu Lei and asked. If he wanted to turn his uncle's store into an Arctic Fox authorized store, it would be better to discuss it with his uncle and aunt. "There's nothing going on in the store at noon. Isn't your cousin on summer vacation? I asked your aunt to go back and accompany him. Is there anything you want to talk to your aunt about?" Liu Lei asked Meng Lang to sit down and poured him a glass of boiled water from the kettle. Meng Lang took the cup, took a big gulp, and felt a little more energetic. "There is something I want to discuss with you. Tell us what the matter is. We will definitely help if we can. Your aunt won't have any objection," Liu Lei said seriously. Meng Lang knew that his uncle and aunt were both good people. When he was learning how to do business in his previous life, they both took good care of him. "How much does this set of pajamas cost?" Meng Lang did not ask directly, but pointed at a set of women's pajamas worn on a plastic model and asked. "This is a miscellaneous brand product and not worth much. The price tag is 80 yuan, but you can usually bargain it down to around 60 yuan. Although Liu Lei didn't know why Meng Lang asked about the price of a set of women's pajamas, he still answered seriously. "If this set of pajamas is labeled with the Arctic Fox brand, how much can it sell for?" Meng Lang asked. "Then the price should be at least 180, and the transaction price should be at least 150. At this point, Liu Lei suddenly reacted, and his expression suddenly became serious. "What you are talking about is putting the Arctic Fox brand on the clothes of unknown brands, right? You can't do this, it's illegal, and if you get caught, you will go to jail." Facing Liu Lei's serious expression, Meng Lang just said calmly, "I have the brand authorization letter from Arctic Fox, how can it be considered illegal?" Seeing his nephew's expression, Liu Lei knew that the matter was definitely not as simple as he thought, so he asked, "Brand authorization letter? What's going on here?" "It's like this, the owner of Arctic Fox is the parent of my classmate, so I can get their brand authorization letter." "Uncle, are you interested in doing this business with me?" After hearing what his nephew said, Liu Lei's eyes suddenly lit up. He has been in the clothing industry for many years and naturally knows how profitable those specialty stores that can obtain brand authorization are. The quality of clothes produced by some conscientious unknown brand clothing factories is actually not much different from that of products from big brand manufacturers. As long as they are labeled with a well-known brand name, the price will at least double. But he suddenly remembered the news he saw this morning that there seemed to be quality problems with Arctic Fox's products, and he suddenly fell into hesitation. "Meng Lang, don't you know that Arctic Fox's reputation hasn't been very good recently?" "I know. You don't have to worry about that. Arctic Fox will have a public relations campaign tomorrow, and its reputation will definitely recover. It may even be better than before, so running an Arctic Fox specialty store will definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, the products that had problems this time were mainly underwear and socks. We can start with other products to minimize the adverse effects." Meng Lang also considered it carefully and decided that his store definitely could not sell underwear and socks. Otherwise, if the news just reported that Arctic Fox destroyed a large number of substandard underwear, and he started selling these products at a low price, it would easily make people have bad associations. "Not selling underwear? Then what do we sell?" Arctic Fox's main products, in addition to underwear and socks, are warm clothes for winter. It is midsummer now, and if Liu Lei doesn't sell underwear, he really doesn't know what else Arctic Fox can sell. "Warm clothes," Meng Lang said firmly. "Warm clothes. It's summer now, how could anyone buy warm clothes?" Liu Lei asked in confusion. "No one buys it because the price is not low enough. Uncle, let me ask you, under normal circumstances, how much does a set of Arctic Fox warm clothes cost?" Meng Lang said confidently. "Arctic Fox warm clothes, the price is at least 200. Then we sell them for 80 yuan a set. Will anyone buy them? We can do an off-season clearance sale." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Lei was finally moved. If a set of warm clothes costs 80 yuan, it will definitely sell well even in summer. Especially those old men and women who like to take advantage of others. They buy clothes no matter what season it is. As long as they are cheap, they can even buy clothes for several years to come. And even if they sell it for 80%, they will definitely make a profit. Now is the off-season for thermal clothing sales. Many warehouses have inventory of thermal clothing left over from last year. If you go to purchase them now, they will definitely be very cheap. As long as you put the Arctic Fox tag on it, you won't have to worry about not being able to sell it. "Okay, I'll open this store," Liu Lei said with determination. "Should we wait for my aunt to come and discuss it?" Meng Lang asked. "It's okay, your aunt will definitely support it 100%. As soon as Liu Lei finished speaking, a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 40 years old came over with a boy of about 16 or 17 years old. "I support everything 100%. The people who came were Meng Lang's aunt Li Xiuhong and cousin Liu Zihang. Meng Lang quickly stood up and greeted him. Li Xiuhong was also very happy to see that it was Meng Lang who came. Liu Lei told his wife what Meng Lang had just said about opening a specialty store. Li Xiuhong was delighted when she heard this. She quickly grabbed Meng Lang's hand and said, "Xiao Lang, thank you so much for thinking of your uncle and aunt first when you had this good thing. You must not wait to leave tonight. Your aunt will go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and make your favorite braised pork belly for you." Chapter 21. Our store has never been blocked. "No need to trouble you, I have other things to do this afternoon," Meng Lang said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Meng Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was Yuan who were calling. Looking at the time, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's World Cup match starts at 2:30 p.m. Beijing time. Calculating the time, today's match should have just ended. Yuan Hua must have called me impatiently after seeing the score of the game. When Meng Lang answered the phone, he heard Yuan Hua's excited voice coming from the phone. "Brother Xiaomeng, you are amazing, it's really 1 o'clock." After that, there was another sound of slapping thighs. "It's a pity that I hesitated this morning and finally bought only 5,000 yuan for 1 o'clock, and the remaining 10,000 yuan was all bought on Spain to win. All in all, I made less than 30,000 yuan. If I had used all the money to buy Spain 1 o'clock, I could have made at least 40,000 more. I really regret it." Listening to Yuan Hua's voice, Meng Lang could imagine how regretful he was. But he deserves it. I told him the code to wealth, but he didn't even know how to seize the opportunity. Before Meng Lang could say anything, Yuan Hua continued, "Little brother Meng, what shall we bet next time? I will definitely listen to you this time and bet my entire fortune." Well, this game just ended and Yuan Hua was already thinking about the next competition. Now all 4 World Cup quarter-final matches have been played, and the next one is the semi-final, which will be played in 3 days. There's no rush. The next game will be in 3 days. I have something I want you to do me a favor with. Yuan Hua immediately understood what Meng Lang meant. If he didn't help, Meng Lang probably wouldn't tell him which side to bet on in the next game. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it for you. It's like this. I know the boss of Arctic Fox. They plan to publicly destroy the unqualified products tomorrow. They would like to invite your news program team to conduct an on-site interview, and it would be best if it can be broadcast on the news program as soon as possible. Can you help solve this problem? Meng Lang directly stated his request. So it's about the Arctic Fox company. We can do it, but our news for the next 2 days has already been scheduled, so it's a bit troublesome to insert one in. Can we do it 2 days later? Yuan Hua was the deputy director of the news column, so it was not difficult for him to insert news into the program. However, he was an experienced person and knew that he should not be too straightforward when promising to do something for others, so he deliberately emphasized in front of Meng Lang that it was difficult to do this. Meng Lang could naturally tell that Yuan Hua was asking for benefits, so he said, "As long as it's broadcast before the morning news the day after tomorrow, I will tell you the betting results for the next game." The next game is Netherlands versus Uruguay. There is a big gap in strength between the two teams. Meng Lang doesn't know the score of the game, so he can only bet on the win or loss. The odds are destined not to be too high, so it's okay to tell Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua had no idea of this. He thought Meng Lang could continue to bet on the score, so he couldn't help laughing and agreed, okay. I'll arrange for someone to go to Arctic Fox Company for an interview tomorrow morning. Meng Lang directly gave Gan Yuru's phone number to Yuan Hua, asked him to contact her directly, and then hung up. Then Meng Lang called Gan Yuru again and told her that the people from the news column had been contacted. He also gave her the address of his uncle's clothing store and asked her to send someone directly to deliver the authorization letter and the Arctic Fox clothing tag to her uncle. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang was unable to refuse his aunt's enthusiasm and was invited to stay for a sumptuous dinner. Before dinner, Meng Lang and his uncle and aunt decided on the specific details of the store. The 3 of them also divided the work among themselves. Meng Lang was responsible for promoting the store in advance. My uncle Liu Lei was responsible for preparing the goods in advance. He went to the garment factory's warehouse to purchase thermal clothes of qualified quality, and arranged for people to hang the Arctic Man tags on them in advance. My aunt Li Xiuhong was responsible for redecorating the store and changing the sign to Arctic Fox Store. After roughly estimating their workload, they decided to open the store the day after tomorrow morning. This will just coincide with the TV news, and together with the Arctic Fox, we can make a big comeback. Just as Meng Lang was busy planning the store, Gan Yuru had just received a call from Yuan Hua, deputy director of the TV station's news department. Yuan Hua was extremely polite on the phone and promised to send a team of professional reporters over early tomorrow morning to follow up on the destruction of Arctic Fox's substandard products. Gan Yuru was surprised by his attitude. When did the people at the TV station become so easy to talk to? She didn't know how Meng Lang did it. If Arctic Fox was still the national brand it once was, it might be easy to invite reporters from TV stations. However, Arctic Fox has been on a downward trend in recent years and has completely lost its previous influence. Maybe this time we can really make the Arctic Fox regain its former glory. Gan Yuru's eyes appeared with Meng Lang's confident look, and she couldn't help but make up her mind to take a final gamble according to the plan made by Meng Lang. Anyway, the situation of the Arctic Fox couldn't get any worse. Thinking of this, she called the assistant outside the door and asked him to deliver the authorization letter to Meng Lang. At the same time, she also called the company's main leaders and held a short meeting in the general manager's office to arrange the specific matters of destroying unqualified products tomorrow. The other leaders of the company had no objection to Gan Yuru's decision. After all, they were just some unqualified products that could not be sold. They could be destroyed and it would also save storage costs. After the meeting, other management left the general manager's office, except for the department director in charge of production who stayed in the office. Sister-in-law, should we inform Mr. Ju about this? After all, he is also a shareholder of our company. The director of the production department is Gan Yuru's late husband's younger brother, named Lee Shunchang. He has been working diligently in the company over the years, and Gan Yuru trusts him very much. I'll call Mr. Ju and tell him. Gan Yuru nodded and said, Okay, sister-in-law, don't be too stressed. Let's work together and the company will get better. Gan Yuru just nodded when she heard this, then she seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Lee Shunchang and asked, How is the investigation going on with that matter? Any clues? The purchasing department has confirmed that the purchasing manager accepted the money from the other party, but we have no evidence. The production department hasn't found any problems yet. It's all my fault for not managing things properly, which caused such a big mess. Lee Shunchang said with a sense of self-blame. I can't blame you. They are all veterans of the company. I didn't expect them to be so disloyal. Gan Yuru said with a sigh. If only Big Brother were still here, they wouldn't dare to do this kind of trick behind my back. Lee Shunchang realized that he had said something wrong after he finished speaking. It was as if he was blaming Gan Yuru for not managing the company well. He quickly said, Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. I meant that if my brother was still here, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Gan Yuru didn't pay any attention to what Lee Shunchang said. She just shook her head wearily and said, Since we can't find out, let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to keep the Arctic fox alive. After Lee Shunchang left, Gan Yuru called another shareholder of the company and explained the matter of destroying the products. Destroy unqualified products? That's a good thing. Although I have 20% of the shares, you can decide on this matter yourselves. After hanging up the phone with Gan Yuru, Ju Dong let out a long sigh. He felt as if he had offended the lucky star this year and everything was going wrong. He divorced his ex-wife and lost a lot of his property. Now the Arctic fox, in which he holds shares, is also in trouble, and he doesn't know whether it can survive. If Arctic fox goes bankrupt, his assets will shrink by more than half this year. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hit his thigh, feeling a little regretful. He shouldn't have divorced Sang Wanyan like this. He even wanted to remarry her at this moment. But I don't know whether Sang Wanyan will agree. Just as he was secretly regretting his mistake, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw his son Ju Jiahao standing at the door with a wronged look on his face. What's wrong? Why are you here instead of staying with your mom? Ju Jiahao said with a frustrated look on his face, Dad. My mom kicked me out. What's going on? Doesn't your mother love you the most? Why would she kick you out? Ju Dong asked with a puzzled look on his face, and then he seemed to think of something. It was your mother's birthday the day before yesterday, did you forget to buy her a gift? Birthday? I forgot. Ju Jiahao looked surprised. What are you thinking about all day long? You even forgot your mother's birthday. Ju Dong knocked on Ju Jiahao's head. That shouldn't be the case. Even if you forgot her birthday, your mother wouldn't kick you out based on her personality. You must have done something to provoke her. Hearing this, Ju Jiahao lowered his head guiltily. There is indeed one more thing. The day before yesterday morning, my mother called a plumber to come to our house to unclog the sewer. When I got home, I found that the plumber was actually my high school classmate, so I asked my mother if she knew which housekeeping company he worked for. My mother said she didn't know, so I kept pestering her and asked. I guess she got annoyed by my questions. Ju Dong suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard this, and his brows immediately frowned. Plumber. To clear the sewer. That shouldn't be the case. Our sewer has never been blocked before. But when he thought about Ju Jiahao saying that the plumber was his high school classmate, Ju Dong felt a little relieved. He thought, no matter how great Sang Wanyan was, it was impossible for her to find a child who had just reached adulthood. What's your relationship with this high school classmate? Why do you keep asking your mother? Ju Dong asked casually. Ju Jiahao said somewhat embarrassedly, he used to be my love rival. Chapter 22, The Affair is Exposed. Love rival. Does he like Li Shuya too? Ju Dong knew that Ju Jiahao had always liked Li Shuya, and he supported her very much. After all, the two families were old friends, and he had watched Li Shuya grow up. She was an excellent choice in terms of appearance and family background. He would be very satisfied if she could become his daughter-in-law. That's right, but that was in the past. A few days ago, he went crazy for some reason and actually confessed his love to Aunt Gan in front of Li Shuya. Zhu Dong's eyes widened when he heard this. Your Aunt Gan is about the same age as your mother. How could he possibly confess his love to your Aunt Gan? I felt it was strange, too, but seeing how serious he was at the time, it seemed like he really liked Aunt Gan. Hearing this, Zhu Dong could no longer sit still. A young man who liked mature women was unclogging pipes in his ex-wife's house. No matter how he thought about it, it felt wrong. What's the name of your classmate? Tell me in detail what happened in the past few days. Zhu Jiahao couldn't understand why his father became so angry, but he still told him everything he knew. Playing poker? Clearing the sewer pipes. The security guards didn't know when he entered the community. The more Zhu Dong listened, the tighter he clenched his fists. After listening to Zhu Jiahao's story, Zhu Dong felt that his ex-wife might have been ruined by this little beast named Meng Lang. He just felt that he was wearing a green hat on his head. Do you have Meng Lang's contact information? Ask him now and ask him what he was doing in our house that day. Yes, but I only have his QQ number. Zhu Jiahao didn't know what happened to his parents. It seemed like they had become different people after encountering something about Meng Lang. Zhu Dong didn't care how Zhu Jiahao contacted Meng Lang, he just wanted an answer now. Send him a message. Seeing his father so anxious, Zhu Dong didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly took out his mobile phone, found Meng Lang's QQ, edited a message and sent it. Meng Lang had just returned home when he received the message. Seeing the message that Zhu Jiahao asked him what he was doing in his house the day before yesterday, he was stunned. Could it be that Sang Wanyan exposed her relationship with me? Thinking of this, Meng Lang did not reply to the message immediately, but found Sang Wanyan's phone number and called her. Sang Wanyan's voice soon came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of surprise. What? Do you miss me so soon? The voice was soft and gentle, like a succubus tempting people to commit crimes. Meng Lang almost lost control of himself and wished he could take a taxi to find Sang Wanyan right away. But when he thought of the message sent by Zhu Jiahao, he still remained rational. Zhu Jiahao just sent me a message, asking me what I was doing at your house the morning before yesterday. Sang Wanyan was also surprised when she heard this, and her voice returned to normal. I told him you were here to fix the sewer pipes, so you better not reveal the truth. Although it is exciting to have a relationship with my son's classmate, it would be another matter if my son found out. Meng Lang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Repairing the sewer pipe, this reason is too uncreative, you could even say you were here to deliver a package. After colluding with Sang Wanyan, Meng Lang hung up the phone and sent a message back to Zhu Jiahao. I cleared the sewer in your house that day, please don't tell anyone about it. If others knew about it, I would be so embarrassed. Zhu Jiahao looked at the QQ message and immediately became delighted. This guy is so vain. He's a plumber but he's afraid others will know. I want everyone to know that he unblocked the sewer in my house. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dong hit Zhu Jiahao's head hard. Then he snatched Zhu Jiahao's phone and carefully read the message from Meng Lang. Although Meng Lang's excuse was reasonable and was certainly enough to deal with an idiot like Zhu Jiahao, it was simply not enough to convince Zhu Dong, a veteran who had been in the business world for many years. Looking at his stupid son, Zhu Dong just felt upset. Especially when Zhu Dong heard Zhu Jiahao say that he would let everyone know that Meng Lang was repairing the sewer pipes at home, he was almost angry to death. But he couldn't tell Zhu Jiahao his guess directly, so he had to say tactfully, since your classmate doesn't want others to know about this, you shouldn't talk about it outside. Also consider other people's face a little, this will also be good for you, do you hear me? Hearing his father say this, Zhu Jiahao nodded in person, but he disagreed in his heart. The relationship between him and Meng Lang was like water and fire, so how could he give up the opportunity to ridicule Meng Lang? After replying to Zhu Jiahao's message, Meng Lang ignored him. After returning to his room, he began to think about the promotional strategy of the store. The store will officially open the day after tomorrow morning. If you want to achieve sufficiently impressive results, the publicity work must be done solidly. If only it were the era of short videos, we could directly find internet celebrities to promote our products. The main publicity channel now still relies on traditional media, and there is not much Meng Lang can do now. However, with his experience in his previous life, he has seen many tricks in marketing, so it is not difficult for him to do targeted marketing work. Of course, this marketing campaign was definitely not something that Meng Lang could handle alone, so he immediately turned his attention to his high school classmates. These people have just graduated from high school. Except for a few who went out to travel, most of them are idle at home. Moreover, they usually have no living expenses during the summer vacation at home, so they are definitely willing to work part-time to earn some money. High school students who have just graduated are highly qualified, highly obedient, and short of money. They are simply the chosen workers. Thinking of this, Meng Lang directly sent a message in the class group and at the whole class. Is there anyone who wants to do part-time work, handing out flyers for 80 yuan a day? At all members. Meng Lang had a pretty good relationship with his classmates when he was in school, so he received a reply soon after he sent the message. The first person to reply was his good brother Lu Fei. Take me with you, I'm almost bored to death at home. Later, a classmate followed suit and said they were all willing to earn some pocket money during the holidays. Meng Lang quickly created a small group and invited all the students who were willing to work part-time to join the group. But soon, someone in the class group made a different voice. Zhu Jiahao, Meng Lang. Aren't you clearing the sores? Why are you launching flyers again? Is your business so wide? The message was followed by several sarcastic emoticons. Lu Fei immediately replied to help Meng Lang refute the message. What Meng Lang does is none of your business. Meng Lang was not angry at all in the face of the ridicule, he just sent a smiling emoticon in the group. I don't know what expression Zhu Jiahao will have when he figures out how he repaired the sore for his house. It must be very exciting. After the group calmed down, a total of 15 people were willing to participate. Meng Lang agreed with them to meet at Jiangdong Clothing Market at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and he didn't bother with it anymore. With such preparation, there shouldn't be too many problems with offline channel stores. Meng Lang began to turn his attention to online channels. Although the number of people who shop online is not too large in 2010, starting from this year, smartphones will quickly become popular across the country, and the number of online shoppers will also increase rapidly. In the future, whether Meng Lang is selling thermal clothing or sex toys, online channels will be very important. So, he plans to start planning now. Chapter 23, Falling in Love with Someone Else. Meng Lang planned to set up an online store immediately and start cultivating customers from this sales campaign. It would be best if he could become a leading store in the category before Taobao developed, so that he could make money more efficiently in the future. To set up a Taobao store, you naturally need a business license. Fortunately, Meng Lang's father works in the industrial and commercial department. Registering for a business license may be a bit troublesome for others, but for him, as long as he prepares the information, it can be done quickly. Early the next morning, Meng Lang told Meng Haihua about his plan to apply for a business license. When Meng Haihua heard that Meng Lang was going to start a clothing business with his uncle's family, he expressed his support just like in his previous life. Of course, he also hoped that Meng Lang could get into a good school and find a stable and decent job, but Meng Lang's academic performance was really terrible. As a father, he could only support his son's entrepreneurship. After asking Meng Lang to prepare the materials for the business license, Meng Haihua returned to the room, took out a bank card and placed it in front of Meng Lang. There are more than 50,000 yuan in here, which is part of my savings. The password is your birthday. You can use it first. If it's not enough, tell me later. Meng Lang is actually not short of money now. The lottery ticket in his pocket can be exchanged for nearly 700,000 yuan at the sports lottery center. But Meng Lang still counts on this money to continue investing in subsequent World Cup matches. So he didn't hesitate to take the 50,000 yuan given by Meng Haihua and directly put the card into his pocket. After going out, Meng Lang first found a store and printed 2 large stacks of flyers. Then, holding the flyers, he arrived at Jiangdong Clothing Market before 8:30. At this time, several classmates who agreed to work part-time yesterday have arrived. When Lu Fei saw Meng Lang arriving, he hurried over and took a stack of flyers from him. Seeing the information on the flyer, Lu Fei seemed a little surprised. Damn, are Arctic Fox thermal clothes so cheap? 79 yuan a set, and a pair of socks is given for free. It can't be fake. How could it be fake? This is my uncle's store, authorized by the Arctic Fox brand. It will open tomorrow, so I asked everyone to help promote it. Meng Lang explained. Then can I not have a salary? Just give me a set of warm clothes. I will go home and ask my mom to pay for it and say that I bought it for 200 yuan. Lu Fei said with a wise expression. Meng Lang was amused by Lu Fei's clever suggestion. If you don't want a salary, I can give you 2 sets of clothes. After a while of laughter, all the part-time workers finally arrived. How do we distribute flyers? Should we disperse to crowded places to distribute flyers? Asked a classmate who had done a similar part-time job. Meng Lang shook his head and said, we won't distribute them on the streets. Take the flyers and go back to your respective neighborhoods to distribute them. And don't distribute them to young people, distribute them specifically to the retired elderly who are living at home. When everyone heard this, they were immediately confused. They had no idea what Meng Lang was doing. In fact, the reason is very simple. Young people generally seldom go off-season shopping just because it is cheap. Only those elderly people who are rich and have free time would get up early and run to the supermarket late just for a few eggs. Not only that, you must be skillful when handing out flyers. Look at how I hand them out. As he spoke, Meng Lang held up a flyer and made a mysterious expression towards Lu Fei in front of him, saying, Aunt Lu, I found something great. There is a store in Jiangdong Market that sells Arctic Fox thermal underwear for only 79 yuan, and they give you a pair of socks for free. Lu Fei also knew that Meng Lang was treating him as a customer and doing a demonstration, so he quickly replied, it's so cheap, it can't be a fake. Meng Lang gave Lu Fei an approving look and said, it must be genuine. They have the brand authorization of Arctic Fox. They are selling it at such a low price because of the off-season promotion. If you don't know, you can go and see it for yourself. After saying that, Meng Lang handed the flyer to Lu Fei. The others were delighted by the coordinated performance of the two, but they also understood what Meng Lang wanted to express through their performance. Meng Lang, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the clothes your uncle sells? If we go back to our neighborhood to hand out flyers, they'll all be our neighbors. If the quality of the clothes isn't good, we won't be able to face them in the future. Meng Lang heard this and knew that his classmates were worried. He patted his chest and assured them, don't worry, I guarantee that the clothes are all genuine Arctic Fox products with good quality. If your neighbors find any quality problems after buying them, you can come to me at any time. I guarantee to compensate you 3 times. When discussing yesterday, Meng Lang emphasized to his uncle Liu Lei that the quality of the goods must be guaranteed when purchasing, and they cannot destroy their own reputation just after opening the store. Liu Lei also replied to Meng Lang this morning. He found a clothing factory with very good quality. During the peak season, it even did OEM for big brands. There must be no problem with the quality. Meng Lang dared to make this guarantee to his classmates. After hearing what Meng Lang said, all the students put their minds at ease. Meng Lang demonstrated to Lu Fei again the problems that might be encountered when distributing flyers. Just as he was about to let the students take the flyers home and distribute them, he heard a sweet voice sounding nearby. Meng Lang, you bastard, I finally found you. Meng Lang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Shuya, who was wearing a snow-white dress, appearing in front of everyone. She stood there, her white dress making her snow-like skin look even whiter. Her face was flushed because she walked too fast. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Meng Lang. She was holding a parasol in her hand, and the morning sunlight shone obliquely, only illuminating her slender white calves and her tender white feet in high-heeled sandals. If an LSP from the previous life were present, he would definitely shout, "Jade feet." Li Shuya's looks and figure were truly amazing, and the boys who came to work part-time nearby couldn't take their eyes off her. However, Li Shuya in this state was not Meng Lang's type. He still preferred the plumpness and intellectual charm that were unique to mature women in Ganyuru and Sangwanyan. Meng Lang frowned and looked at the angry Li Shuya, and asked, "What do you want from me?" Li Shuya saw the part-time job notice that Meng Lang sent in the class group last night. She asked the classmates who participated in the part-time job about the time and place of the gathering this morning. She rushed over specially to find Meng Lang to find out why he deleted her QQ and didn't contact her. Perhaps Li Shuya naively thought that Meng Lang was deliberately trying to anger her, so he blocked her QQ and refused to contact her. But after seeing a hint of disgust on Meng Lang's face amidst his indifference, she finally realized that Meng Lang might really no longer like her. She thought to herself, Meng Lang has been pursuing me for 3 years, why does he suddenly not like me anymore? At this moment, she suddenly thought of a sentence on the internet: the best way to get out of a relationship is to start a new relationship. Could it be that Meng Lang has fallen in love with someone else? This made Li Shuya feel inexplicably frightened, as if something had been taken away from her, which made her feel very unwilling. Why did Meng Lang fall in love with someone else? Who could be the person that made Meng Lang fall in love with someone else? Chapter 24. Don't care about adults' business. At this moment, Li Shuya suddenly saw the flyer in Meng Lang's hand. The three words, Arctic Fox, are particularly eye-catching on the flyer. Isn't Arctic Fox her company? Why did Meng Lang hold an Arctic Fox flyer? Was this job offered to him by her company? She walked up to Meng Lang and asked, "Who gave you your flyer?" Meng Lang was very unhappy with her tone and replied directly, "It's none of your business. Don't act like a spoiled brat here, no one will spoil you." Li Shuya was immediately moved to tears by Meng Lang's words. No one had ever dared to speak to her so impolitely. "Meng Lang! You bastard! If you dare to say that to me, I will make you pay the price." Meng Lang heard this, but just sneered and didn't take it seriously. Gan Yuru is now saving the company according to the plan he gave. Why should Li Shuya make him pay the price? Seeing that Meng Lang didn't take her threats seriously at all, Li Shuya became even angrier. She pointed at the students who came to work part-time and said, "Put down all the flyers in your hands. Arctic Fox doesn't need you to hand out flyers now." Meng Lang was almost pissed off by Li Shuya. She really thought of herself as a young lady and was even giving orders here. Who do you think you are? Just because you say I can't send it, I can't send it. Arctic Fox is my company, so of course you have to listen to me. When the classmates heard what Li Shuya said, they immediately fell into hesitation. They didn't know what was going on, but since Li Shuya was the eldest daughter of Arctic Fox, they might not be able to continue this part-time job. Meng Lang turned around and said to his part-time classmates, "Don't worry about her. Although I have obtained the brand authorization from Arctic Fox Company, the store is independently operated and is not under their control. Students who are willing to work part-time are either those who have a good relationship with Meng Lang, or those who come from average families and need to earn some pocket money." After hearing what Meng Lang said, naturally no one backed down. Seeing that the group of people ignored her and were about to leave with piles of flyers, Li Shuya was so angry that she stomped her feet. She quickly took out her cell phone and found the number of his uncle Gan Yuyen. After Gan Yuru took over Arctic Fox, she needed help, so she invited her brother to join the company. Now he is mainly responsible for the sales department. Li Shuya also knew that Gan Yuru would definitely not indulge her in this matter, so she called her uncle directly. Her uncle dotes on her the most and will definitely stand up for her. As soon as the call was connected, Li Shuya heard a burst of noise. Just by listening to the sound, she could feel that Gan Yuyen was a bustling scene. "Shuya, is there anything you need from your uncle?" Gan Yuyen spoke very loudly, as if he was afraid of being disturbed by noise. Li Shuya could not hear his voice. "Uncle, the company asked my classmates to help distribute flyers. Can you stop them?" Li Shuya said angrily into the phone. However, the environment on the other end of the phone was too noisy, and Gan Yuyen finally understood what she meant after she said it several times. "Handing out flyers. What flyers?" "No." Gan Yuyen looked confused. Since the company fell into crisis, it had already stopped some unnecessary expenses. How could it possibly let people distribute flyers? "I heard that they got the brand authorization of our company. Is it true? Can it be cancelled?" Li Shuya continued to ask. "I don't know about this either. You have to ask your mother." Gan Yuyen replied. Seeing that Gan Yuyen had no idea what was going on, Li Shuya knew that the method of punishing Meng Lang through his uncle might not work, so she hung up the phone in disappointment. On the other end of the phone, Gan Yuyen was confused as he looked at the busy tone on the phone. "Yuyen? Whose call are you answering? Go and see if Li Shunchan is ready. The people from the TV station will be here soon." Gan Yuru's voice sounded behind him. "Sister, it's Shuya calling. She asked if it is possible to cancel some brand authorization." Gan Yuyen turned around and said to Gan Yuru. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru roughly guessed what was going on. "I'll take care of this matter. Go and help Li Shunchan prepare to destroy the unqualified products." After sending Gan Yuyen away, Gan Yuru thought about it and still felt uneasy. She knew her daughter's willful personality and was afraid that she would affect Meng Lang's plan, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called Li Shuya. When Li Shuya saw that her mother was calling, she actually didn't want to answer the call. But thinking that her mother might cut off all her expenses after she got angry, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer the phone. Shu Ya. Did you go to find Meng Lang? Don't cause trouble for him, go home quickly. Gan Yuru sounded a little anxious because she had something important to do today. Hearing this, Li Shuyer's tears, which had been welling up in her eyes because of Meng Lang's anger, finally burst out. She felt extremely wronged. The first thing her mother said to her on the phone was to scold her so anxiously. And it's all because of Meng Lang. It seemed that ever since the last time my mother met Meng Lang, she has been displeased with me. It seems like whatever I do is wrong in my mother's eyes. They are all like this. Meng Lang, who had originally obeyed her in everything, became very rude. Her mother, who loved her so much, was now so aggressive. What's going on with these two people? Suddenly, Li Shuya remembered the scene when Meng Lang made a passionate confession to her mother the day before yesterday, and she couldn't help but shudder. One is a pursuer who has fallen in love with someone else. One is his mother, whose attitude towards him changed drastically after Meng Lang confessed his love to him that day. The two of them. Li Shuyer's thoughts were instantly cleared up. Yes, the transformation of the two people happened almost at the same time. Meng Lang must really be in love with my mother, which is why he avoids me. And that brand authorization he mentioned must have been given to him by his mother, so doesn't that mean they have already met privately behind my back? Thinking of this, Li Shuyer yelled hysterically at the phone, "Mom! What is your relationship with Meng Lang?" Gan Yuru on the other end of the phone was stunned by Li Shuyer's question. What is the relationship between me and Meng Lang? Pursuer and pursued. Partners. Neither seems so appropriate. But no matter what she thought, in her heart, she no longer considered Meng Lang as a classmate of her daughter. Don't worry about adults' affairs. The company has been very busy recently, and I don't have time to take care of you. You should stay at home and don't run around. Before Gan Yuru could finish her words, she was interrupted by Li Shuyer in an excited tone. What do you mean I don't have to worry about adults' affairs? When did Meng Lang become an adult? Mom! Did you secretly date Meng Lang behind my back? Gan Yuru then realized that she had just said something out of turn, but she didn't have time to explain so much to Li Shuyer because the people from the TV station had already arrived and she had to rush to receive them immediately. I'll explain it to you when I get home tonight. I have something urgent to do right now, so I'll hang up now. Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Li Shuyer clenched her teeth tightly. Sure enough, my mother didn't know how to explain to me, there must be something wrong between them. Thinking of this, Li Shuyer looked around for Meng Lang, wanting to ask him for an explanation. However, Meng Lang had already walked far away and disappeared from her sight. Chapter 25, Destruction Before Construction. At this time, Meng Lang was standing in front of his uncle's shop. The shop door was closed, and my aunt Li Xiulan was directing the workers to dismantle the shop's previous door and prepare to replace it with a new one. Aunt, my uncle hasn't come back from purchasing goods yet. Meng Lang asked. No, but I found the goods and the price has been negotiated. I guess they are changing the tags now. As she spoke, Li Xiuhong pointed 5 fingers at Meng Lang. The purchase price is 50%. There won't be any problems with the quality, right? Meng Lang asked in a low voice. Don't worry, your uncle has been in the underwear business for so many years, he should be able to tell the quality. They are all top quality warm clothes, and they are sold at such a preferential price because they are purchased off season. After hearing what his aunt said, Meng Lang didn't ask any more questions. He was taught business by his uncle in his previous life, and he still had confidence in his uncle's vision. Looking at the bustling work of the storefront renovation, Meng Lang felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he found his aunt and said, Can we put a big TV in front of the store and broadcast the news about Arctic foxes tomorrow? What's so interesting about the news about Arctic fox? Haven't they been ordered to stop production now? Aunt, listen to me. Arctic fox is destroying substandard products today. We have invited a TV station to come over. It will be broadcast on the news tomorrow morning. We can take advantage of the popularity of this news to promote our store. After listening to Meng Lang's explanation, Li Xiuhong was surprised. That's great. My family just got a new LCD TV and a cable box installed so we can watch the shows again. We can just put the news on TV and play it over and over again. After Meng Lang put forward his suggestions, he didn't have to worry about the rest of the matter, Li Xiuhong would naturally take care of it. At this moment, the cell phone in Meng Lang's pocket suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw it was Yuan Hua calling. Meng Lang guessed that Yuan Hua must have sent someone to the Arctic Fox Company to call him to tell him. After the call was connected, as expected, Yuan Hua came to take credit. What surprised Meng Lang was that Yuan Hua actually led the team of reporters to Arctic Fox in person. Meng Lang repeatedly assured him that he would tell him what lottery tickets to buy for the next World Cup as soon as the news was broadcast. Only then did Yuan Hua hang up the phone with peace of mind. The entrance of Arctic Fox Company. Gan Yuru looked at the deputy director of the TV station's news department who was talking to Meng Lang in surprise. Hearing his humble and flattering tone, Gan Yuru felt even more incredible. After Yuan Hua finished the call, Gan Yuru asked indirectly, "Director Yuan, what is your relationship with Meng Lang? You two seem very close." "Brother Xiaomeng. He is my god of wealth." Yuan Hua did not elaborate, but just showed an inexplicable smile. God of wealth. Did Meng Lang give money to Director Yuan? It doesn't look like that. There was a flicker of doubt in Gan Yuru's eyes, but she didn't delve into it. No matter what, the person was invited by Meng Lang, and she would repay Meng Lang well in the future. "Please come in, our destruction work is ready and we are waiting for you to come." As she spoke, Gan Yuru led Yuan Hua and his group of reporters and photographers towards the company's warehouse. Led by Gan Yuru, a team of reporters followed to the door of the factory warehouse. At this time, several large crushers were placed in the open space in front of the warehouse. Workers were using forklifts to pile boxes of substandard products next to the crusher. Nearly tens of millions worth of substandard clothes piled together make the scene look particularly spectacular. When the warehouse was emptied, the workers who had stopped production and the company's management also gathered at the warehouse door. Gan Yuru walked up to the temporary platform, looked around at all the employees, and then said loudly, "Today is a shameful day for our Arctic Fox clothing company." Gan Yuru didn't use a microphone or a loudspeaker, but the sound she made could be heard by everyone present. After she finished speaking, her chest was breathing slightly, and the veins on her fair neck were slightly bulging. Everyone could see the beauty and fragility of this woman, but at this moment, she was the one carrying the entire Arctic Fox Company on her shoulders. Because she didn't warm up her voice specifically, Gan Yuru's voice sounded a little hoarse, but this kind of voice is more direct to the heart. "The serious mistake we made destroyed the image that Arctic Fox has built in the minds of users over more than 10 years. Today, we have to pay for the mistakes we made. We will destroy all of our substandard products in front of the TV media." After saying that, Gan Yuru walked down from the platform, pressed the switch of the shredder herself, and took the lead in picking up a box of unqualified clothes and throwing them into the shredder. The exquisite unopened clothes, which might be sold for several $100s in the counter outside, were shredded into pieces by the shredder, turning into strips of cloth that fell out from the bottom of the shredder. Led by Gan Yuru, managers from various companies stepped forward, picked up boxes and threw them into the crusher. Then came the company's frontline employees. More and more people joined the team to destroy unqualified products. Watching the pieces of clothing that were carefully sewn by the workers being shredded into strips, all the Arctic Fox employees seemed to have a fire burning in their eyes. This fire burns the resentment and anger in their hearts. All of this was fully recorded by the TV station's cameras. Clothes worth millions could not be destroyed all at once. At this time, the reporters under Yuan Hua walked up to Gan Yuru and began to interview her. The questions asked by the reporters were all discussed with Gan Yuru in advance. Since Meng Lang had greeted Yuan Hua in advance, he naturally would not ask embarrassing questions. Gan Yuru stood in front of the camera and solemnly apologized to the consumers who bought unqualified products. Then it was announced publicly that any customer who purchased unqualified products from Arctic Fox could apply for a refund from Arctic Fox Company after half a month, and Arctic Fox Company would compensate them with 10 times the price. When these words were spoken, both the reporters present and the employees and management of Arctic Fox Company were shocked. Even Yuan Hua walked up to Gan Yuru after the interview and asked her if the part announcing compensation needed to be cut out. He was afraid that Gan Yuru was just acting on impulse. If the Arctic Fox Company failed to fulfill its promise after the news was broadcast, their TV station would also be implicated. Gan Yuru just shook her head and said seriously, "This is my final decision." Perhaps Gan Yuru had hesitated about the 10 times compensation amount proposed by Meng Lang. But just now on the stage, I watched boxes of unqualified products being shredded into pieces and saw the fire in the eyes of the company's employees. She knew that the Arctic fox had reached the point of either breaking down or building up again. If Arctic fox ultimately fails to survive this crisis, she will accept it. At worst, she can sell all the factory equipment and compensate the consumers. Gan Yuru's eyes looked into the distance, as if she could see Meng Lang on the other side of the city through the towering houses. She murmured in her heart, "I have done everything I can, now it's up to you, I hope you won't let me down." Chapter 26 Factory Inspection. After the TV station staff sorted out the materials and left the Arctic Fox Company, Li Shunchan walked up to Gan Yuru and asked solemnly, "Sister-in-law, do we really have to pay so much? Where can we get so much money?" Some other managers also showed hesitation and obviously did not agree with Gan Yuru's decision. "I know what's going on, you don't have to worry." Gan Yuru simply replied and walked towards her office. The management was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Gan Yuru had already boarded Meng Lang's pirate ship and could only follow his plan to the end. Behind her, Li Shunchan looked at her back with deep dissatisfaction in his eyes. At this time, Meng Lang was checking the distribution of flyers by his part-time classmates in the QQ group. Lu Fei complained in the QQ group, "The neighbors I know are all very easy to talk to, and they are very interested in the warm clothes that cost 79 yuan and come with socks. But those unfamiliar neighbors looked at me as if I were a thief, afraid that I was a scammer, and there was no chance for me to talk to them at all." Others reported similar situations. As long as they can strike up a conversation, a set of branded thermal clothing at 79 yuan is attractive enough to these old men and women. But if the other person doesn't trust you and ignores you at all, there's really nothing you can do about it. Meng Lang looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help scratching his head, and finally came up with a solution. "Tell them that as long as they come to the store tomorrow, they can get free eggs. The earlier they come, the more eggs they can get." This is the basic routine used by supermarkets in later generations to attract elderly people. Although many people come just for the eggs and leave after getting them, there will always be a group of people who will be attracted by the merchandise and generate sales. Not long after Meng Lang sent out this message, Lu Fei received feedback. "Awesome. As soon as I mentioned handing out eggs, those old men and women who ignored me just now snatched all the flyers from my hands." Others said the situation was similar, and that free eggs were too attractive to these old men and women. In his previous life, Meng Lang's main channel for doing business was e-commerce, and he had never opened a physical store, so there were only so many ways he could think of. However, judging from the current situation, the store will be quite popular when it opens tomorrow. After having lunch at a roadside stall, Meng Lang hailed a taxi and planned to visit the Arctic Fox Company. In his future plans, the Arctic Fox clothing factory is an important part. So of course he would investigate in advance whether the factory had the ability to produce sexy lingerie. Only after the sports lottery prize money arrives in his account can he feel at ease to purchase the factory. Half an hour later, Meng Lang arrived at the door of Arctic Fox Company. After calling Gan Yuru, he soon saw a beautiful figure walking to the company gate to greet him. Perhaps because she was going to face a TV interview, Gan Yuru wore a more formal business suit today. The upper body was a black short-sleeved striped suit, and the lining seemed to be a tank top. The clothes were quite tight, leaving a full gully on her chest. She was wearing a black hip skirt that perfectly outlined the curve of her hips. Her pair of round, straight long legs beneath the skirt were dazzlingly white in the afternoon sun. "Why are you here?" Gan Yuru walked up to Meng Lang, who was staring at her blankly, and asked. "I also want to do business in the clothing industry in the future, so I want to visit the Arctic Fox clothing factory. Is it convenient?" Meng Lang replied. "Of course you can, but the factory has been ordered to stop production and no production tasks have been arranged. I'm afraid you won't be able to see anything." Gan Yuru turned around and led the way, and Meng Lang hurriedly took 2 quick steps to catch up. "It doesn't matter. I'm just a layman. It's okay for me to get familiar with the factory environment." As they talked, the two walked side by side towards the factory building inside the company. "By the way, did everything go well this morning?" Gan Yuru nodded and said, "It went very smoothly, thanks to you, otherwise the people at the TV station wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Don't be so polite. You know, I don't do this for nothing." Meng Lang said, his eyes fixed on Gan Yuru's delicate and charming face. Gan Yuru naturally knew that the reward Meng Lang was talking about was referring to herself. Due to what Meng Lang had done in the past few days, the identity label of his daughter's classmate had long been faded in Gan Yuru's mind. So after hearing his such blunt words, Ganyuru did not resist as before, but looked thoughtful, as if she was really considering the possibility of this relationship. Before they knew it, the two had walked into the factory. Since there was no production arrangement, there was no one else in the factory except two workers on duty. The factory is very clean and tidy, and the equipment is very complete. Cutting machines, sewing machines, finishing equipment, ironing equipment, and applique machines are neatly arranged in the factory. Ganyuru explained to Meng Lang the functions and uses of various machines one by one. Meng Lang noticed that there were a lot of boxes piled up in the corner of the factory, which seemed somewhat out of place with the neat factory environment. So he turned to look at Ganyuru and asked, "What's in these boxes? Didn't you say before that the silky and avant-garde women's underwear among those unqualified products would be kept for you?" "These are them," Ganyuru explained. When Meng Lang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Can I open it and take a look?" "Okay, these were originally going to be scrapped, but if you hadn't asked me to keep them, I would have disposed of them this morning." Meng Lang directly opened a box and saw that it was full of packaged long black stockings. "Take out one and tear open the package." Judging from the appearance alone, Meng Lang did not find any quality problems with the stockings, but when he tore them with a little force, the black stockings were torn apart. Meng Lang looked at the black stockings in his hand, and couldn't help but glance at Ganyuru's round and plump thighs beside him. He couldn't help but imagine, if this pair of black stockings was worn on Ganyuru's legs, and he gently tore them, Ganyuru's snow-white thighs would be revealed under the stockings. Hiss. Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help but take a breath to cool down the exciting scene in his mind. "I can't think about it any further. If I do, I'm afraid I'll have a nosebleed, which would be so embarrassing." However, this also shows that if these substandard stockings are put on the right sales track, they will definitely have no trouble selling. Meng Lang dug out a few pairs of women's lace panties, and the fabric would tear apart with a slight pull. If this is worn on the body and torn apart, the visual impact will definitely be maximized. "Keep all these for me. I'll need them." Ganyuru watched Meng Lang fiddling with these unqualified products. Although she didn't know what he was doing with them, she nodded and said, "You can always find a car to take them away." "How much do these cost?" Meng Lang asked. Although these things are Arctic Fox's scrapped products, Meng Lang wants to sell them for money, and it would be unreasonable not to pay for them. "Scrapped products, how can I ask you for money? Besides, you've already helped me so much, just take these things away." Meng Lang thought about it and didn't say anything more. At most, he would just not bargain too hard when he acquired the factory. Chapter 27 Sexy Lingerie Design. Ganyuru continued to take Meng Lang to visit the garment factory. "By the way, I have a few clothing styles that I would like to have customized by a factory. Can you help me?" Meng Lang asked. "What costume? Do you have a design?" Ganyuru asked. "No, but I have the general styles in my mind." "You should have a fashion designer here who can draw designs, right?" "Yes, but the factory was ordered to stop production these days, and the designers have nothing to do, so I let them all take a holiday." At this point, Ganyuru suddenly thought of something and continued, "There is an intern designer who just graduated from college and lives in the factory dormitory. I can call her over. Although she is an intern, you have a definite plan, so it should be quick to produce the drawings." After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call. While waiting for Ganyuru to bring Meng Lang to the designer's studio next to the factory, they saw a girl who looked to be in her early 20s already standing there waiting. The girl was wearing a camouflage belly-bearing t-shirt on the upper body and grey sweatpants on the lower body. Her good figure was clearly visible. Her C-plus figure made the camouflage t-shirt form a graceful arc. There was not a trace of fat on her belly exposed to the air. From the vaguely visible muscle outline, it could be seen that she had the habit of exercising. The sweatpants on her lower body perfectly outlined her round, firm and plump buttocks. Wearing sportswear and with clean short hair, she looks like a sports girl. But her face is a baby face, which makes her look a little childish, and there is a strange contrast. When Meng Lang approached, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with the way this girl looked at Ganyuru. There is a kind of adolescent boy who sees the unique tenderness and temptation of the girl he likes. When she saw Meng Lang walking very close to Ganyuru, a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Seeing the girl's expression and reaction, Meng Lang immediately felt something was wrong. There was something seriously wrong with this girl. She wouldn't be at tea, would she? Isn't that my love rival? Gan Yuru took Meng Lang to the door of the designer's studio and introduced him to him. This is Yang Xingnan, an intern designer at our company. Xiaolang, you can tell her what you think. Although Xingnan is still an intern, she is a top student who just graduated from East China University. She will definitely be able to meet your requirements. Then she looked at Yang Xingnan and said, "This is Mr. Meng Lang, an important partner of the company. Can you please provide some design drawings, Xingnan?" Yang Xingnan's eyes were fixed on Gan Yuru's face, as if they were about to draw a line. "I will definitely try my best." Just after introducing the two to each other, Gan Yuru's cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She gave Meng Lang an apologetic smile and then answered the call. After just a few words on the phone, Gan Yuru's brows began to frown. "Sorry, there is an urgent matter at the company that I need to deal with. Excuse me." After saying that, Gan Yuru walked towards the office building anxiously. Meng Lang's eyes followed her graceful figure until she disappeared around a corner. When he turned around, he saw the fashion designer named Yang Xingnan looking at him with contempt. The two people's eyes met in the air, and sparks seemed to fly. From each other's behavior, both of them could tell that the other had bad intentions towards Gan Yuru. In the end, Yang Xingnan took the initiative to retract her gaze, turned around, opened the door of the design studio, and walked in first. Meng Lang admired Yang Xingnan's curvy figure from behind, especially her round and firm buttocks, and couldn't help but sigh, "What a pity, such a beautiful girl is actually a T." Yang Xingnan seemed to feel Meng Lang's gaze. She turned around and gave him a cold look, with the contempt on her face becoming even stronger. Entering the design room, Yang Xingnan sat at her workstation, casually crossing her legs. "Tell me, what kind of design do you want?" Meng Lang didn't care about Yang Xingnan's attitude. If he could still have a good attitude towards his love rival, then something really weird would happen. There is a clothes rack in the design room, on which hang many clothes that serve as design templates. Meng Lang walked to the clothes rack, picked out a suspender skirt, and said, "I'll tell you my idea, and you can draw the drawings according to my requirements. Is that okay?" Yang Xingnan nodded casually, but her face showed a look of disapproval. She could tell from Meng Lang's words that he was not a professional fashion designer. How could such an outsider come up with any novel designs? Meng Lang picked up the suspender skirt and started to demonstrate. Although he was not a fashion designer, he had seen countless popular sexy lingerie when he was in the sex toy business in his previous life. All he had to do was describe them according to his memory and ask Yang Xingnan to draw the pictures. The skirt should be about 20 centimeters shorter, with a slit to the thigh, and the waist needs to be tightened a little. The neckline should be lower, and the back should be completely hollow. Watching Meng Lang gesturing there, Yang Xingnan felt something was wrong the more she listened. "Wait. What are these clothes for? Can you wear them outside?" Her question was met with a confused look on Meng Lang's face. "Who told you that you need to wear this kind of clothes outside?" When Yang Xingnan heard this, she suddenly thought of something and her baby face turned red instantly. You are shameless." It was still 2010, the live broadcast era had not yet begun, there was no live broadcast on the internet, and the social atmosphere was far from being as open as it would be more than 10 years later. Many people didn't even know what sexy lingerie was. Fortunately, Yang Xingnan studied fashion design, so she had some understanding in this area. But she never expected that the design she was asked to draw by the important partner brought by Gan Yuru would be such a revealing erotic costume. Looking at Yang Xingnan's ashamed and angry expression, Meng Lang was a little confused. Looking at the way this girl is dressed, shouldn't she be quite open-minded? How come you can't stand a stepmother skirt? But he still has many more popular things that he has taken out yet. For example, the blood drop, hollow cheongsam, national trend bellaband, exotic Hanfu pajamas, and various uniforms. What's going on? You just promised Sister Gan that you would cooperate with me to the best of your ability. Meng Lang asked. I said I would cooperate, but I can't draw this kind of design. Yang Xingnan said angrily. What's wrong with this design? Isn't this just a skirt? Isn't it just that the slit is a little higher and the neckline is a little lower, so that it can show the beauty of a woman? Don't you, who studies design, even understand this? Meng Lang said with a teasing smile on his face. Yang Xingnan naturally would not believe Meng Lang's sophistry, and just looked at him with contempt. Meng Lang finally had to use his trump card. I am Sister Gan's important partner. If you still don't cooperate, I will go and sue you. You don't want to lose this job where you can see Sister Gan often, right? Chapter 28. Don't you want to wear clothes you designed yourself? In the end, Yang Xingnan succumbed to Meng Lang's tyranny. Ever since Gan Yuru rescued her from that disgusting family and funded her college education, she realized that she had developed a deformed love for Gan Yuru. Although she knew that Gan Yuru's husband had passed away, she did not dare to express her true feelings to Gan Yuru and could only be a silent guardian. However, she didn't expect that the look in her eyes when she looked at Gan Yuru betrayed her, and she was caught by Meng Lang. Now she had no choice but to help Meng Lang complete those designs that made her feel sick. Make their hole in the chest bigger. It's better to fill it with some transparent fabric. I want that vague feeling. Do you understand? Also here, their waist needs to be tightened a little more to bring out the curve of the hips. Of course, the lower the neckline, the better. It's best to show half of it, so it looks better. Yang Xingnan suppressed her psychological discomfort and spent 2 hours finally drawing all the designs that Meng Lang wanted. Meng Lang was seen holding a few design drawings, with a pursed face and a look of dissatisfaction. The veins on Yang Xingnan's forehead were throbbing, and she wanted to punch Meng Lang's hateful face twice. She never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world who would force her, a female college student who had just graduated, to draw the design of such sexy clothing. Although Yang Xingnan didn't consider herself a woman in her heart, she still felt ashamed when painting such things. Especially when Meng Lang was gesturing, he was also looking at her body. It was as if she was imagining what these clothes would look like on her, and she couldn't help but feel a chill. But now that the design drawings have finally been completed, I can finally get rid of this shameless guy. But before she could get rid of him, Meng Lang stood up and said to her, "Let's go. Let's go to the production line and see if we can produce a few pieces." Several people immediately popped up above Yang Xingnan's head and asked, "We? What does it have to do with me? Don't you know how to go by yourself if you want to go? Didn't you say you would do your best to cooperate with me? Why can't you just go to the production line?" Meng Lang said with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing this, Yang Xingnan said unhappily, "When I say try my best, I mean drawing the design. Do you think I have to agree to your request if you have any abnormal needs?" Meng Lang showed a wicked smile on his face. "If you are willing, I can also make a special request. Go away. Stop bothering me here." Seeing that Yang Xingnan seemed really angry, Meng Lang stopped teasing her and walked out of the design studio on his own. But before he left, he turned around and said to Yang Xingnan, "Don't you want to see what the design you drew will look like when it is produced?" When Yang Xingnan heard this, her eyes flickered, but she ignored Meng Lang. After Meng Lang left, she couldn't help but look in the direction he left. Although she graduated from a prestigious university, she was just an intern after all and could only do odd jobs. There was no way the company would design products according to the drawings she drew. Speaking of which, the pictures she drew for Meng Lang were indeed her debut in her design career, so she naturally had expectations. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help it and stood up and walked towards the production line. Meng Lang found the workers on duty on the production line, showed them the design drawings in his hand, and asked them if they could produce it. "Yes, we can. If we just want to make a few samples, the two of us can do it. But now our factory has stopped production and is not allowed to resume work. And we don't have any raw materials. The fabrics we bought last time were all inferior and would tear if torn. That's definitely not acceptable." Hearing this, Meng Lang quickly said, "That's not a problem. We're just trial producing a few pieces, which doesn't count as starting production. Besides, my family is an industrial and commercial company, so I guarantee that we won't violate any regulations. As for the raw materials, I want fabric that will tear easily if torn. I don't want anything else." The two workers on duty looked at each other, hesitated for a while and still did not dare to take action. In the end, Meng Lang called Gan Yuru. After getting Gan Yuru's permission, the two workers started to work this time. Fortunately, the two people assigned to be on duty were experienced masters and they did their work very efficiently. It didn't take long before the first piece of clothing was sewn. When the finished clothes appeared in the workers' hands, they confirmed them several times, thinking that the size was measured wrong. "What kind of clothes is this? It can't even cover my butt." Meng Lang took the clothes directly from their hands and said, "This is the effect I want." The two masters exclaimed that young people really know how to have fun, and then they started sewing the next piece of clothing. Meng Lang looked at the hollow cheongsam in his hand and thought it would be nice to have a model try it on for him to see. After all, whether clothes look good or not can only be known by wearing them on people. But the people present at the moment were all men, so they couldn't wear it. Just then, Meng Lang suddenly saw someone peeking at the factory door. Look at her iconic short hair and baby face, who else could it be but Yang Xingnan? If you want to see the samples, just come in and have a look. I won't laugh at you. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan realized that she had been discovered by Meng Lang, so she stopped hiding and walked in from the factory gate. Her eyes were fixed on the light blue hollow cheongsam that had just been produced in Meng Lang's hands. This was the first piece of clothing made according to her design. You are worthy of being a top student at East China University. The clothes made according to your designs are so beautiful. Meng Lang exclaimed with a slight exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan raised her eyebrows noticeably, and it was obvious that she was very pleased with Meng Lang's compliment. She was just about to reach out to take the cheongsam and take a look at it when she heard Meng Lang speak again. What a pity. Meng Lang just started talking and then stopped. Yang Xingnan was confused by his words and asked quickly, what a pity. It's a pity that there is no model, so the beauty of this cheongsam cannot be fully displayed. Meng Lang said with emotion. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan felt a little regretful. It would have been perfect if the first piece of clothing she designed had a graceful model to try it on. She couldn't help but think that it would be perfect if Gan Yuru could try on the first dress she designed. With Gan Yuru's figure, it's hard to imagine her wearing this dress. And doesn't this mean that she has given her first time to Gan Yuru? Just thinking about it makes her excited. It's a pity that Gan Yuru couldn't try on such a revealing dress. As the designer of this dress, Ms. Yang Xingnan, aren't you going to do something? Me? What else can I do? Yang Xingnan looked ignorant. Meng Lang said bluntly, of course I have to try on this dress myself. You are the only woman here, how can you not wear it? Why should I wear it? You, what are you thinking about? How could I wear this kind of clothes? Yang Xingnan's face was suddenly filled with anger. Don't you want to wear the clothes you designed yourself? Meng Lang asked. Don't be so delusional. Even if I lose this job, I will never wear clothes like this. Seeing Yang Xingnan was so determined, Meng Lang had no choice but to change his strategy. You know that Arctic Fox Company is in a difficult situation right now. It may go bankrupt soon. Don't you want to help Sister Gan share some of the pressure? Chapter 29 Chun-Li's Human Form. What do you mean? Yang Xingnan was interning at Arctic Fox and naturally knew the dire situation the company was facing. Isn't it because of those raw materials that are easily torn that the Arctic Fox Company has become what it is now? It just so happens that the clothes I want are not picky about fabrics. As long as the samples satisfy me, I will place an order immediately. Now that the factory has orders, won't Arctic Fox be able to continue operating? As for whether the sample can satisfy me, it depends on whether I can find a suitable model. Meng Lang said with a harmless smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan's face turned red with anger. She had always thought Meng Lang was shameless enough, but she didn't expect that this man had no bottom line at all. She clenched her fists and stared at Meng Lang's hateful face, wishing she could smash it to pieces. Are you blackmailing me? Threat? What threat? What did I threaten you with? I just let you try on the clothes you designed. I won't do anything to you. How can it be considered a threat? Listening to Meng Lang's words, Yang Xingnan's fists gradually relaxed. She certainly did not believe Meng Lang's sophistry. For her, wearing such clothes was a great humiliation, not to mention having to wear them in front of a scum like Meng Lang. But she knew that the current situation of the Arctic Fox put Gan Yuru under great pressure, and she wanted to help Gan Yuru share some of the burden. If Meng Lang could really place an order, Arctic Fox would be able to digest those unqualified raw materials. Maybe we can get out of our current predicament. Thinking of this, Yang Xingnan finally took a deep breath and finally made some kind of decision. If it satisfies you, will you really place an order for Arctic Fox? Meng Lang shook his head when he heard this, which made Yang Xingnan clench her fists again. If Meng Lang wanted to make any more excessive demands, she would really rush up and beat him up this time. Fortunately, Meng Lang's next words did not make any further indecent requests. He just said calmly, not only will I place an order for the Arctic Fox to keep it alive, I will also make it even more glorious. Okay, I promise you, I hope you won't break your promise. After saying that, Yang Xingnan took the light blue hollow cheongsam and walked towards the dressing room specially used to display samples. Meng Lang naturally followed. 5 minutes later, when Yang Xingnan opened the curtain of the changing room, Meng Lang was stunned. Summer afternoons are hot, and even though the dressing room has air conditioning, Yang Xingnan can't help sweating, making the already tight cheongsam stick tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her body curves. The hollow design at the chest of the cheongsam revealed a large area of white and a sinful abyss at Yang Xingnan's neckline. The waist-cinching design perfectly shows off her flat belly. The hem of the skirt only reaches the thighs, and the firm and round buttocks are only half covered, revealing a perfect curve. The straight and round white legs were fully displayed in front of Meng Lang. The muscles on the legs are clearly defined, and if you use too much force, your waist might be broken. This light blue hollow cheongsam always gave Meng Lang a sense of déjà vu when worn in front of Yang Xingnan. This is Chun-Li. Meng Lang suddenly thought of Chun-Li in Street Fighter. If Yang Xingnan had two buns on her head, she would be the human incarnation of Chun-Li. Especially when Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang, there was an expression of disgust and contempt in her eyes, which perfectly matched Chun-Li's temperament. If we could take a few photos and put them on Taobao, this hollow cheongsam would definitely sell out. However, Meng Lang didn't have a camera, and Yang Xingnan would definitely not agree to let the photos of her in this state be made public. How about it? Are you satisfied? Yang Xingnan said to Meng Lang with a look of shame and anger on her face. Come here and turn around for me. Meng Lang said to Yang Xingnan while sitting on the sofa in the locker room. Don't go too far. How did I go too far? I want to take a closer look at this sample. As a model, you have the obligation to show me the beauty of this dress in all aspects. Meng Lang said with a righteous look on his face. Things have come to this point, and Yang Xingnan can only do as she is told. She had a cold face, her lower lip was bitten white by her white teeth, and she slowly walked out of the dressing room. The tightness of the cheongsam made her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Her slender waist twisted involuntarily, and her round buttocks were dazzling when moved by her waist. She stopped in front of Meng Lang, turned around, and a gust of fragrant wind was brought up and blew on Meng Lang's face. Because the hem of the cheongsam was too short, Meng Lang could even vaguely see the black lace under the skirt. The strong visual impact made Meng Lang feel a little dizzy. In addition, the weather was hot and people were prone to getting irritated. 2 streams of blood flowed directly from Meng Lang's nostrils. Meng Lang wiped it casually, and immediately a large area of scarlet appeared on his face. Seeing this, Yang Xingnan subconsciously took a tissue from the table beside her and bent down to wipe Meng Lang. She actually did more harm than good. The blood in Meng Lang's nose flowed even more violently. Just because Yang Xingnan bent down, the abyss of sin was completely revealed in front of Meng Lang through the hollow part of the chest of his cheongsam. Meng Lang felt that if he continued like this, he would probably bleed to death today, so he had no choice but to close his eyes reluctantly after taking a deep look at the scenery in the abyss. After a long while, Meng Lang finally felt that his nosebleed had stopped. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Xingnan holding a few blood-stained notes in her hand, looking at him with a mocking expression. As if to say, that's it. That's all it is. Even though Meng Lang was thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. How about it? Boss Meng, are you satisfied now? Yang Xingnan said in a teasing tone. At this point, Meng Lang even had a nosebleed and it was hard to say anything. Although he is not a good person, he would not act unreasonably in front of a little girl. Okay, I'll go talk to Sister Gan about production later. Take off the sample for me, and I'll take it back to have a look. Hearing this, Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang with a wary look on her face. You are not going to do anything to the clothes on me. Who do you take me for? Am I such a pervert in your eyes? In my previous life, there were indeed some perverts who liked to buy items worn by women on Xianyu. But Meng Lang doesn't admit that he has such a hobby. As the client, isn't it natural for him to take away the trial production samples? Isn't it? Yang Xingnan asked back. Now Meng Lang didn't know how to answer. His behavior just now seemed indeed not that of a gentleman. But Meng Lang is thick-skinned and doesn't care what Yang Xingnan thinks of him. So what? I want your original cheongsam today. Just tell me whether you want to take it off or not. In the end, Yang Xingnan was succumbed to Meng Lang's shamelessness. After returning her clothes, she reluctantly handed the hollow cheongsam, which still had her scent on it, to Meng Lang. There was deep disdain in her eyes when she looked at Meng Lang, as if she could already imagine the scene of him doing something inappropriate with this Cheongsam tonight. Suddenly, I felt a chill down my spine and left impatiently without even saying goodbye. Meng Lang put away the original Cheongsam and returned to the factory. After the two craftsmen had finished sewing the other samples, he took the big bag of samples and a few pairs of stockings and underwear that were easily torn, and went to Gan Yuru's office. At this time, a heated debate was breaking out in Gan Yuru's office. Chapter 30. Thank you. Please collect. Thank you. I don't agree. This may cost more than 30 million yuan, and the company doesn't have that much money. Don't forget that the dealer still has to pay for breach of contract. Even if you sell the company, it won't be enough to pay for it. Zhu Dong yelled while standing in front of Gan Yuru's desk. He totally couldn't understand why Gan Yuru, who used to have quite good business methods, would make such a stupid move and actually pay consumers 10 times the amount of the money for the goods. This was simply crazy. There's nothing I can do even if you don't agree. The TV station has recorded everything I said, and it will be broadcast on the news tomorrow morning. Gan Yuru said indifferently. Zhu Dong was so angry at Gan Yuru's attitude that he slammed the table. Gan Yuru, what's your attitude? I am also a shareholder of the company. I also have the right to participate in the company's decision-making. My attitude is the company's attitude, and my decision is the company's final decision. I own 80% of the company's shares, and I have the final say in the company. Gan Yuru spoke with absolute certainty, and Zhu Dong had no way to deal with her. Thinking of his property which had shrunk drastically after the divorce, Zhu Dong became furious. Okay. Gan Yuru, this is how you treat me as a shareholder, right? If I hadn't lent money to your husband, Arctic Fox would have gone bankrupt long ago. How could you get to sit here and give orders? Gan Yuru did not back down in her attitude. We have never treated you unfairly. You still control 20%, and you have also received a lot of company dividends over the years. Everything I have done is legal and compliant. Just when the argument between the two reached a stalemate, there was a knock on the office door. The assistant poked his head in from outside and said to Gan Yuru, Boss Gan, Mr. Meng is here. He wants to talk to you about something. Gan Yuru nodded after hearing this, and then said to Zhu Dong, Mr. Zhu, there is no room for change in this matter. It's useless for you to argue with me. See you later. Zhu Dong had no choice but to leave the office angrily. He just happened to bump into Meng Lang, who was coming in. Zhu Dong was short and strong, and he almost knocked the clothing samples in Meng Lang's hands to the ground. Zhu Dong, who was angry, raised his head and glared at Meng Lang, snorted coldly, and was about to rush out. Then he heard Meng Lang say behind him, Fuck. You're so stupid. You didn't even say sorry after you bumped into someone. Zhu Dong's face suddenly turned the color of liver. But looking at the tall and strong Meng Lang, he knew he would not gain any advantage by continuing to make trouble here. After taking a deep look at Meng Lang and remembering his annoying face firmly, Zhu Dong left in dismay. Seeing Zhu Dong suffer a defeat at the hands of Meng Lang, Gan Yuru's mood improved a little. The reason why Zhu Dong was so aggressive towards her just now was because he thought she was a woman and easy to bully. Thinking of this, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and couldn't help but smile. What's that in your hand? Looking at the gentle smile on Gan Yuru's face, Meng Lang's mood also improved. These are the samples made from the design I told you about before. It's okay if your production line is stopped now. How about making some for me? I'm afraid that's not possible. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau's order to suspend our production and rectify the situation has not yet been lifted. Gan Yuru shook her head and said, There is nothing to worry about. All substandard products of Arctic Fox have been destroyed, and they have promised to pay high compensation to consumers. The effect of the suspension of business and rectification by the Industrial and Commercial Department has been achieved. As long as you submit an application to cancel the reorganization, production will be resumed soon. Besides, don't I still have you? If it doesn't work, I'll go find Director Zhao. Seeing Meng Lang so confident, Gan Yuru finally nodded. Okay, I'll go look at the design later. After I calculate the cost, I'll tell you the price of OEM production. After discussing everything, Meng Lang didn't stay with Gan Yuru for long. He first went to Jiangdong Clothing Market to check the preparation progress of the store. Seeing that his uncle and aunt were almost ready, Meng Lang hurried back home. It was already evening when Meng Lang returned home. Meng Haihua had also returned home from get-off work and was cooking noodles in the kitchen. Seeing Meng Lang coming back, he beat 2 more eggs into the pot and added a handful of noodles. The father and son had a meal together. "By the way, I've got the business license you asked for, and I've put all your things in your room." After dinner, Meng Haihua mentioned to Meng Lang the matter of applying for a business license today. Meng Lang hurried into the room and saw the business license and several official seals already lying on his computer desk. This made him sigh that it is easier to get things done if you have someone in the court. He found Daobao on his computer, filled in all the information, and uploaded a photo of his business license. All he had to do was wait for the review, and his Daobao store could officially open for business. Meng Lang thought that it would take a long time to wait for Daobao's review, but he didn't expect that the review would be completed in just half an hour. At this point, the preliminary preparations for Meng Lang's online store have basically been completed. As long as he waits for Arctic Fox's suspension of business to be revoked and starts OEM production for him, he can start his sex toy business. But he is still missing one thing. That's the product photo. Whether it is when the goods are put on the shelves or in Meng Lang's store promotion plan, product photos are indispensable. Moreover, the sales of sexy lingerie depends to a large extent on the quality of the product photos. The quality of product photos depends on the quality of the model. When it comes to models, the first person Meng Lang thinks of is naturally Yang Xingnan. She looks stunning in the hollow cheongsam today. Thinking about it now, Meng Lang's cerebellum felt hot with excitement. If I could take a few photos and hang them in the store, they would definitely sell well. But this is basically impossible. How could a top student who just graduated accept such a job? And according to Yang Xingnan's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to do it even if Meng Lang spent more money. Meng Lang could only think of another way. Perhaps only those street angels were willing to do this kind of work. You can go to bars and nightclubs these 2 days and maybe you can find the right one. But having models alone is not enough, you also need a cameraman. In his previous life, Meng Lang also studied photography for a period of time when he was doing live broadcasts. If he was given a better SLR camera, he could barely play the role of a cameraman. So the question is, where can I get a SLR camera? A good SLR camera costs at least 10,000 yuan, so it is really not cost effective to buy one now. There are still 3 games in the World Cup, and Meng Lang even knows the scores of the last 2 games. Spending money to buy a SLR camera now is equivalent to an indirect loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is more cost-effective to borrow one from someone for temporary use. In the end, Meng Lang chose to send a message in the class group. Many of his high school classmates came from well-off families, and quite a few of them should have cameras at home. The first person to reply was Lu Fei. "I have a film camera at home, is that okay?" Of course a film camera wouldn't work. Meng Lang wanted to upload the photos online, so how could he upload the film? Just after replying to Lu Fei's message of thanks, Meng Lang saw Zhu Jiahao sent a sarcastic message in the group. "I have one at home. If you call me dad, I will lend it to you." When Meng Lang saw this message, he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he replied with a thank you in the group. Zhu Jiahao, who was playing video games in an internet cafe, was puzzled when he saw Meng Lang's reply of thank you. He originally wanted to humiliate Meng Lang with this, but he didn't expect Meng Lang to actually send him a thank you message. What is Meng Lang thanking for? Of course, I would like to thank Zhu Jiahao for telling Meng Lang that he has a SLR camera at home. Meng Lang wanted to borrow his SLR camera, why bother looking for him? Wouldn't it be better to just ask his mother? It just so happened that he was so angry today that he had a nosebleed and needed to relieve his anger. The reason Zhu Jiahao jumped like that must be because Sang Wanyan didn't educate him well. She must be punished tonight. Chapter 31, Grandpas and Aunts Grabbing Eggs. Thinking of this, Meng Lang picked out the one that best suited Sang Wanyan from the samples he brought back, then went out and took a taxi toward Xinghuan where Sang Wanyan lived. When Sang Wanyan opened the door and saw Meng Lang standing at the door, she couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. Meng Lang 2 days ago brought her an unprecedented experience, so much so that Meng Lang's figure was present in her dreams these past few nights. Although she felt a little flustered after learning that Meng Lang was her son's high school classmate. But after the panic subsided, this strange and immoral excitement made her look forward to meeting Meng Lang again even more. Sang Wanyan couldn't wait to pull Meng Lang into the room. Meng Lang didn't expect Sang Wanyan to be so passionate. She almost kissed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. After a long struggle, Sang Wanyan slowly calmed down and noticed that Meng Lang had brought something with him. "What is this? Did you bring me a gift?" Sang Wanyan asked expectantly. Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "You'll know if you open it and take a look." So, Sang Wanyan reached into the plastic bag and took out a very thin suspender skirt. The pure black suspender dress has a very low neckline, the back is almost completely hollow, and the waist is very narrow. If a woman with a worse figure, she probably can't wear it. Of course, Meng Lang had enough confidence in Sang Wanyan's figure, so he chose this stepmother skirt. Sang Wanyan looked at the skirt that didn't look like the one you could buy in a normal clothing store, and realized something. She gave Meng Lang a charming smile. "You are such a little scoundrel." After saying that, she twisted her seductive figure and entered the cloakroom next to the room. After a rustling sound, a hand reached out from the cloakroom and turned off the ceiling light in the room. The room suddenly became dark, with only the bedside lamp emitting a warm yellow glow. The atmosphere suddenly became charming. Sang Wanyan, wearing her stepmother's dress, lifted the curtain of the cloakroom and walked in slowly. The tight stepmother skirt fits her body perfectly, and the two S-shaped curves outline Sang Wanyan's seductive figure in the dim light. The black skirt makes her skin look even whiter. Under the dim light, her skin looked like plump pearls, sparkling with charming luster, and like flawless white jade. Sang Wanyan put her slightly curly long hair behind her head with her wrists, and her plump red lips were like flames, attracting the man's attention. Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "What a beauty on earth." Before Sang Wanyan reached the bed, he couldn't help but rush over and hugged her in his arms. With the sound of cloth tearing, this carefully sewn skirt announced the end of its mission. The faint light in the room kept flickering until late at night. The next morning, Meng Lang walked out of building A18, facing two black circles, holding a Canon SLR camera in his hand. In a corner where he couldn't see, a person also holding a camera was pointing the lens at him. With a series of light clicking sounds, Meng Lang's figure walking out of the villa was recorded on the memory card in the camera. Half an hour later, Ju Dong, who received the photo, was so angry that he overturned the tea table. "This guy is Meng Lang. He stayed at Sang Wanyan's place for the whole night again yesterday." Looking at this familiar face, Ju Dong instantly thought of the tall young man who called him an idiot in Gan Yuru's office yesterday afternoon. "Great. You call me an idiot during the day and play with my ex-wife at night. This is fucking too much." Ju Dong was so angry that he smashed a few teacups before he finally recovered from his rage. He took out his cell phone with hands that were shaking with anger and called back. "Help me check this Meng Lang again. I want to find out where he came from." Meng Lang didn't know that he was being targeted. He was sitting on a tricycle, heading to the Jiangdong clothing market. Why take a tricycle? After leaving Sang Wanyan, he went back to his home, put away the borrowed camera, washed up, and went to the vegetable market to buy several large boxes of eggs. He could just catch the egg delivery tricycle to the Jiangdong clothing market. When we arrived at the clothing market, my uncle and aunt had been waiting at the store door for a long time. The clothing store had been newly renovated at this time, with the words Jiangbei Arctic Fox Store written in large letters on the door. There is also a long banner hanging at the entrance of the store. The banner read, "Big off-season sale at the store, free eggs when you come into the store, Arctic Fox warm clothes for only 79 yuan a set." There is also a 58-inch LCD TV at the door, which is tuned to Jiangju TV station, and an advertisement for an unknown health product is playing. Because it was still early, the surrounding clothing stores had not yet opened and there were no customers, so it seemed a bit deserted. My uncle and aunt worked together to move all the eggs from the tricycle and piled them in front of the store. "Xiao Lang, do you think there will be business today?" asked my aunt Li Shuhong worriedly. "It will definitely happen, don't worry, aunt." Meng Lang was still confident in his plan. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw several old men and women getting off the bus at the entrance of the clothing market. Looking at the flyers they were holding, you could tell they were coming for the Arctic Fox store. "Where can I get the eggs?" Their voice came before the person arrived. Meng Lang waved at them quickly, "Uncles and aunts. Look this way." As he spoke, he opened a box of eggs. Seeing this, the group of uncles and aunts immediately trotted over. Don't be anxious, everyone has eggs." Meng Lang stopped the uncles and aunts who were about to grab eggs. Grandpas and grandmas, please listen to me first. Today is the opening day of our Jiangbei Arctic Fox clothing store. Authentic Arctic Fox warm clothes are only 79 yuan a set. If you make a purchase in our store today, we will give you 5 eggs. If you don't make a purchase, it's okay, we will also give you 2 eggs as gifts. As soon as Meng Lang finished speaking, 2 middle-aged women reached out their hands to him. Give me 2 eggs first. Meng Lang was not stingy and took out eggs from the box and put them in the aunt's hand. An old lady looked very satisfied after receiving the eggs, but she still expressed doubts about the quality of the clothes. A set of warm clothes that costs more than 70 yuan, who knows if it's real or fake? I bought a set of Arctic Fox warm clothes for the Chinese New Year this year, but it cost 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Shuhong, who was standing by, quickly took a set of warm clothes from the hanger and handed it to the aunt. Fakes can't be real. Try wearing Arctic Fox's warm clothing and feel it and you'll know. The aunt took the thermal underwear with a skeptical attitude and touched it. Hey! It's similar to the one I bought during Chinese New Year. She flipped the tag again and saw that the price on it was the same price she bought during the Chinese New Year, 199 yuan. It seems to be a genuine Arctic Fox product. You really only sell it for 79 yuan, the aunt asked with surprise. It's really only 79. We'll give you a pair of socks when you buy warm clothes. When the aunt heard this, she was overjoyed and was about to take her wallet out of her pocket. Buy me 2 sets. This is too cheap. When other elderly people saw this and after checking the quality of the products, they also expressed their desire to buy them. You take 1 set, I take 2 sets, and a few old men and women took more than 10 pieces of goods. But just when the uncles and aunts were about to pay, a middle-aged woman rushed over aggressively. This is the Arctic Fox store, right? Look at what kind of crap you're selling. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out a few pairs of socks and underwear from a plastic bag and threw them at the door of the store. Chapter 32, Business is booming, please collect, thank you. Seeing someone coming to cause trouble, the old men and women who were preparing to pay immediately closed their wallets. Meng Lang knew at a glance that these were consumers who had bought the batch of substandard products from Arctic Fox. If the problem was not resolved, today's first batch of business would probably be ruined. Auntie, you didn't buy these underwear and socks from our store. So what if I didn't buy it from you? Aren't you the Arctic Fox store? I'm telling you, don't try to cheat me. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can forget about doing business with me. After that, the middle-aged woman said to the uncles and aunts in the store, don't buy Arctic Fox clothes. Look at the quality of them. The middle-aged woman picked up a sock and pulled it with a little force. It made a tearing sound and a hole was torn. Seeing this, the old men and women immediately put down the clothes in their hands. They dared not buy such quality. Bar. No wonder it's sold so cheaply, it turns out to be such stuff. The aunt who initially said she wanted to buy 2 sets spat at Meng Lang. Faced with such a situation, Meng Lang also felt a little tricky. Once consumers' emotions are aroused, they won't listen even if you want to explain. Fortunately, at this moment, the LCD TV placed at the door of the store finally finished playing the fake medicine advertisement and started broadcasting the morning news. Meng Lang quickly found the remote control and turned the TV volume to the maximum. Everyone in the store's attention was instantly drawn to the loud noise coming from the TV. The first news item in the morning was a scene of Arctic Fox Company destroying substandard products. The scene of workers throwing boxes of packaged clothes into the shredder immediately caught everyone's attention. What are they doing? How can such good clothes be torn into pieces? What a pity, said an old lady with a distressed look on her face. What's the pity? They are all tattered stuff that can't be worn anyway. But Arctic Fox Company is willing to take the initiative to destroy these pieces of junk. They still have some conscience, replied the middle-aged woman who demanded compensation. Meng Lang finally had the right opportunity to strike up a conversation, and quickly said to the middle-aged woman, Auntie, how much did you spend on these things? Do you have a receipt? How about I refund you the original price? The middle-aged woman stopped making a fuss when she heard this. Didn't you say that I didn't buy my things from you, so you won't give me a refund? I just bought it because you look kind to me. If it was someone else who didn't buy it from me, I definitely wouldn't give it a refund. Hearing Meng Lang say this, the middle-aged woman was immediately delighted and was ready to hand over the receipt in her pocket and ask Meng Lang to refund her. At this moment, Ganyuru's voice announcing 10 times compensation was heard from the TV. The middle-aged woman quickly put the receipt back into her pocket and stared at Meng Lang. Great. I was wondering why you were so kind. It turns out that I can ask Arctic Fox Company to refund 10 times the amount. I won't refund it. After saying that, the middle-aged woman packed up her things and ran away. Although the underwear and socks she bought were not valuable, if she could get 10 times the compensation, it would still be several hundred yuan. If Meng Lang returned it to her at the original price, she would be at a loss. The uncles and aunties who were about to take the eggs and leave also turned around at this time, looked at Meng Lang and asked, "If I buy inferior products from your Arctic Fox, can I really get 10 times the compensation?" "Of course, isn't it all said in the news?" Meng Lang replied confidently. "If I buy inferior products from you, can you compensate me 10 times as much?" "That's right. But let me make it clear first, we will only compensate for things that go wrong if they are purchased from our store. If you bought them somewhere else, you will have to go to the place where you bought them to compensate." Meng Lang emphasized the specific rules of compensation. If those who bought that batch of inferior products came to him to claim compensation, his uncle and aunt would have to pay for everything. Of course, the uncles and aunts agreed, then happily picked up the clothes they had just put down and started paying. Maybe they were worried about the poor quality of the 79 yuan clothes before, but now with the guarantee of 10 times compensation, they are completely relieved. They even hope that the clothes they buy are of poor quality, so that they can earn more than 700 yuan for a set, which is almost as much as half a month's pension for them. At this time, more and more people rushed into the store with flyers. After receiving the eggs, most people were attracted by the preferential price of 79 yuan. The news played repeatedly on TV dispelled their doubts about product quality. The business of the specialty store gradually became prosperous. Meng Lang was distributing eggs to customers, while his uncle and aunt were busy replenishing the stock and collecting the payments. Just then, Meng Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an old acquaintance calling from Yuan Hua. Presumably the news had been broadcast, so he came to find Meng Lang to fulfill his promise. Meng Lang was distributing eggs to customers while answering the phone. "Brother Meng. What do you think? I'm reliable, right?" There was a hint of impatience in Yuan Hua's voice. "Really reliable? I've seen the news." Meng Lang replied while holding the phone between his shoulders. "Then brother, shouldn't you tell me which side to bet on to win tomorrow's semi-final?" If Yuan Hua hadn't said it, Meng Lang would have almost forgotten that tomorrow was the semi-final of the World Cup. He was so busy during this period that he didn't even have time to redeem his lottery ticket for the last match of the quarter-finals a few days ago, when he bet on Spain to win 1 o'clock. After deducting taxes, the money was nearly 700,000. "I have to hurry to the sports lottery center to place my bet." Although Meng Lang doesn't remember the score of tomorrow's match between Netherlands and Uruguay, the odds of betting on the Netherlands to win are only 1.7. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Besides, Meng Lang's current capital is not small. Even if the odds are relatively low, he can still make at least more than 200,000, which is not a small amount. "I will bet on the Netherlands to win tomorrow," Meng Lang replied into the phone. Yuan Hua waited on the other end of the phone for a long time before realizing that Meng Lang had nothing to say about this. "No score." Yuan Hua's tone was full of disappointment. "I'm not a god, how can I bet on the score in every game?" Meng Lang said as a matter of course. "The odds of betting on the Netherlands are a bit low, right? Only 1.7. Yuan Hua obviously hasn't given up yet. He was obviously dazzled by the odds of 6.0 last time and wanted to make another big profit. 1.7, you're still not satisfied. Didn't you win more than 30,000 last time? If you bet everything, it would be enough to win several months' salary. But no buts, if you think the Netherlands odds are too low, just bet on Uruguay, they definitely have higher odds." Yuan Hua could only sigh in the end. He had been busy running around, personally leading a team to interview Arctic Fox and helping to coordinate news schedules. Wasn't it just to ask Meng Lang about the betting situation and then win a big one? But Meng Lang couldn't earn much from the information he gave him this time, no wonder he was so discouraged. "Okay. Then I'll go all in with you and bet on the Netherlands in this game." Hearing Yuan Hua being so disappointed, Meng Lang knew that he couldn't dampen his enthusiasm too much. "Don't sigh. Aren't there 2 more games to come? Let's just leave it at that for tomorrow's game." I'll give you a big one later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua became excited instantly. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied? But I need you to do me a little favor. Chapter 33 Genyuru's Pricing. What do you want me to do for you? Do you want me to send my men to do news interviews for you again? As expected of a deputy director, his sense of smell is really sharp. Meng Lang said with a smile. What news? Let me make it clear to you first. There are clear regulations. Not all news can be broadcast on our TV station. A specialty store of Arctic Fox clothing has opened in Jiangdong Clothing Market, specializing in selling Arctic Fox warm clothing. Citizens come to buy in an endless stream. It's just a new store. What's there to interview about? Aren't you asking me to use public resources for personal gain? Yuan Hua refused. No. You can treat this as a follow-up news of the Arctic Fox incident. And this store is different from other stores. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Yuan Hua finally became interested. What's the difference? Business is extremely good. We can sell at least 1,000 units a day. Meng Lang said confidently. What a joke! They sell warm clothes in the middle of summer and thousands of sets are sold in one day. Yuan Hua's tone was full of surprise. If this is true, then it is indeed worth an interview. News. Only new things can be called news. Selling warm clothes in the hot summer, the business can be so good that thousands of sets are sold a day, which will definitely attract the audience's attention. Yuan Hua finally agreed to send a team of reporters to interview him tomorrow, and Meng Lang hung up the phone with satisfaction. The main audience group of Jiangju TV's news programs are middle-aged and elderly people. If the store can be included in the news, with the price of 79 yuan, the store's threshold will probably be trampled down. By then, my uncle and aunt will definitely not be able to handle it alone, and we will have to find more people to help. Just then, the students who had worked part-time distributing flyers yesterday all came over. Meng Lang. Do we need to continue distributing flyers today? Lu Fei took the lead in asking. Meng Lang thought about it. With so many customers coming to buy thermal clothing today, the first wave of fame of the store has already been spread out, and word of mouth will spread quickly. Business during this period will definitely not be bad, and handing out flyers will no longer have much effect. No need to hand out flyers. You guys came just in time. The store is already too busy. You can help out in the store today. Your salary will be the same as yesterday. As Meng Lang spoke, he took out his wallet and distributed the wages of his classmates' part-time jobs yesterday to them one by one. The students who came to work part-time didn't care whether they were handing out flyers or helping out in the store, so they all started to get busy. Some maintained order at the door, some helped their uncle Liu Lei stock the goods, and some followed their aunt to greet customers who asked about prices. Meng Lang was finally able to free himself from the job of distributing eggs and could temporarily leave the store to do other things. After saying goodbye to his uncle and aunt, Meng Lang took a taxi and went directly to the sports lottery center. I followed the previous steps, exchanged the lottery ticket from last time, and used all the money to buy tomorrow's lottery. Meng Lang even took out the 50,000 yuan his father gave him. Excluding a few $1,000s left for myself, I collected a total of 740,000 yuan and bet on the Netherlands to win tomorrow. Although the odds are only 1.7, because the principal is relatively large, after the game tomorrow, I will probably get a little over 1 million. This really shocked the staff of the sports lottery center. They also saw someone betting more than 700,000 yuan on lottery tickets at one time. Especially since Meng Lang is a frequent visitor to the sports lottery center, the staff at the prize redemption counter have watched him win from tens of thousands of yuan to more than 700,000 yuan now. In the end, even the director of the sports lottery center was alarmed and ran to the prize redemption counter to receive Meng Lang in person. Meng Lang knew that if he continued to win, he would be noticed sooner or later. Especially in the last two games, Meng Lang knew the scores. By then, the principal amount would be relatively large, and the final prize amount would definitely reach tens of millions. It would be hard not to attract attention. But so what? Should I give up tens of millions of wealth that is within my reach just because I am afraid of attracting other people's attention? Of course this is impossible. As for other people's attention, just do as you like. Nothing is more important than making money. As soon as he placed his bet and walked out of the sports lottery center, Meng Lang received a call from Gan Yuru. Gan Yuru's tone sounded a little depressed on the phone. Meng Lang hurriedly asked the reason, only to find out that Li Shuya had had a quarrel with Gan Yuru at home last night. Gan Yuru did not elaborate on the content of the quarrel. Last night Li Shuya kept questioning her whether she had a special relationship with Meng Lang and whether she planned to make Meng Lang her stepfather. Gan Yuru was questioned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Meng Lang was indeed pursuing her. And he was pursuing her in a way that she couldn't refuse. But she couldn't ignore her daughter's attitude, so Gan Yuru was in a dilemma last night and almost didn't sleep the whole night. However, after dawn, she still forced herself to go to the company to handle her work. Xiao Lang, I asked Xingnan to help calculate the cost of your custom-made clothes. Depending on the style, the factory price I can give you is about 5 to 8 yuan per piece. You can come to me to see the specific price when you have time. Is it so cheap? Meng Lang was somewhat surprised by the price. Even if all walks of life were in serious internal competition a dozen years later, it would be impossible for him to purchase goods at such a cheap price. You've helped me so much, I deserve a discount on the price. In fact, the price that Yang Xingnan gave to Gan Yuru after the calculation was not so low. In order to help Gan Yuru reduce the company's performance pressure, she basically set the price according to the fixed ex-factory price. However, after Gan Yuru learned that the products customized by Meng Lang were made of low-quality fabrics in stock, she directly cut the price by more than half. Meng Lang also knew that he must have gotten a huge bargain at this price, so he quickly thanked him. Thank you very much. Why are you so polite? We are helping each other. Gan Yuru's voice was as sweet as a clear spring in the receiver. Meng Lang didn't say any more words of thanks. Gan Yuru gave him such a favorable price, so of course he had to return the favor. By the way, have you submitted the application to cancel the suspension of production? Maybe I can help ask about the situation. It has already been submitted. I still need your attention on this matter. You just told me not to be polite, but now you are being polite, aren't you? If production can resume sooner, the clothes I want can be produced sooner, which will also be good for me. After the call ended, Meng Lang fell into deep thought. After today's news was broadcast, it can be seen from consumers' shopping enthusiasm that the image of Arctic Fox in consumers' minds has been greatly improved. The industrial and commercial suspension and rectification order should be lifted soon. Arctic Fox has so many equipment and skilled workers that Meng Lang can have as much sexy lingerie as he wants. However, his sales channels for sexy lingerie have not yet been rolled out. It seems we must hurry up. Today I have to find a suitable model to take sexy lingerie photos. Chapter 34, Footbath City looking for beauty. It's not easy to find people willing to be underwear models. This is not like other fashion models. As long as you have a good figure, you can do the job. Underwear models, especially sexy underwear models, have extremely high requirements on body shape. Even the model's figure will directly affect the sales of the product. However, because sexy lingerie is too revealing, very few people are willing to work in this field. Meng Lang could only go to those brothels to look for her, hoping to find someone with a good figure who was willing to be a model. But it's noon now, and places like bars, nightclubs, and KTVs are not open yet. The only similar place Meng Lang could think of that was open for business was the Footbath City. In his previous life, Meng Lang had been to places like the Footbath City many times, but he didn't know much about the Footbath City in 2010. After searching for a long time on the local forum using his mobile phone, Meng Lang finally found a discussion post about Jiangsu Footbath City. Through this post, Meng Lang learned a lot of information. The footbath city with the best service in Jiangsu City is called Kangal Footbath, but the one with the best business is City Style. Those who often go to healthcare centers know that in a foot massage parlor with good business, the service may not be the best, but the technicians are definitely the most beautiful. After Meng Lang found his target, he immediately headed towards the City's Style. When we arrived at the Footbath City, it was noon and there were not many customers in the Footbath City. As soon as Meng Lang walked into the magnificently decorated Footbath City, a row of reception managers bowed to him and said, "Welcome, the City Style welcomes you." Then one of the hospitality managers immediately came up to Meng Lang and asked, "Hello, handsome guy. Would you like to have your feet washed?" Meng Lang was no longer surprised by the Footbath City's practices. He just nodded silently and followed the reception manager into the private room. "Are you a member of our company? If not, would you like to apply for one?" Members can enjoy a 40% discount on their first order. Meng Lang did not answer, but went straight to the point and asked, "What is the number of your most beautiful technician?" In his previous life, the hospitality manager would have taken out a tablet and shown Meng Lang the technician's photo. Although those photos have basically been retouched, you can still tell which one is more beautiful. It is of course impossible to be so advanced now. Faced with Meng Lang's request, the hospitality manager could only say something conventional: "Don't worry, our technicians are all beautiful. I will definitely arrange one that will satisfy you." As he spoke, the hospitality manager handed Meng Lang a price list. Different consumption levels are marked above, ranging from 199 to 899. As for whether there are more expensive services, you have to communicate directly with the technician. Meng Lang knew that if he let the hospitality manager make the arrangements, he would just randomly call someone over according to the order on the schedule. He didn't intend to waste time here. After choosing a 399 package, Meng Lang said to the reception manager, "Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. Let's call technician number 888 here first." According to Meng Lang's previous experience, in a footbath city, technicians who can get numbers like 888 or 999 are all outstanding. After hearing this, the reception manager didn't know what to say. Anyway, no matter which technician came, it would not affect his commission. Meng Lang didn't have to wait too long before a woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old walked in. She was wearing a green traditional style dress. The close-fitting fabric showed off her slim figure very well. She had a beautiful face and delicate facial features. Judging from her appearance, she really deserves the title of 888. Technician number 888 walked up to Meng Lang with a proper smile, bowed slightly to him, and said, "It's a pleasure to serve you." Meng Lang looked at her and pursed his lips, not very satisfied. Although she is pretty, she has a slim figure. In other words, apart from her pretty face, she has nothing else and does not meet Meng Lang's requirements. "You are too happy too early. Change to number 999. Upon hearing Meng Lang's words, technician number 888's smile suddenly froze on his face. She is one of the top stars in this restaurant. If there were not few customers at noon, one would have to make an appointment in advance if one wanted to order her to work. But she was actually rejected by the young man in front of her. But as a top technician, she still had some professionalism, and she forced a smile and asked, "Did I do something wrong to satisfy you?" "It's not your problem, it's my problem. I want to find someone with a fuller figure," Meng Lang replied. Although technician number 888 was a little angry about the customer's return of the product, in such a service place, the customer is king. At most, she could only complain a few words behind the customer's back and could only walk out of the box obediently. This time Meng Lang waited for a long time and was almost falling asleep on the single sofa when the door of the box was opened again. A woman about 160 centimeters tall walked in wearing high heels. Although her looks are slightly inferior to technician number 888, her figure is absolutely top-notch, estimated to be at least E-level. Although her waist-to-hip ratio is not very good, this is not a problem, as photo editing tools are very mature these days. After greeting Meng Lang, technician number 999 began to take off his shoes and prepared to provide him with service. Meng Lang was not in a hurry to talk about being a sexy lingerie model. Since he was already here, he might as well enjoy the service first. It's no wonder that number 999 not only has a good appearance and figure, but also has very good massage techniques. Meng Lang felt extremely comfortable during the massage. Without waiting for Meng Lang to ask any questions, technician number 999 asked Meng Lang instead. "The boss looks so young, what kind of business is he in?" Meng Lang lay on the sofa calmly, enjoying the service of the beauty, and replied casually, "I am in the adult clothing business." "Adult clothing? Is it sexy lingerie?" Technician number 999 asked with surprise. This actually surprised Meng Lang a little. Logically speaking, in 2010, the domestic sexy lingerie market was just starting out, and there were very few places to buy sexy lingerie on the market. But judging from the reaction of technician number 999, she seemed to be very familiar with sexy lingerie. "What? Are you also interested in this industry?" Meng Lang asked tentatively. "That's not the case. I was traveling in Hong Kong some time ago and saw a roadside shop that specialized in selling this. But it was very expensive," said technician number 999. Traveling to Hong Kong and visiting a sex toy store, It seemed that this technician was having a lot of fun, so Meng Lang didn't hide it and simply asked directly, "I have a part-time job, I wonder if you are interested." The technician raised his eyebrows, as if he thought Meng Lang was a pimp, and shook his head. "The boss here doesn't allow us to take private jobs outside. And how much can we earn as a part-time worker? The lowest monthly income for us technicians is over 10,000 yuan. We are so busy that we don't have time. Boss, I think you have come to the wrong place." After hearing this, Meng Lang didn't say anything about going again. It seemed like he had found the wrong place. The technicians in the footbath city are all high-income groups, especially those who are good-looking and have good figures. If they want to make money, they don't need to be models at all. It was too much of a stretch to come here and look for models. Having said this, Meng Lang lost interest in continuing the conversation. Just then, a waitress came in with tea. Meng Lang didn't pay attention to her at first, but when she bent down and placed the tea on the coffee table next to Meng Lang, her graceful curves immediately made Meng Lang stare. Chapter 35 Convincing Liu Hongmei. The waiter looked to be about 30 years old. Her facial features looked pretty delicate, except for a large burn on her face which affected her overall appearance. What is particularly outstanding is her figure. Although she is wrapped in a loose waitress's uniform, Meng Lang is a very good person. Just from the prominent curves when she bends over and walks, you can tell that her figure is definitely at the SSR level. This figure is not inferior to Sang Wanyan in any way. If compared with the technician number 999 in front of him, it is definitely a crushing victory. Meng Lang suddenly lost interest in washing his feet. The technicians in the footbath city might not look down on the money earned by a part-time model, but a waiter wouldn't have such a high income. Thinking of this, Meng Lang put on his shoes and socks without even having time to wipe the essential oil off his feet. He told technician number 999 that he didn't want to wash his feet, took out 400 yuan and threw it on the sofa, then hurriedly chased after the waiter who had already walked out of the box. The beauty in front, wait a moment. Meng Lang called a few times before the waiter realized that he was being called. She turned around and looked at the tall young man running towards her, and asked timidly, "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Meng Lang saw the woman's panicked expression, stopped in front of her, and said in a gentle tone, "There is indeed something I need your help with." Seeing that Meng Lang's tone was polite and he didn't seem to be causing trouble for her, the woman relaxed a little. "Just tell me, I will definitely help if I can. I have a job here and I think you are very suitable. Are you interested in changing jobs?" Facing a waiter, Meng Lang didn't even talk about part-time job. The salary for him to be a model would definitely be much higher than that of a waiter, so he didn't need to work as a waiter at all. The woman was stunned by Meng Lang's question. Coming back to her senses, the woman looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of vigilance. If a stranger suddenly comes out and asks you if you want to change jobs, no matter who it is, you will have to think twice. What's more, Liu Hongmei's family situation is rather special, so she is more sensitive to such things. "I don't know you. Sorry, I still have tea to serve you, so excuse me." After saying that, Liu Hongmei turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, listen to me. I can double your current salary as a waiter." Meng Lang also knew that no one would agree to his sudden question, so he simply launched a financial offensive. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei paused for a moment, but still did not turn back. Meng Lang knew that she must be tempted by the salary, but because of lack of trust, she did not turn back. "I'm not a bad person. My father works in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I can sign a labor contract with you." After Meng Lang said this, Liu Hongmei finally turned around. "Is what you said true?" "It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau before signing the labor contract. Everyone there knows me. The title of state agency is still very useful. At least people who work in state agencies are not considered bad people in the eyes of ordinary people." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei finally became interested in learning about the job that Meng Lang mentioned. "What kind of job can you offer me?" "It's like this, I plan to open a clothing store online, and the clothing samples are ready, but I'm in urgent need of a model. I just saw you and I think you are very suitable." Meng Lang explained. "Model? Me?" Liu Hongmei looked at Meng Lang with an expression of disbelief. She had never thought that she would be associated with the word model, and was afraid that even if she agreed, she might not be able to succeed in the end. But thinking of the double salary promised by Meng Lang, she decided to ask. Can I still be a model even though I have a scar on my face? It's okay. Your scar is not deep and can be covered with makeup. Besides, I'm a fashion model, so I don't have to show my face. The only requirement is that you have to have a good figure, which is why I came to you. Meng Lang said. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei lowered her head in embarrassment. The invisible high bulge of the toes gave her some confidence, and she finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Do you need an interview?" Meng Lang was very happy to see that things were going so smoothly. He waved his hand and said, "No need for an interview. I believe in my own judgment. I will take you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau first. After you confirm that I am not lying, we will sign the labor contract and take a few photos today. Is it so urgent? Can you wait until the end of the month, when I finish working for this month and get paid, before resigning?" All Meng Lang wanted now was to take the photos quickly and start his own grand career, so he didn't care about the waiter's salary. "Just come with me. I'll give you the salary here later." Liu Hongmei finally asked the foreman for half a day off before she followed Meng Lang out of the footbath city. The two of them took a taxi and came to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. "Uncle Chin, I opened a clothing store and want to hire an employee, but she thinks I'm too young and doesn't believe me. Please help me prove it. I grew up in the yard of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and I definitely wouldn't lie." Meng Lang pointed at Liu Hongmei and said to the doorman, "Uncle Chin." Uncle Chin nodded to Liu Hongmei quickly. "That's right, Lang is the son of our Industry and Commerce Bureau, he will definitely not lie." Seeing Meng Lang greeting the gatekeeper at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in a familiar manner, Liu Hongmei finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart all the way. Now it seems that what Meng Lang said should be true. "Wait for me at the door for a moment. I'm going in to talk to the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau about something," Meng Lang said to Liu Hongmei. Liu Hongmei nodded and stood at the gate waiting for Meng Lang. She also asked the gatekeeper about Meng Lang's specific situation. When she heard Uncle Chin say to her mysteriously that Meng Lang would soon become the director's grandson, she was completely relieved. On the other side, Meng Lang came to find Zhao Qiushan, naturally to ask when the Arctic Fox factory's production suspension and rectification order could be cancelled. As soon as he walked to the door of the director's office, Meng Lang heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Section Chief He walking towards him from the other end of the corridor. "Xiao Lang, why are you here? Do you have something to do with Director Zhao?" "Uncle He, is the director here?" Meng Lang looked at Section Chief He and asked. "Unfortunately, there is a meeting in the city today." "Tell me what's the matter and I will tell him for you." Section Chief He asked with concern. Meng Lang thought that as Section Chief He was Zhao Qiushan's office secretary, he should know about the Arctic Fox, so he asked directly, "That's fine, I just want to know when the Arctic Fox Company's suspension of production and rectification can be lifted." "So that's what it is. Director Zhao just handed this matter to me today, and asked me to go to the Arctic Fox Company when I have time to check whether their unqualified products have really been destroyed as said in the news. If the inspection results are fine, the order to suspend production and rectify can be revoked." Section Chief He said with sudden realization. Chapter 36 Filming in progress. Meng Lang didn't expect that this matter was handed over to Section Chief He, which also meant that Zhao Qiushan was ready to lift the suspension of business. "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle He." "What? Is Arctic Fox Company related to you?" Section Chief He asked curiously. "It's nothing serious. It's my classmate's company. He asked me to help find out the situation." "Is that so?" "That's easy to say. Since it's your honor, I'll take some time tomorrow morning to bring someone to check. If there's no problem, we can stop the production and rectify it tomorrow." I have to say that Section Chief He is worthy of being someone close to the leader and has some emotional intelligence. When he said this, even a veteran like Meng Lang felt comfortable. "That's great. I'll treat you to a meal someday if you're free." Section Chief He patted Meng Lang on the shoulder and said in a very intimate manner, "This is just a small matter, don't be polite to me." With Chief His words, Arctic Fox should be able to resume production in the next 2 days. After a brief exchange of greetings, Meng Lang left the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He first took Liu Hongmei home to get a SLR camera and clothing samples, and then found a printing shop to print a labor contract. Liu Hongmei looked at the words written on the labor contract, which stated a monthly salary of 5,600 yuan, performance-based compensation, and full payment of 5 insurances and 1 fund, and she gritted her teeth and signed the labor contract. She worked hard as a waitress in a footbath city, earning only 2,800 yuan a month, and had to donate for various reasons. She never thought that she would get a job with a monthly salary of 5,600 yuan and 5 insurances and 1 fund. During the Chinese New Year, I heard from my niece who graduated from college that her monthly salary was only more than 4,000 yuan. I didn't expect that this woman with little education could earn more than a college student. Let's go to the hotel and get a room first," Meng Lang said to Liu Hongmei. Liu Hongmei hugged her chest quickly after hearing this. She didn't expect that Meng Lang's evil ambitions would be exposed just after she signed the labor contract. "So you are this kind of person. I don't want this job anymore," Liu Hongmei said and wanted to run away. Meng Lang quickly stopped her and said, "What are you thinking about? I'm talking about finding a hotel with better decorations, changing your clothes and taking pictures." Liu Hongmei still had some doubts after hearing this. "You didn't lie to me." "Why would I lie to you? You should be married. My first principle in life is to never touch a married woman." Listening to Meng Lang's confident speech, Liu Hongmei finally believed it a little. But when she heard him mention her husband, Liu Hongmei's expression became a little gloomy. Finally, Liu Hongmei suggested taking photos in a newly opened hotel near her home. Perhaps being closer to home would make her feel more secure. Meng Lang checked the hotel's information and confirmed that the hotel's hardware level met the standards of a 4-star hotel. He did not reject Liu Hongmei's proposal. The two took a taxi and drove towards their hotel. On the way, Meng Lang saw a cosmetics store and bought a set of basic cosmetics. "Before we take the photo, I'll put some makeup on you first, so the photo will turn out better. If you don't want to show your face in the photo, you can just wear a mask." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei was completely relieved. If Meng Lang really planned to do something to her, why did he buy cosmetics? Shouldn't he buy condoms? After arriving at their hotel, Meng Lang directly booked an executive suite at the front desk. The whole thing cost him more than 2,000 yuan, which made him feel very distressed. If you put this 2,000 yuan into football lottery, it can at least turn into hundreds of thousands of yuan. But now that his shop is about to open, he urgently needs photos and can't care about so much. Moreover, Liu Hongmei signed a labor contract with him, so her salary can be settled next month. By then, the World Cup will be over and his wealth will have been greatly doubled. Compared to models who charge per session, this has saved Meng Lang a lot of money. After entering the exquisitely decorated and luxurious suite, Liu Hongmei's expression became noticeably restrained. On the one hand, it was because she had never been to such a luxurious hotel before. On the other hand, she was a little uncomfortable with being alone with Meng Lang and booking a room in a hotel. When Meng Lang took out pieces of revealing sexy lingerie from the bag, Liu Hongmei was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. "Why is this dress so revealing? What's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it?" Liu Hongmei's voice was trembling a little. Such clothes somewhat broke her cognition. Meng Lang thought that wearing sexy lingerie was much more exciting than wearing nothing at all. But he also knew that an honest woman like Liu Hongmei would definitely resist such clothes, so he could only comfort her softly. "Although our products are revealing, they cover all the necessary areas. Just think of it as wearing a swimsuit at the beach." "No, if this is photographed and spread out, how can I face people?" Liu Hongmei clenched the corner of her clothes tightly with her fingers, her expression very conflicted. On one hand, there were years of traditional concepts, and on the other hand, there was a generous salary, which made her at a loss as to what to choose. Meng Lang knew that if he didn't add fuel to the fire, this model he had found with great difficulty would probably run away. "Don't worry about being found out by others. Wear a mask to cover your face. The fact that you took the photo is known only to you, God, and the earth. It will never be known to anyone else. Also, I'll count each set of clothing as your performance, 500 yuan per set, what do you think?" Meng Lang's 2 sentences made the balance in Liu Hongmei's heart begin to tilt. She was paid 500 yuan for taking photos of a set of clothes, which was the money she had to work hard for a week to earn. Moreover, Meng Lang also promised not to let anyone else know. If that's the case, it's not impossible. What's more, her gambling husband asked someone to introduce her to a job in a foot massage parlor. Wasn't it just to make her a technician and earn money to pay off his gambling debts? She would rather die than be a technician, so she ended up working as a waitress. Because of this, her gambling husband beat her many times. Her husband doesn't care about her innocence anyway, so why should she care so much? Thinking of this, Liu Hongmei finally made up her mind and nodded to Meng Lang. Seeing that Liu Hongmei finally agreed, Meng Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He led her to the dressing table, took out the cosmetics he had just bought on the road, and began to put on simple makeup for her. When Meng Lang's hand touched Liu Hongmei's face, she couldn't help but tremble like a frightened doe. Relax. It's just a job. Don't take it too seriously. While comforting her, Meng Lang gently applied makeup on Liu Hongmei's face. Liu Hongmei's body gradually began to relax. Looking at herself in the mirror, she gradually became delicate and beautiful under Meng Lang's manipulation. A strange feeling continued to grow in her heart. Chapter 37: A Talent for Modeling. In Liu Hongmei's impression, she seemed to have never worn makeup. Even when she got married, she just put on some lipstick and that was it. She watched Meng Lang slowly apply these cosmetics, which she couldn't name, on her face. It covers the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes caused by work, and the scars on the face left by accidents. My heart was inexplicably touched. Liu Hongmei's gaze turned to Meng Lang in the mirror. Looking at Meng Lang's young and strong face, which was full of care and seriousness, Liu Hongmei couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if her husband could love her like this. Unfortunately, this was impossible because her husband was an incurable gambler. He is willing to do such things as sending his wife to a foot bath center to work as a technician just for money. What else can we expect from him? Thinking of this, Liu Hongmei could only feel sad in secret. Meng Lang's makeup skills are pretty good. He learned it from an older sister who specialized in makeup when he was doing live broadcasts in his previous life. Of course, I paid hundreds of millions of dollars in tuition fees when I was studying, and only then did I learn real skills. Since Liu Hongmei had to wear a mask when taking photos later, Meng Lang only focused on the upper half of her face and simply applied some powder on the rest of her face. It took about 20 minutes for Liu Hongmei to appear in the mirror with a brand new look. Liu Hongmei, who originally had a pretty appearance, could now be called a beauty. Especially after covering the scars on his face, his overall temperament has improved a lot. Liu Hongmei stared blankly at herself in the mirror, feeling incredible. She, an ordinary poor woman, could actually become so beautiful. Okay, stop looking and change your clothes quickly. Hurry up and take pictures. It will be dark if you delay any longer. Meng Lang urged from behind her. Okay, I'll go right away. Liu Hongmei said with her head lowered in panic. But when she saw the several samples Meng Lang placed on the bed, she didn't know which one to start. After all, these clothes are more revealing than the other, and any one of them is considered to be extremely outrageous in Liu Hongmei's eyes. Meng Lang was too lazy to talk to her, so he just picked up a set of traditional Chinese-style belly bands and stuffed them into her hands. Go change in the bathroom. Why start with the traditional Chinese belly band? Because this set reveals the most. As long as Liu Hongmei accepts this set, the other sets will not pose any psychological barriers to her. Meng Lang is working now, not flirting, and has no intention of taking things step by step with Liu Hongmei. Looking at the burgundy belly band with little fabric in her hand, Liu Hongmei's face suddenly turned red. But he still went into the bathroom at Meng Lang's urging. After a rustling sound, Meng Lang still didn't see Liu Hongmei coming out of the toilet door. I couldn't help but urge him, are you not changed yet? If you don't come out, I'll go in. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei replied in panic, I'll be right out. After a while, Meng Lang saw the bathroom door being pushed open, and Liu Hongmei's plump and well-proportioned legs stepped out. But when she came out, Meng Lang saw that she had wrapped herself tightly in a bath towel. Meng Lang was really speechless now. Although his clothes were relatively revealing, they definitely covered all the necessary parts. Otherwise, the photos taken will not pass the review of the Taobao platform. If you continue to be uncooperative, I will deduct your salary. Seeing Meng Lang's face turn cold, Liu Hongmei finally gritted her teeth and untied the bath towel on her body. As the bath towel slid to the ground, Liu Hongmei, wearing a burgundy traditional Chinese-style belly band, appeared in front of Meng Lang. Meng Lang was indeed not mistaken. Liu Hongmei's figure was definitely 1 in 1,000. The size of the E-class belly band pushed it up high, and the hem of the belly band could not cover her lower abdomen at all. Because of years of work, Liu Hongmei has almost no fat on her belly, and her fair skin glows brightly under the warm light of the hotel. Her waist-to-hip ratio is excellent, outlining two beautiful curves. The lower body is a pair of no-take-off thongs that match the bellaband. The bows tied on both sides of the thighs can be easily taken off with a slight pull. This outfit, coupled with Liu Hongmei's extremely shy expression, made Meng Lang feel like a bandit in ancient times who broke into a good family to rob. "Turn around and show me." Liu Hongmei followed Meng Lang's instructions and slowly turned around in a circle. Meng Lang looked at Liu Hongmei's presentation and couldn't help but nodded. He was very satisfied with the effect. "Next, it's time to take pictures. Can you duck sit?" Meng Lang asked Liu Hongmei to sit on the bed and instructed her to turn her legs outward so that her calves and soles were completely on the outside of her thighs, her buttocks were completely sitting on the bed, and her legs formed a W shape. "Yes. Sit like this, then tilt your head back and put your hands behind your back." After Liu Hongmei posed, Meng Lang picked up the camera, found the right angle, and prepared to press the shutter button at her. "Wait! Didn't you tell me to wear a mask?" Liu Hongmei hurriedly stopped them, fearing that her face would be photographed. "Your head is tilted up, so I can't take a picture of your face." "Don't worry, if I need to take a picture of your face, I will put a mask on you." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei finally felt relieved and got into position again. Meng Lang squatted on the ground and took a few pictures in succession, then stood up and started to check. Perfect. One of the photos made Meng Lang very satisfied. In the photo, Liu Hongmei's face is flushed as she leans back. Although her body is in a wild posture, her overall expression is somewhat shy, giving people a feeling of wanting to refuse but also to welcome. Meng Lang thought to himself that he had found a treasure. The professional erotic lingerie models he had seen in his previous life were also very professional, with better figures than the other. But after being filmed so many times, their expressions and movements have become formulaic. Although the photos taken are beautiful, they lack the kind of alluring soul that can make people's blood boil when looking at them. This photo Liu Hongmei just took is very good, with a kind of forced beauty. Very good, you must remember the feeling just now. If you can keep it up, I will give you a raise. Meng Lang said excitedly. After taking the first step, Liu Hongmei finally broke through her psychological defenses and began to actively cooperate with Meng Lang. The subsequent filming went more and more smoothly. Meng Lang's movements became more and more seductive, and Liu Hongmei's demeanor became more and more natural, but she always maintained that shy feeling very well. As the filming progressed, Meng Lang gradually felt like he was about to lose control. Fortunately, he unloaded the goods at Sang Wanyan's place yesterday, otherwise there might really be a chance of an accidental discharge of the gun. This made Meng Lang couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is Liu Hongmei a genius at being a sexy lingerie model? Chapter 38 Meng Hai was Golden Avenue. After working for more than 3 hours, several sets of clothes were finally photographed. What made Meng Lang a little regretful was that the stepmother's skirt was torn into pieces during the fierce confrontation between him and Sang Wanyan yesterday. Otherwise, with Liu Hongmei's figure, she would definitely be very suitable. By the time they came out of the hotel, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Lang left Liu Hongmei's phone number and told her that he would contact her again next time there were samples that needed to be photographed. The two of them went back home separately. As soon as Meng Lang walked into their house, he heard the sound of water boiling in an iron pot in the kitchen. There is no need to guess, Meng Haiwa must be cooking noodles again. "Dad! Add another bundle of flour." Meng Lang shouted towards the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Haiwa poked his head out of the kitchen holding a spatula. "Hey! Why are you coming back so often these past 2 days? I thought you weren't coming back for dinner." "It's because you're such a great noodle cook, Dad. I love the noodles you cook the most." Meng Lang replied in a flattering manner. "Don't try to fool me here. A few days ago you said you were tired of eating noodles and wanted to change your taste. Did I ever say anything like that?" Meng Lang really couldn't remember whether he had said such words in his previous life, but since his father left the system in his previous life, he had never eaten the noodles cooked by his father again, so he missed it especially now. "You just said that a few days ago, and you don't remember it. I found that you have been acting a bit strange these past 2 days. You used to be idle all day long, but now you are learning how to do business from your uncle. It's like he's become a different person. Has anything happened recently?" Meng Haihua added a bundle of noodles into the pot, beat 2 more eggs, and said to Meng Lang with a puzzled look. Meng Lang's heart couldn't help but tremble. His changes really couldn't be hidden from his father, who he lived with day and night. Although his father was the closest person to him, Meng Lang did not intend to let anyone know about rebirth, which was beyond ordinary people's cognition, so he had to change the subject. "Dad, how are you getting along with Aunt Zhao? When can you marry her? Then I won't have to eat the noodles you cook every night." "Go to hell. Stop worrying about adults' business." Meng Haihua scooped the noodles out of the pot with chopsticks, sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions on the noodles, and then poured the noodle soup over the chopped green onions. The aroma of chopped green onions immediately filled the kitchen. Meng Lang hurriedly stepped forward and picked up his bowl of noodles, then sat down at the dining table with Meng Haihua. "Dad, seriously, what is Director Zhao's attitude towards you now?" Meng Haihua glanced at Meng Lang and saw that he looked serious. He thought about Meng Lang's performance at the dinner 2 days ago, so he said, "Director Zhao has indeed come to me more often in the past 2 days, and he has also asked me to do some things. What's the matter? Do you need my help?" Meng Lang immediately leaned over and asked. Zhao Qiushan handed the matter over to Meng Haihua. He must be testing him. "What do you know about things at work?" Meng Haihua said indifferently. Meng Lang immediately became anxious. "How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me?" Meng Lang must hold on tightly to Zhao Qiushan's golden thigh. It's not that he wants to curry favor with the powerful, but as his wealth continues to increase, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of those who are interested. If he doesn't have any background, he will be extremely uncomfortable if others use some tricks on him. If Zhao Qiushan is backing them up, others will be more cautious. Meng Haihua thought for a moment before he slowly said, "It's still the topic we talked about at the dinner table the other day. People can't get through to the industrial and commercial department to get things done. The director asked me to think of a way to improve this situation and submit a report." After hearing this question, Meng Lang fell into deep thought. The first thing that came to his mind was not how to solve this problem, but to think about Zhao Qiushan's intention in raising this question. Does Zhao Qiushan really want to solve the problem of people having difficulty in getting things done? Meng Lang didn't know, nor did he need to know. But Meng Lang knew that Zhao Qiushan was now at the crossroads of promotion and would definitely need a sufficiently outstanding political achievement as a guarantee for his smooth promotion. Therefore, if Meng Haihua could come up with a sufficiently impressive plan so that Zhao Qiushan could show up in front of the people above him, his marriage to Aunt Zhao would be a done deal. Thinking of this, Meng Lang raised his head, looked at Meng Haihua and said, "Dad, you have to seize this opportunity. You don't even need to tell me that. I've been working in this company for over a decade and it's not like I've been eating for free. It's not a problem for me to make a few suggestions." Meng Haihua looked serious, and he knew that this matter might affect his marriage and career for the rest of his life. Meng Lang shook his head upon hearing this. "Just a few suggestions are definitely not enough. There are so many people in the industrial and commercial department who can't make suggestions. You must come up with something solid this time, preferably something that will make a big splash, something that Director Zhao can show off to the whole province and even the whole country." Meng Haihua just thought that Meng Lang was a little whimsical. What was the difference between this and asking Ben Berber to get rid of Tang Sang and his disciples? Anyone who can enter the system is a shrewd person. If he can make a splash in the province or even the whole country by just producing a report, then why would he waste more than 10 years in the position of deputy section chief? Seeing Meng Haihua's embarrassed look, Meng Lang didn't keep him in suspense any longer. "Dad, what do you think is the most important thing about this report?" Meng Haihua frowned and thought for a while, then replied, "Of course, being able to actually solve the problem is the most important thing." Meng Lang shook his head and said, "Wrong. The most important thing is to follow the general trend. Only by standing on the cusp of the trend can you take off." "What general trend?" Meng Haihua looked confused. "Do you think the difficulty for ordinary people to get things done is unique to our industrial and commercial department, or does it also happen in other units?" Meng Lang asked. "I think other units also have this problem to some extent." Meng Haihua replied. "Then what is our purpose?" Meng Lang continued to ask. "Of course, to serve the people." Meng Haihua answered without hesitation. "That's right. If that's the case, when people generally have difficulty getting things done, the country will definitely find a way to solve the problem. Therefore, your report cannot be presented only from the perspective of industry and commerce, but should be presented from a higher perspective and from the overall perspective." Meng Haiwo was even more confused by what Meng Lang said. How should it be written? Let me give you some ideas. As he spoke, Meng Lang took out a pen and paper and wrote down the nouns one by one. Service-oriented government, comprehensive government affairs center, one-stop service. Looking at the paragraphs of text Meng Lang wrote on the draft paper, Meng Haiwo's eyes gradually widened. The suggestions he had thought of these days, combined with these words, made his thoughts suddenly become extremely clear. After Meng Lang finished writing, Meng Haiwo couldn't wait to pick up the paper and pen and walked into his room, without even having time to finish the noodles in the bowl. Looking at Meng Haiwo's back, Meng Lang didn't care any more and just ate his noodles. He was not worried that Meng Haiwo's report was not well written. Perhaps it would be better if the report had problems. As long as Meng Haiwo writes the key words he provided into the report, Zhao Qiushan will definitely see the value of this report and then participate in the work of writing this report. Meng Lang remembered that in his previous life, the country put forward the slogan of service-oriented government in recent years. If we can finish writing this report before then, or even conduct the first pilot of a service-oriented government department, we can achieve some results. When the country vigorously promotes it, it will definitely be promoted as a typical case. This undoubtedly paves a bright road for Meng Haiwo's future.